Keith.
Good morning, my lady. Today's witness is Matt Hancock.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Hancock, may I give you the same apology I've given other witnesses we've had to call back? I'm sorry that the modular structure means that we have to keep imposing on you, but thank you for coming.
Not at all.
Could you commence your evidence, please, by giving us your full name?
Yes, I am Matthew John David Hancock.
Mr. Hancock, you are the MP for West Suffolk, and of course, we've received evidence in Module 1 from you that you are Paymaster General and Minister for the Cabinet Office from May 15 to July 16. And then you served as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care from the 9th of July 2018 when you took over from Jeremy Hunt MP, and you served in that post to the 26th of June 2021 when you resigned.
That's right.
Thank you for the provision of a further statement. You obviously provided a great deal of information for the purposes of Module 1, and you gave evidence. And you have further assisted by providing a lengthy statement, 176 pages, which we can see there on the screen, and also a supplementary statement. You were good enough to respond to a number of additional errors that the inquiry put to you. And I just want to put into place, please, some of the building blocks necessary for the questioning that will follow. The inquiry has, I should make plain, received a copy of your book, Pandemic Diaries, which obviously consist of a significant contribution to the debate about the response to coronavirus. Can I just please ask you, though, to make plain that, notwithstanding that it is entitled Pandemic Diaries, it is, to use your words, an account pieced together from formal papers, contemporaneous notes and voice memos, WhatsApps and communications and interviews.
That's right. It's written as contemporaneous rather than with hindsight, but it was written after the pandemic using contemporaneous materials.
Yes. So stylistically, it is not a diary. It is re-pieced together and called a diary.
Correct. It's my recollections.
In the diaries, so-called, and in your statement, you make plain that the remit of the Department of Health and Social Care was a vast one. It had, of course, all its usual business. It was the lead government department in response to this national public health crisis, and the obligations upon it were, to use your words, vast and fast-paced.
Yes.
In Module 1, you accepted in the course of your evidence under oath that there had been a serious and significant inadequacy of preparation within the DHSE for a pandemic health emergency. May the inquiry take from that acceptance that on the cusp of the pandemic in January 2020, the absence of preparation had serious, significant consequences in terms of the DHSE's ability to be able to respond?
Well, of course, as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, I was responsible not just for the department, but ministerially responsible for the wider health family as well, the agencies, of course, the biggest being the NHS itself, and Public Health England and others. And it is absolutely true, as I set out in my evidence in Module 1, that the plans that we had were not adequate. As we discussed in Module 1, that was, I think, on two bases. The first is in practical terms. For instance, the UK didn't have a significant testing capability, and in terms of the wrong doctrine, which was that all the planning based on the 2011 pandemic flu plan onwards was based on the assumption that we'd be dealing with the consequences of a pandemic rather than trying to suppress a pandemic.
Does it follow from the absence of preparation and perhaps the way in which, in terms of planning, the department, as well as the rest of government, may be said to have been pointing in the wrong direction, that when the DHSE and yourself were required to address the crisis and the breaking of the crisis in January and February, it became apparent that in terms of the structure, the personnel, the resourcing, the money, as well as the absence of plans to deal with the coronavirus, that you were in very real difficulties.
Well, a couple of points on that. The first is I take issue with absence of a plan. There wasn't an absence of a plan. There were plans. I've critiqued the plans. I've said that they weren't adequate, but there were plans in place. There was the 2011 pandemic plan. There'd been the Cygnus exercise under Jeremy Hunt's position as Secretary of State. So there were plans. There were areas in which the early response was very strong. PHE got a diagnostic test together within a matter of days. The early surveillance, essentially led by Professor Van Tam, as he's given evidence, was very good, and our role, the UK's role internationally, strong in the first few weeks. So there were plans, but the plans were inadequate in ways that we discussed in Module 1. With respect directly to the impact of that on the department, of course, when a pandemic strikes, even if you had the very best plans, those responsible for responding would have to strengthen the operation, would have to tool up. And in the early days, we expanded the department very significantly, and we ultimately brought in army personnel, for instance, lots more clinical personnel, others, and we took people off non-pandemic related work and put them onto pandemic related work. All of these things were in response to the pandemic. They would have been needed whether we had, even if we had the perfect plan, even if we learn all the lessons, next time there is a pandemic, and there will be another one, that of course the Department for Health will have to shift to respond to those challenges.
You say there were plans, and you're astute to make the point that there was a plan, the 2011 pandemic flu strategy. But your statement itself says, and I quote it, "There was no book or report to pull off a shelf to tell us how to handle a pandemic."
Yes.
So, of course, as with responding to any crisis or emergency faced by government, the absence of a book or report to tell you how to do it is going to have an impact on your practical efficiency, on your ability to respond. That's obvious, isn't it?
Yes. This was the first major pandemic in living memory. There wasn't anybody who'd responded to it. None of my living predecessors as Secretary of State had to deal with something on this scale.
Indeed. You are aware, of course, from the witness statement of Mark Sedwill, now Lord Sedwill, the Cabinet Secretary, that in a report to the Prime Minister in the summer of 2020, he said the DHSC was neither structured nor resourced for a public health crisis of this magnitude. Granted, it's a very broad observation, and it doesn't, of course, deal with the institutional links between the DHSC and the NHS and Public Health England, or the scientific advisory structure, or, of course, the possibility that there would be movements in personnel and a ramping up in funding for the department. But in a broad sense, that is a correct proposition, is it not? Structurally and in terms of resourcing, when the crisis broke, the DHSC was under par.
Well, he didn't use the words under par. They're your words. And I would reject that because the senior personnel in DHSC were absolutely superb and rose to the challenge. But it was blazingly obvious that when a pandemic strikes, the health department is going to have more to do. And so I regard that comment as very straightforward.
All right. Could we have 273901, page 78? This is an extract from Sir Patrick Valence's diaries. dated the 3rd of June 2020, Quad Call exposed the massive internal operational mess inside DHSC and PHE. Could we have page 587? Also, clear lack of grip in DHSC. This is in July. Very good at analysis, no grip on actions, said Will. Page 594. Email from within DHSC describes it as ungovernable and a web of competing parts. And I'll summarise. There are other diary entries in Sir Patrick Vallance's evening notes where he says it's clear that once again DHSC has done nothing. People lobbing in points, no clear operational accountability, and so on. Regardless of what reasonable mitigation might be offered, and there is obviously mitigation which may be offered, senior officials in government continue to express concern over a number of months. Lord Sedwell, Sir Patrick Vallance and others, Helen McNamara, about the state of the DHSC. Correct?
Well, I don't know whether these parts of Sir Patrick's diaries were contemporaneous, because I know that some was written after the event.
Well, can I just pause you there with respect? These were evening notes made certainly more contemporaneously than your diary, Pandemic Diaries book. The vast majority were written on the day or the day after. Only some, it is apparent, were written later.
Yeah, so as I say, we don't know whether these are contemporaneous, but that is by the by. The point here, I think, in response, is that when you have an enormous, unprecedented event, the department that is in the forefront of responding to it, of course, is going to do its best to rise to that challenge, and that's what the DHSC did. Did everything go right? Of course it didn't, and you wouldn't expect it to. It is natural for the centre, the Cabinet Office, to be sceptical of departments. That's what I was the Cabinet Office Minister, as you've noted. The culture of the Cabinet Office is to be sceptical of the operation of departments, partly to hold them to account. I think that the toxic culture that you've seen at the centre of government, that's been subject of much discussion, was unhelpful in assuming that when anything was difficult or a challenge, therefore there was somehow fault and blame. That is a part of the toxic culture that we've seen, and some of these exhibits that you've just shown demonstrate a lack of generosity or empathy in understanding the difficulty of rising to such a big challenge. So, did the DHSC need to expand and grow? Of course. Did it get everything right? No, of course not. There were, no doubt, we'll go into individual challenges. But did it rise to the challenge overall of responding to the biggest public health crisis in a century? I think it did. If you look at the successes, for instance, on the growth of testing once the department took that over, getting the vaccine rollout up and running, various other projects. So, you know, we can go through all of the detail. In terms of lessons learned, what is crucial is that any department in future is ready to go. And I'll make one final point, if I may, which is relevant to your question. At the start of the pandemic, the department, including me, was trying to wake up Whitehall to this threat. And early on, the department ended up doing things which really aren't for a health department. But we were doing them because nobody else was.
Could you just give us
I'll give you one example. Shielding the Vulnerable is a programme that eventually was run very, very well by Chris Townsend, who was brought in from outside, and MHCLG departmentally. It was about how to get groceries to people, how to make sure that people got support, including from volunteers, how to make sure we looked after those who were the most vulnerable. that is clearly a cross-government effort and rightly led from a department that isn't the health department. But it was, I had to commission the work to get that going from the health department. Similarly, the view over whether or not to close schools ended up, and the NPIs ended up within the health department early on. Now that was taken back to the CTF, back into the Cabinet Office, and rightly so. So the department, yes, had a huge amount to do, but I would argue that because the rest of Whitehall was slow getting going, we had to get up there and do it. And if that led to criticisms from those in the centre of government, then, frankly, I'd far rather that we did step up and take that responsibility, even though it brought us flack later and evidently flack at the time that I wasn't aware of, because these issues were never raised with me personally.
Scepticism, is that a reference to, and you know very well that we're coming to this a little later, the notion that individuals in central government were critical of your department because they had taken again you, they were tarring your department with the same brush as they were you, that there was a campaign, if you like, of spite and aggression against you and your department. Is that what you're suggesting by the notion that there was scepticism towards the DHSE?
Well, there is healthy scepticism of the centre of government of departments in which they challenge, hold to account, and generally try to keep departments moving forward. I, as a Cabinet Office Minister, one of my roles was to make sure departments were delivering on what they'd said that they would deliver. We have seen from the emails that I wasn't, and the messages I wasn't aware of at the time, that clearly flipped over into an unhealthy, toxic culture at the centre, where anything that went wrong was seen as an almost intentional failure. And worse, that amongst some people, misinformation about what the department was delivering was spread, including to the Prime Minister and at the very highest levels. So a healthy culture involves challenge and scepticism. An unhealthy, toxic culture involves a failure properly to engage and instead throwing of false allegations and extremely unpleasant language. What you'll notice when you go through all of the documents is you just didn't have that within the health family. I tried to lead a positive culture, a can-do culture, where if there was a problem, the question that was raised in the department was, how do we fix this? Now, that didn't happen all of the time. Of course, there were moments of frustration, but that was my overall attitude in this areas I led. And you can see, unfortunately, that we rubbed up against this deep unpleasantness at the centre.
If I may say so, you're doing extremely well, Mr. Hancock, in terms of the speed of your response. Could you, however, try to be a little bit more concise in your answers?
I will.
I asked you deliberately to give the inquiry some examples of where you feel the DHSC had excelled. And you've referred to testing, and you've referred to the vaccination programme, and also to shielding. The testing, it is self-evident, was a process that was underway, and a great deal of time and energy was devoted to it throughout 2020, but it really only reached its fruition later in the year.
Yeah.
Vaccination, obviously, was a matter only from 2021, largely, and shielding was...
No, the work on vaccination started in January 2020. Yeah. And DHSC, of course, didn't...
No, Mr. Hancock, will you please wait for the question? The vaccination programme was rolled out, of course, in 2021, and it's obvious that work was done on commissioning it and funding it and so on in advance. That's self-evident. But the shielding programme was a cross-government exercise led both by the DHSC and the General Public Services Ministerial Implementation Group, latterly. But in the early part of the year, so we're focusing, of course, in this module, particularly on January, February, March, April, evidence has been given that the DHSC focus too much on itself and on the acute health system, NHS, as opposed to the wider long-term health of the public. By that, I mean a reference to, and the witness meant a reference to, health control, to infection control, to the core issue in the first part of the year of dealing with the spread of the virus. Do you think that the DHSC on this crucial issue of infection control, of dealing with that part of the public health crisis, was up to the mark?
Yes.
Now, in Sir Patrick Vallance's records and in the evidence of Helen McNamara, there are repeated references to how in February and March you were, quote, desperate to own and lead, that you kept too much in the DHSC, that you were reluctant to explain that there was a risk of the NHS becoming overwhelmed, and you were bad at asking the Cabinet Office for help. You were aware of the material. Does that not all rather suggest that in those vital days of January through to March, the DHSC failed to tell central government how bad it was and what could be done to address the question of infection control?
No, that's completely the wrong way round. From the middle of January, we were trying to effectively raise the alarm. We were trying to wake up Whitehall to the scale of the problem. And this was a problem that couldn't be addressed only from the health department. Non-pharmaceutical interventions cannot be put in place by a health department. A health department can't shut schools. It should have been grasped and led from the centre of government earlier. And you've seen evidence that repeatedly the department, across the department, and I tried to make this happen. And we were on occasions blocked, and at other times, I would say our concerns were not taken as seriously as they should have been until the very end of February. So, for instance, the very first time I tried to call a COBRA, I was blocked, ultimately only for 48 hours, because I then went to get other voices to call for a COBRA, and it happened. And getting the machine at the centre of government up and running was incredibly hard and took a huge amount of effort. When it did finally get up and running at the end of February, then things started to move. And so I've heard these accusations that we tried to do too much. On the contrary, there was so much that needed to be done, and in some cases we just had to get on and do it. It would have been far better if, instead of thinking that we were overreacting, as the COBRA machine clearly thought we were, if they had embraced the challenges and it had been led from the centre. If I think had there been under another regime, under another cabinet secretary, I was a minister under David Cameron, under Theresa May. The centre would have chaired those early COBRAs. Yes, of course, I, as Secretary of State, would have played a big part, but it would have been a cross-government effort. And in future, that's what it should be. The lead government department model works very well for small crises, for medium-sized crises, but it does not work for a crisis that is a whole of government, indeed a whole of society crisis.
We'll come back to COBRA, and you're aware, of course, that I'll be asking you about particular COBRA meetings. You've given an example there of COBRA, and you've put it in the context of the difficulties in getting the government machine going until the end of February.
Yes, at the centre. The department was working full-time on this from middle of January.
If it was hard to get the government machine going, and you've referred to the effort required and the difficulties that you encountered, may we take it from that the system took time to be geared up at the centre of government?
Yes.
Presumably, there was an avoidable delay, therefore, baked into this governmental system. If it took time to get it going, to react appropriately and sufficiently, then time would have been lost.
Well, to be fair, the early actions that were needed were essentially health department and the health family actions, developing the early test, making sure that we supported the universities who were developing the vaccines, the very early contact tracing, the responses to the individual cases. The first cases didn't come to the UK until the very end of January, start of February. And so the early actions were for the department. So I thought it was reasonable, for instance, the very first COBRA, that I should chair it. But there was a point when we needed to go broader than things that ought to be the remit of the department. My point in response to these allegations that we held too much within the department or that we didn't get on with stuff is somebody's accused the department of being overwhelmed. Well, we were certainly whelmed. We were certainly very, very busy, and we were having to do things that in future ought to be done by other departments or at the centre, because it should have been a whole government response earlier. That's my reflection.
And what about after the end of February? So March and April,
Yeah.
as the cross-government machine ramps up,
Yeah.
as the scale of the crisis is finally understood and steps had to be taken, to what extent had the DHSE got on top of coordinating or promoting or suggesting the sorts of countermeasures and infection control measures that ultimately were at the heart of the government's response?
Well, so from the end of February, when the Prime Minister took the chair at COBRA, which was symbolically very important, when the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster got stuck in, and you heard from him how he came to a COBRA, was alarmed, asked some very good questions, followed that up with me, and you might think that I was unhappy to receive that email and those questions. On the contrary, I was delighted, and after a discussion about where we were up to, he became a very, very strong ally in driving action all the way through the crisis. So from early March, it shifted and it became a whole government effort. Of course, in March, April, the department continued to have to do much, much, much more and increasing amounts. And so we were under enormous pressure and enormous stress. We brought in more resources, basically from wherever we could find them, and did everything that we could. But it was that ramp up was extremely difficult.
Mr. Hancock, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could I just ask you to rewind? I didn't realise Mr. Keith was moving on. Going back to the time before the end of February, and appreciate you say that central government should have got involved earlier. Apart from the fact that other government departments would have done some of the work that you felt that your department had to, was anything not done? I appreciate you shouldn't have been doing it, you say, but was anything not done because central government wasn't involved earlier?
Well, I think that for the future, the plans for what NPIs to put in place, for instance, that isn't a health department thing. And once we got the structures properly set up, it wasn't a health department thing. It was a cabinet office thing, quite rightly. So it was in mid to late February that the SAGE system got going on designing NPIs, and we also did some work on that in the department, especially in the area of the legals that were needed. That sort of work, hopefully for next time, will already be on the books. We should already have published legal draft legislation, published draft legislation that is ready in case it needs to be enacted. Back then, we thankfully, thanks to the preparation work, one of the areas of preparation work that went well, we had a draft bill. In future, that already should be published and scrutinised. So there's two examples: the legals and the NPI.
May we presume that, and you've just said it was an incredibly difficult task faced by the DHSE.
Yeah.
But by the beginning of March, as you were grappling with the emerging scientific advice as to the state of the transmission of the outbreak, how far it had got, to what extent it had become sustained within the community in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Dealing with the absence of plans and, as you say in your book, having to formulate a battle plan, having to consider for the first time in 100 years some of these extraordinarily stringent countermeasures. The DHSC must have been under very considerable stress. I mean, this was not an obligation that you sought. You were a lead government department responding to a whole government crisis, a whole nation crisis.
Yes.
Was the DHSC under stress? Was it in difficulties at the beginning of March?
We were under enormous stress. We were working incredibly hard, yes.
Could we have 129226, please, which is a text from yourself to Boris Johnson on the 7th of March, page 2. He asks you, anything I can do to help? You're doing great, keep going. And you say, kind of you to say, it's not easy. You're doing great too, follow the science. And you ask for help in relation to, or you invite him to start thinking about how he could contribute to a call for a public effort, a clarion call for hand washing and helping old folks if they have to stay home. It's a great unifying clarion call for you to lead when the time is right. Was that not an opportunity for you to say to the Prime Minister, well, we absolutely have to get on top of the very real difficulties with the absence of real plans for infection control, with the development and implementation of countermeasures, with the incredibly difficult issue of funding and planning for vaccines, shielding, all the other areas that your department was grappling with?
By this point, the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Office machine, and Number 10 were wholly engaged. The Prime Minister, I think, chaired the first COBRA on the 2nd of March, and so we'd had almost a week of me being able to say all of that. So I think this was he asked if anything I could do to help, and I said we should have a whole national effort. So that pretty much covers all bases.
And Mr. Hancock, you're aware that the very senior civil servant, Helen McNamara, who was at one stage Deputy Cabinet Secretary, described you in evidence as having nuclear levels of confidence, which she thought was a problem. Do you reject the notion that in your dealings with your colleagues, in terms of the impression that you gave, you were overconfident in presenting the undoubtedly extraordinarily difficult issues that your department faced?
It depends who with. I had enormous doubts at this point. I would ask people I trusted for advice. I had long discussions with, for instance, Chris Wormold, Chris Whitty, about how we were responding. We were in a trusted environment. We were self-critical about how we were responding. That's only natural because we could see what was happening, and we could see that we were in the middle of something that hadn't happened for decades, and it was on our watch, so to speak. It's also, I also thought it was necessary, and I can understand how some people will have interpreted the way that I now know that they did, although I didn't know this at the time because nobody raised any of these issues with me at the time. I can see how, my sense of needing to keep driving the system forward might have had this impact on some people, who, especially those who were more sceptical of the need of the government to act, frankly. We have seen some of the evidence that the same people who are accusing me of overconfidence at the same time were blocking the action that I was saying we needed. And so I can now see the dynamics of, if they were against action being taken, and I was going in and saying, we absolutely must do this, and there was a huge amount of uncertainty and a huge amount of worry, and I basically felt it was my professional duty to try to keep driving forward.
Who was against action being taken?
Well, I don't want to point fingers because everybody was doing their best.
Which government department significantly was against action being taken?
Well, for instance, the reluctance to get the Cobra machine going. We've seen some of the evidence of certain individuals thinking that we were overreacting or the world had gone mad. There was a delay, an inexplicable delay at the centre to the publication of the action plan, which came on the 3rd, and we've seen some evidence of why that happened. So there's various examples of it, but I basically felt that I had to drive this thing forward, and I felt that sense of responsibility. Of course, and of course, I understand that now that some people, reacted in the way that they did, but it was. But it was a time of enormous uncertainty and a time when I just felt we needed to keep driving this system forward.
We will look at some of the areas, and indeed, in fact, all the areas that you've identified, Mr. Hancock, where there may have been evidence of the government machine being delayed or of action not being taken when it could reasonably have been taken. May the inquiry presume and conclude from what you've said about the difficulties in getting the government machine going, that there were these instances of people pushing back or not doing perhaps what they should have done, that by and large there was overall, therefore, an avoidable delay.
Well,
between the beginning of February, and we'll look now at the material that was available to you and to the machine, and the lockdown decision of the 23rd of March. It just didn't have to have been that long.
Can I answer that question contemporaneously and then with hindsight? Contemporaneously, people were doing their jobs to the best of their ability. The Cabinet Secretary had a reason for not wanting to call a Cobra unnecessarily, and it took 48 hours to persuade him, and that was because he thought they were overused previously. He was worried that it was for use for communications purposes. I did not want it for communications purposes. I wanted it for substantive reasons to get the government machine moving. People had good reasons at the time, and maybe because they weren't faced like I was with the daily evidence of this growing crisis. They simply didn't cotton on to the fact that this enormous wave was coming. So I don't think it's fair to criticise people for making professional judgments at the time. With hindsight, knowing what we know now, it's obvious to everybody that there should have been a whole of government response from earlier, but you've got to remember the fog of uncertainty and the lack of data. And there weren't cases in the UK till the end of January. The first death in the UK, very sadly, in the UK was on the 1st of March. So this was very, very early on.
You have described, Mr. Hancock, how you saw the government machine trying to ramp itself up. You could see the difficulties that on your evidence, the department and yourself encountered. You've given evidence about the instances in which people push back or where there may have been a failure to act reasonably speedily. So you must have been aware, you were the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, that things were not being progressed as you, in your own words, would have wished. So you must have been aware of the delay.
Yes.
I don't. The inquiry has no interest in you trying to, and rightly so, not identify individuals to blame. But you must have been aware that cross-government, systemically, the United Kingdom government was failing to respond sufficiently, speedily and well in this crisis. It's not a matter of hindsight. You could see it happening at the time.
Well, I found frustrations in areas I wanted to push forward at the time. The evidence I'm giving is that now, having seen it from the inside, in many cases, people had reasonable arguments for why they were doing that. They were behaving professionally. There was, of course, also this very unpleasant, toxic culture. But I think that became a problem later rather than early on. I think it was just reasonable people doing their jobs, saying, really? There are known costs to the things that I was trying to do and unknown benefits, because at this point it might still have all been contained within China. So people saying, are you sure you want to do this? Do we really want to tell the public we might shut down whole cities? Well, yes, I did want to do that. But I can I'm just trying to empathise with why people reacted the way that they did at the time.
Now, you've mentioned plans, and the lack of planning is an important part of the inquiry's examination of this area. In your statement, and you've acknowledged it already, you observe that there was no book or report to pull off a shelf to tell us how to handle a pandemic. But in a WhatsApp message from you to Mr. Cummings on the 12th of March, can we have 48313, page 68? In the context, Mr. Hancock, to put this in its correct context, watching Question Time, we need to up gear on winning the public argument. So it's in the context of the debate that was then rumbling on, in fact, about reasonable worst-case scenario, herd immunity, behavioural fatigue, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
You say we are better prepared than other countries. By the 12th of March, you were surely aware that we were not better prepared than other countries. There was, and you've acknowledged it already, a complete understanding that there was no scaled-up test, trace, isolate, contact isolate system beyond the first few hundred cases. There was no effective means of infection control. There was no border plans or quarantine system in place. You knew there was sustained community transmission in the United Kingdom by this date, and you knew that the infection fatality rate was 1%. 1% of all infected people would die. Why did you say we are better prepared than other countries?
Well, I think there's two ways to answer that question. The first is this is about a communications question, and the 12th of March was the end of the period in which we were concerned about the timing of lockdown and making sure that we didn't go too early. And I changed my view on that on the 13th.
Can I which being polite, just interrupt you there to say, is that a reference to the debate which rumbled on, in fact, for quite some time, about the risk of going too early in terms of any countermeasures that might be implied?
Yes, and for instance, I look back on the interview I gave on Sunday morning of the 1st of March, when I said, of course, there's a risk of going too early, and the interviewer said, yes, well, of course, we all understand that. So this was a widely shared belief that, in hindsight, was wrong, because our doctrine was wrong, as we discussed in the first module. And so this is a comms recommendation to the guy responsible for comms in number 10. As it happened, what I think this actually shows is the end of the road for this argument. This argument that we didn't need to move, we should wait, it was better to wait. This argument came to its end essentially at this point.
The point about it being a communications debate is well made. You're obviously being asked in the context of watching Question Time.
Yeah.
But your evidence so far, Mr. Hancock, has been very much the effect of the DHSC was a siren voice calling for more to be done, for trying to push the government machine on. But by the 12th of March, as you knew very well, the United Kingdom government had reached the end, even by that late stage, of the containment phase of the strategy. The virus was rife. Should you not have been taking this opportunity to tell your colleagues in government, telling the public, telling the citizens of this nation, this wall of death is coming, and we have no effective means to deal with it other than to impose infection control measures urgently and significantly.
Well, in my public communications, you will know that I had at that point been explaining that we might have to do that, yes. But I'm also a team player, and the government position was not yet. So this was a message about how to best explain the government position of not yet. But as I say, the position of not yet was running to the end of its road, and it was on the very next day that I first told the Prime Minister that I thought that we needed to lock down.
Was that the 13th of March?
Correct.
It's not in your diary, so-called, I should say, Mr. Hancock. The entry for the 13th of March makes no reference to you telling the Prime Minister this vital piece of information that he should lock down immediately. There is a whole page on how you woke up for the dawn flight to Belfast in Edinburgh Airport.
Yeah.
There was, from the Prime Ministerial meeting, Prime Ministerial papers, a video call, 9:30 that morning, and according to your book, you say, I called the Prime Minister and told him we'd have to do some very rapid backpedalling on the issue of herd immunity.
Yeah.
Then rang Patrick, who promised to do his best to repair the damage.
Yeah.
You then met with First Minister in Belfast. You then went to Cardiff, and so on.
Yes.
Telling the Prime Minister of this country for the first time that he had to call an immediate lockdown is surely worthy of some recollection, is it not?
I didn't have full access to my papers for writing of that, and this came to light in researching the papers ahead of this inquiry. This is, after all, the formal public inquiry. What then happened is that was on the 13th, which was the Friday. On the 14th, we then had formal meetings in the cabinet room on this subject, and I again made my views very clear. But if you this shift from we should wait because we've got to get the timing right to we must act now happened quickly. So, for instance, on the 13th of March, there was a G7 call with my, and I was very struck, especially by my Italian opposite number, because they had put in place the lockdown across the whole of Italy by then, and he was describing where they were up to, and it was harrowing.
Forgive me. Your book says the account that follows has been meticulously pieced together from my formal papers, notes, voice memos, my communications, WhatsApps, we know from the press, and it records in 555 pages all the relevant, important events as you saw it concerning the coronavirus response. But there is no reference to you telling the Prime Minister to call for an immediate lockdown on the 13th of March. And you know that there are no notes and no emails in the inquiry's possession, because we've given them to you, that records that conversation. So I am required to ask you, how sure are you that you told the Prime Minister that he had to call for an immediate lockdown in a call on the 13th of March?
I can remember it, and it came to light in looking forward to this inquiry. And what's more, the corroborating evidence, if you like, is that it happened. It is recorded that on the 14th, which was the Saturday, there was significant discussions in number 10, at which I made this case again.
All right. Could we have 48313, page 5, please, on the screen? This is a WhatsApp message between you and Mr. Cummings a bit earlier, Mr. Hancock, on the 23rd of January. Evidence has been given to this inquiry by Mr. Cummings that he WhatsApped you, as we can see there, to ask you to what extent have you investigated preparations for something terrible like Ebola or a flu pandemic. Yes, you say, we have full plans,
Yeah.
plural, up to and including pandemic levels, regularly prepped and refreshed.
Yeah.
So just pausing there, that may give the impression that whatever plans they were, and however deficient or effective they were, they had been recently, because of the word refreshed, prepped and brought up to date.
Yeah.
Very fairly, you accept in your book and in your statement that the only plan that there was a strategy plan from 2011 in the field of central government response to a pandemic, not NHS surge capacity or beds, but the central government response to a pandemic. There was the 2011 strategy.
Yeah.
A single document based doctrinally on a completely inappropriate approach.
Yeah. This is what I thought at the time, as you can see.
Who told you that?
Public Health England, the World Health Organization.
Just pause there. The World Health Organization doesn't, of course, hold the book for the United Kingdom plans.
No, but it did analysis on which countries are the best prepared, and we were the second overall. So all I can tell you is what I thought at the time. It's not what I think now.
You wouldn't, as the Secretary of State, phoned up the World Health Organization and said, what are our plans? You would have made inquiries in your department.
Yes.
When you made those inquiries, what plans are there?
Yes.
What information, what description of those plans were you given?
Well, it was essentially the output of the Cygnus exercise, the fact that we had legislative plans available if necessary. We had both the legislative vehicle of the 1984 Public Health Act, and we had the draft bill, which by then I will have known about. We had plans to get testing up and running within PHE. Now, that obviously happened far too slowly thereafter. But remember, at this point, PHE had performed extremely well in the early couple of weeks of the pandemic by developing a test within 3 days of receiving the data from China. We had, by then, in the department already discussed the vaccine, and we knew that we had a vaccine platform that had been funded in order to respond to Ebola that had the potential to be used in response to this new virus at Oxford University. With hindsight, it would have been far better if I'd said, I do know about this, I really need your help. The plans that we've got aren't up to it. But that wasn't what I thought, what I was being told at the time.
You're the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care.
Yeah.
The country is facing an unknown but extremely serious pathogenic outbreak on the 23rd of January. Nobody knows how far it's going to spread at that stage, but you plainly need to know what the plans are. My question was put to you to elicit what your understanding was from your staff and your advisors and your officials of the government's central infection control plans.
Yes.
Prosaically, do we shut schools?
Yes.
Do we quarantine people? Do we have hand washing? Do we self-isolate? If so, for how long, and whether is it individually or is it for a household? Those sorts of issues. So not pandemic bill proposals.
Why not?
Well,
It's important as well.
Mr. Hancock, because that is not the question I've asked you. I want to know about what your understanding was of the state of play of the countermeasures. That's to say, the infection control measures, not vaccine proposals or Cygnus reports, which didn't deal, of course, with countermeasures, or legislative proposals, but prosaically, how, as a country, are we going to stop the virus from spreading if it comes?
There's a number of things in your question I need to correct. Cygnus was involved with legislative proposals.
I suggested it wasn't involved with proposals for countermeasures. It didn't propose particular countermeasures in its recommendations.
The Cygnus was, contrary to your initial question, involved in legislative proposals. Furthermore, legislative proposals are countermeasures because you can't isolate people against their will without legislation. So this attempt in the questioning to split off different parts of the overall response is false. That's why I'm responding in the way that I am to your question. The premise of the question was wrong. The reason that I held this confident view at that point is because, for instance, the Global Health Security Index in 2019 said that we were the second best country prepared in the world after the US, and that we were the best in the world in the subcategory of rapid response to and mitigation of the spread of an epidemic. The WHO said the UK remains amongst the leaders worldwide in preparing for a pandemic. This all turned out not to be true, but it is what I was being told at the time.
All right. On the 6th of February 2020, there was a cabinet meeting, Mr. Hancock. 56137, page 6. Concluding, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care said he was grateful for the support of his ministerial colleagues. There were 2 cases in the United Kingdom. They were, of course, as you've correctly identified, on the 30th and 31st of January. And there would almost certainly be more. The approach to tackling the virus in the United Kingdom to date had been medic-led. The central point, according to these minutes, Mr. Hancock, that you then make is that the government had a plan to deal with this illness.
Yes.
You didn't, in fact, within the Department of Health and Social Care, commission until the 10th of February the plan, the battle plan as you describe it in your statement, or the action plan as it was published on the 3rd of March. And therefore, what plan was it that you were referring your cabinet colleagues to deal with the illness?
Well, firstly, we had the pandemic flu strategy set out in 2011. But by this point, we had a whole series of different plans for expanding different areas. So we had a plan for the expansion of testing within PHE. Now, that plan did not go fast enough, and I had to take serious action to change that in the middle of March. We had a plan for the development of a vaccine, and we'd already put extra funds into the development of a vaccine by this point. We had a whole series of plans. In a number of questions, you've said there was an absence of a plan. That is not true. There was a plan. In fact, there was a plan with detail on a whole different series of areas. My critique of the plan is that it was not an adequate plan in doctrine or in level of detail, and it's absolutely incumbent on this inquiry to get to the substance of what the future plan should be, and it's that substance that really matters. So we had a plan. It was guided by the science. By this point, I was much more worried that on the 23rd of January, and really it was over the last week of January that my worry levels changed categorically because we saw the reasonable worst-case scenario, and I remember that meeting very vividly. That was at the end of January. You'll also notice in here that I said in the reasonable worst-case scenario, we'd see almost every government department affected. Well, that was an understatement. I shouldn't have said almost. And that colleagues should attend personally or designate a junior minister who was dedicated to this task. Dedicated. So this is clearly me saying to the rest of my cabinet colleagues, we're all going to have to get stuck in on this. And yes, we did have a plan. It is entirely reasonable for me to both explain that we had a plan, indeed plans in place, but also critique for the future where those plans were flawed.
One further question on this topic, please, Mr. Hancock. On the 14th of February 2020, so a week or so later, we needn't put the document up, but at page 7 of the Cabinet minutes, or the note of the meeting, again, your Cabinet colleagues are told the government had a plan informed by science.
Yes.
Helen McNamara has given evidence to the effect through her witness statement that time and time again, Cabinet was assured that, quote, we had plans in place. You have described the vaccine preparation work. that what was done, and we'll come to the detail of it in due course, what was done by way of testing. But so that we can clearly understand your response, are you saying that there was, throughout February, already in place a plan for countermeasures, that is to say, infection control measures, the sorts of measures which were ultimately put into place on the 12th of March, the 16th of March, the 20th of March, and the 23rd of March?
I'm so sorry. We didn't put measures into place on the 12th of March.
12th of March was the first day on which measures were put into place. You'll recall it was the order for symptomatic individuals to isolate for 7 days.
The measures that were put in place were much more stringent than had been envisaged in the original plan.
Could you please just answer the question? Were there, as far as you understood it, on the advice of your advisors and your colleagues, plans for countermeasures, for infection control measures in existence and informed to the Cabinet in February 2020?
There was a plan as set out and based on the 2011 pandemic flu plan, updated with the conclusions of Cygnus. And in Module 1, we discussed at length the flaws in that plan. The argument there wasn't a plan is false. Indeed, I've heard a number of Cabinet Office figures argue that there wasn't a plan. If you look at the 28th of February submission to the Prime Minister by CCS, it sets out that we have very advanced plans. In fact, it is much too bullish and self-confident, that note. And the idea that it was wrong to suggest that we had a plan is completely false. I appreciate that some people in the Cabinet Office did then later catch up with the seriousness of the situation and become rather alarmed. I think that their reaction when they finally woke up, in some cases, was helpful because the machine ground into action. In some cases, it was not particularly helpful because it would have been better if they'd said, we now realise there's a problem, what have you been doing about it, as opposed to the toxic blame culture that we've seen and referred to already.
Milady, I'm coming to a completely different subject. Would you like to have a break then, or would you like me to trundle on?
No. I shall return at 20 past. Mr. Keith.
Mr. Hancock, the different issue, the new issue, is asymptomatic transmission.
Is it possible to add one small coda to an answer which I gave just before?
By all means.
Because you were questioning me about my call to the Prime Minister on the 13th of March and the fact that this wasn't in my book. Since I wrote that book, further evidence has come to light because I've been preparing for the inquiry. And if you look at INQ 000226628, you will, for instance, see an email from me to the Prime Minister on the 13th of March arguing for a suppression strategy and indeed making the case that we should make the argument globally for a suppression strategy because of the international exposure of the UK. So there is hard evidence that came to light since I wrote the book, which explains why I've been able to expand further on this period in my testimony.
Mr. Hancock, the inquiry is well aware of that email. There is an email to the Prime Minister, and there are a series of WhatsApps on the 13th and 14th of March in which you attempt to corral support for a global strategy of eradicating the virus.
Yes.
In that email on the 13th of March, to which you wish us to have regard, do you use the word immediate or lockdown?
I don't have it in front of me.
Do you use the word immediate or lockdown?
I don't have it in front of me.
All right. Asymptomatic transmission. The great importance of asymptomatic transmission is that until you know whether or not transmission is asymptomatic, you cannot work out from the number of people who are hospitalized and from the number of those persons who are hospitalized who may die, what the full extent of the viral spread is. Because if you're asymptomatic, you may transmit the virus without showing symptoms, and therefore it's impossible to know, unless you mass test the whole population, who has got the virus. So you can't work out what proportion will be hospitalized, what proportion will die. You can't see the scale of the problem. And in your witness statement, you say, my single greatest regret is not pushing harder for asymptomatic transmission to be the baseline assumption. You say global scientific consensus reflected in the global scientific advice from the World Health Organization until April 2020 was that there was no asymptomatic transmission. That's what you say in your statement, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. In your diaries, and we'll just very quickly, in your book, page 2, you say, and it's quite difficult to see the...
Page 22, I think.
No, it's page 2 of our document, Mr. Hancock.
Oh, I see.
We've transcribed the relevant extracts into a separate document. PHE is adamant that a coronavirus can't be passed on and the tests don't work on people without symptoms. On pages 2 to 3 of this document, the 27th of January, I pushed him, that's Professor Sir Chris Whitty, on my worries about asymptomatic transmission. He said that the global scientific consensus is still that this is unlikely, but is unlikely enough. If you can get it, pass it on and show no symptoms, it will be impossible to manage.
Yes.
And on the 29th of January, page 4 of our document, you say, feeling like a broken record, you push PHE about asymptomatic transmission.
Yes.
And it is correct to say that in your book for the 3rd of April, you note the publication by the World Health Organization of a report dated the 2nd of April, in which there is reference to evidence of documented asymptomatic transmission.
Isn't that a CDC note, not a WHO note?
Yes, in fact, there are both. But yes, your book may refer to the CDC, but the World Health Organization restated the position 2 days before on the 2nd of April, or a day before. So your regret appears to be that you were told, and certainly did not understand, but because you weren't told, that there was likely to be, or there may have been, asymptomatic transmission at an early enough stage when it really, really mattered. Is that the number?
Yes.
All right. There was a meeting on the 27th of January.
Yep.
106067, page 1. Where the chief medical officer says, the CMO commented that previously our best understanding was that the virus was unlikely to transmit whilst patients were asymptomatic, but this is unable to be definitive. There is still a lack of clarity over what the Chinese official position is. CMO would expect that very symptomatic persons would be more likely to transmit the virus, and then CMO was confident but could not guarantee that asymptomatic persons would be less contagious than heavily symptomatic persons. If you could just hold that paragraph in your mind, Mr. Hancock, and we'll look at a meeting the next day, the 28th of January, 233747, page 2. Second bullet point. CMO commented that today's data appears slightly less reassuring than yesterday's, but the positive is that there has been no sustained transmission out of China. CMO commented that we cannot fully understand whether the measures imposed by China have had any significant impact in delaying transmission. And I think if we scroll back out, there is then a reference to Germany. In this long page, I'm unlikely to be able to find it.
CMO commented that there's now credible evidence of asymptomatic transmission within Germany.
Thank you very much. It's about a third to half the way down the page. If we could just scroll in on that. CMO commented there's now credible evidence of asymptomatic transmission within Germany. PHE reiterated there is no test for asymptomatic patients, and this would not be possible without invasive tests. And I apologise again to you, Mr. Hancock, if you could just bear that document in mind. And then we'll look at a SAGE meeting of the 4th of February, 51925, page 3, paragraph 19. Asymptomatic transmission cannot be ruled out, and transmission from mildly symptomatic individuals is likely. And I'm going to summarise the remainder of the material bar 1. There's a nerve tag meeting on the 21st of February, 119469, page 6. Page 6, paragraph 3.4. The evidence suggests Professor John Edmonds commented on this after the meeting, taking into account the issue of asymptomatic cases, where the evidence suggests that 40% of virologically confirmed cases are asymptomatic. And that is, of course, in the context of the virus at large, but in particular, its spread in Singapore, South Korea, and Japan. So that material, together, Mr. Hancock, with another SAGE meeting in the 4th of February, tends to suggest that what the issue was whether or not there was a significant level of transmissibility in persons who were asymptomatic, that is to say, showing no symptoms. Putting it another way, if they're not symptomatic, they're not showing symptoms, then their transmissibility, the degree of contagion or contagiousness, is likely to be lower. This material doesn't say in terms there is no asymptomatic transmission. It simply says it reflects the developing learning. It's not likely, but it becomes increasingly likely, and indeed, by the nerve tag meeting the 21st of February, there is clear material to suggest there is asymptomatic transmission.
Yes.
In relation to the virus and its application abroad. So what were you told about that degree of difference? Were you told there is no asymptomatic transmission, which is what you appear to have been told?
Yeah.
Or were you told it's very difficult to be sure, there are no certainties in this sphere, but it's possible and then likely to be asymptomatic transmission? And of course, ultimately, as you know very well, a precautionary approach is applied. We can't take the risk that there isn't. We better work on the premise that there is.
Yes. So this
I apologise for referring.
No, it's an incredibly important subject. This was a deep frustration to me at the time, and it is, as I said, my single greatest regret with hindsight was not pushing on this harder, and ultimately not overruling the formal scientific advice that I was receiving. So there's only one thing in your summary that I would challenge, which is that the WHO statement of the 2nd of April that you referred to, in fact said, and I quote, no documented asymptomatic transmission. It was then on the 3rd of April that the CDC came forward with a survey which demonstrated to a point of scientific clarity that there was highly likely to be asymptomatic transmission. And it was that CDC document, and I remember it very clearly at the time, that was instrumental in then changing the scientific evidence that underpinned the policy advice in the UK. So I was aware from very early on of the concerns that there may be asymptomatic transmission. As you've noted, I raised the question on the 27th of January. I also discussed the question with Jens Spahn, my opposite number in Germany, to whom I was close. I asked the Director General of the WHO about the evidence from China, and he described the Chinese reports, which I'd seen in newspapers, but also came formally through a diptel, although I don't recall seeing the diptel at the time. He described those as a translation error, and I was within the UK system, they were also described to me as a translation error. So I was aware of this from January. I understood the implications of significant asymptomatic transmission, and my recollection is I kept on pushing on this question in January and February especially. It became the settled international view that policy should be based on an assumption of the transmission mechanism of SARS-CoV-1, i.e. SARS, as it's commonly known, because there was not scientifically robust information to contradict that. And here is an example of where the scientific method, which I enormously respect, comes into challenge in a period of enormous change and uncertainty. Because the scientists, to be able to base policy on a different assumption, wanted concrete, scientifically credible evidence. And what I had was essentially anecdotal evidence. And it was only when the CDC had performed this formal study, which they published on the 3rd of April, that the scientific establishment switched position. It's understandable the scientists base their advice on the scientific method. And so it is a problem, because there are other examples, without wishing to go on too long, there are other examples, like in the discovery of treatments and the ruling out of treatments like hydroxychloroquine, where some countries moved policy ahead of a formal scientific conclusion and got it wrong, because the science actually, if you waited for the scientific method to be applied, you got, in that case, the answer that hydroxychloroquine didn't make a difference. So the scientific method matters, but it delayed the formal scientific advice telling us that we should base policy on an assumption that there can be asymptomatic transmission. I'm sorry that's a long answer, but it's a very, very important subject.
Indeed. My question was framed exclusively about your understanding.
Yes.
In your book, you repeatedly state you were told that the coronavirus can't be passed on by somebody without symptoms.
Yes. And that the previous 6 coronaviruses known to infect humans did not transmit asymptomatically. In evidence today, you have acknowledged that there were concerns that there may be asymptomatic transmission. Yes. I had them. And if you just allow me. Sorry. And in your statement, you say it's your single greatest regret that you didn't push harder back against the notion, by implication, that you were told there was no asymptomatic transmission. Yes. The two cannot live together. Either you were told and you didn't understand, to the contrary, you were told there is no asymptomatic transmission, or you were told of concerns that there may be asymptomatic transmission, and those concerns crystallized over time. Which is it? I have explained, and I'll try to do a better job of explaining. Well, no, no, Mr. Hancock, please, if you would bear with us. Which of those is the correct position? What was your understanding? It's one or the other? No, it isn't one or the other. That's what I was going to explain. Okay? I will give you my evidence of what I knew at the time and felt at the time and understood at the time. In late January, I became aware of concerns that there may have been asymptomatic transmission from China, from Germany. I challenged the system on whether there was or not. What came back was that, yes, there was anecdotal evidence that there may have been asymptomatic transmission, but that we should not base policy on that assumption. Instead, this is what was said to me, the reasonable assumption should be made that COVID transmits as SARS did. And if you read, for instance, the 2nd of April document on transmission advice and guidance for care homes, in it, PHE explicitly state that policy is based on an assumption that transmission of COVID follows the same transmission mechanism as SARS because there is not yet enough reliable evidence to update that assumption. So that is why what you think are two incompatible statements are both true. We were worried about the anecdotal evidence. I was worried about it from January. And there was some evidence of it, often caveated, often with unlikely, written by it. But policy was based on an assumption that COVID transmitted the same way as SARS, i.e. no asymptomatic transmission. That was a source of frustration to me, but I couldn't get PHE to change it because it was a clinical, scientific decision, and I was the Secretary of State. The frustration I had is that with hindsight, I should have simply said, that may be your scientific evidence and advice to me. However, we shall base policy on an assumption that there is asymptomatic transmission. There would have been downsides to that assumption, and there's reasons that we didn't do that. But essentially, my hunch, which was that there is, I should have used that to overrule the science. But you can understand why I did that on a couple of occasions, and we can go through those if you like. For instance, the returners from Wuhan, which are required to be quarantined, when the scientific advice was don't quarantine them. But that is what explains the apparent incompatibility with the statements that you set out, and that is both the evidence at the time and how I feel about it now.
In any event, it was obvious, wasn't it, from the lockdown in Italy, in the 11 municipalities to which you refer in your statement on the 21st of February,
yeah,
and the data from the Diamond Princess outbreak, the cruise ship on which there were UK nationals, that there was actually very significant asymptomatic transmission. So would you agree that certainly by those dates, 22nd of February, the lockdown in Italy, and the Diamond Princess data of mid-February, that there was clear asymptomatic transmission?
No, I would say that with hindsight, that is now obvious. At the time, there was a fog of uncertainty over this question, as is clear in all of the documentation that you've cited.
Your department received reports showing from the Diamond Princess outbreak that around 18% of the people infected on board that boat, and it was a closed environment, you'll recall, had showed no symptoms. It was in the press, it's referred to in SAGE memoranda. It was obvious there was asymptomatic transmission.
So why couldn't I get PHE to change the scientific advice to base the assumption of transmission on asymptomatic transmission as opposed to symptomatic transmission? I hope you can understand how frustrating this was. The answer to that question, here I'm putting myself, because I was in the pro let's worry about asymptomatic transmission camp. The frustration was that understandably, from their point of view, and here I'm putting myself in their shoes, the PHE scientists said, we have not got concrete evidence. The WHO, 2nd of April, no documented asymptomatic transmission. So the international scientific consensus was that there is no documented asymptomatic transmission. Therefore, policy was based on the assumption that COVID transmitted as SARS. I had, by this stage, a significant amount of anecdotal evidence, and hence I've gone over this and over this and over this in my mind. If I had just said the science is different, that would not have carried the system with me, because I'm the representative of the people, if you like. I'm as the Secretary of State, and the scientific advice was very clear to the contrary. What I could have done was said, I don't, that may be the formal scientific advice. I am overruling it and saying instead we're going to assume asymptomatic transmission. That would have had risks on the other side of assuming spread where it may have been unlikely to happen. But with hindsight, of course, I wish I'd done that. Hence, it is my single biggest regret. But what I'm trying to do is explain.
Mr. Hancock, it's perfectly understandable. You would wish to answer at length on this important issue, but could I invite you just please to stick to the question?
Sure.
229430, page 2, is a message between the government's chief scientific advisor and the chief medical officer on the 24th of July, where Sir Patrick Vallon says, why the Prime Minister and Matt Hancock saying we didn't know about asymptomatic transmission? Chris Whitty, I have no idea. We didn't know how important they were, that is correct, but we were aware of the possibility. But it is correct, we thought transmission was most likely after symptoms, like SARS. Not by March. I think we were pretty clear that we thought there was asymptomatic transmission. We'll have to put up with quite a bit of this, just as well the Sage minutes are public domain. And that's a reference, Mr. Hancock, to the material which I've summarised for you.
Do you know who unknown is?
Yeah, unknown, as I've said, is Sir Patrick Vallance.
Okay.
The first entry is Sir Patrick Vallance. So would you acknowledge that the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor are stating there that they did know and they told you and the Prime Minister about the significance of asymptomatic transmission and the degree of it, and they are confounded by the notion that you and the Prime Minister are now apparently saying you didn't know about it?
We're not apparently saying anything. We are clearly stating the position that was put to us as the scientific position, based on the global international scientific position, which was to base policy on an assumption of no asymptomatic transmission as set out by PHE. That is what is being referred to in the first of these messages. And I assume this is a shorthand from Patrick Vallance saying, why is PM and Matt Hancock saying we didn't know? What we were saying was the error was that the scientific advice required or formally advised that policy should be based on an assumption of no asymptomatic transmission. And the problem here in this exchange is demonstrated by the words pretty clear. We were pretty clear that we thought, right? If the government chief scientific advisor knew, as opposed to was pretty clear and thought, then that may have changed the UK scientific position. But he didn't know. As we've seen, there was huge uncertainty. I'm not blaming him at all for this. There was huge uncertainty on this question. And it is deeply frustrating to me now, and it was deeply frustrating to me at the time, that being pretty clear was not good enough to change the scientific advice I was receiving on which to base policy.
All right. In any event, your witness statement acknowledges that the importance of this debate is that if you don't know the extent of asymptomatic transmission, you can't get a handle on the extent of the virus and therefore what proportion of persons infected will die, because you don't know how many people at the base level have got the infection who don't die. And you make the suggestion in your witness statement that what could have been done in light of what you say is the lack of knowledge about the extent of asymptomatic transmission, is apply a precautionary approach.
Yes.
That is to say, simply state as a matter of internal policy or approach.
Yes.
We don't know the extent of asymptomatic transmission. We may not know for some time. So why don't we just apply a careful precautionary approach, which is assume that it is at a significant level. In fact, it turned out to be between 30 and 34%, but you could take any level, 20, 25, 30%, and then decide upon the countermeasures that are necessary to be able to meet that threat in terms of infection control. I apologise for the long preamble. The stage was reached, wasn't it, in early March, around about the 10th and the 11th, that regardless of the science on asymptomatic transmission, that was the correct approach. You simply had to plan on the basis that it was, regardless of how strong the science was. So did it matter, ultimately, given that you did apply a precautionary approach?
This question did matter. It is not fair to say that the scientists knew for sure about this by mid-March. It's just not. That's not how they. That's not how it was represented.
I've not asked you about that. I've asked you: does it matter that there was a debate, regardless of whether you were told or not, about the degree of asymptomatic transmission?
Yes.
If sensibly, the point was reached at which you just had to plan on the basis that there was, and decide what appropriate countermeasures could be promulgated and applied.
But that isn't what happened.
Well, Mr. Cummings' evidence is to this inquiry that by the 11th of March, it was generally understood that a large percentage was being transmitted asymptomatically. And in any event, the planning material, the reasonable worst case scenario approach, presumed that there would be a high degree of asymptomatic transmission. So did it matter?
Well, that is not accurate, as much of that particular witness's evidence is not accurate. That is not accurate in all areas. And that's the problem. I took the precautionary principle, in some cases overruling the scientific advice on the precautionary side. I mentioned, for instance, when we brought people back from Wuhan in late January, early February, the scientific advice from PHE was that they did not need to be quarantined, and I overruled that and said that they needed to be quarantined based on the precautionary principle. And this is, but then until the CDC evidence on the 3rd of April, there were decisions taken based on the PHE assumption of no asymptomatic transmission. Now, not all. And in some, in the case of lockdown, the asymptomatic or non-asymptomatic route of transmission wasn't really discussed. It was clear that the cases were going up and we needed to take action. The route of transmission for that decision was a second-order consideration, but it was a primary consideration in some other areas, and on those, the official advice remained as it was until the 3rd of April.
Had you understood, and had it been widely understood, that there was significant asymptomatic transmission earlier, what measures might have been available and might have been considered to be applied? You expressed this as being your greatest single regret.
Yes.
What wasn't done on account of what you say was the information that you were not provided with? What practical countermeasures might have been available which were not appreciated because of this fallacy?
Well, for instance, in the guidance to care homes on discharge from hospital...
No, I've asked you about countermeasures in the context of infection control in March. I'm not talking about discharge from hospital. I'm talking about what policies in terms of preventing the spread of the infection around the United Kingdom, in response to which the government did, of course, impose measures on the 12th, the 16th, the 20th and 23rd of March, ultimately.
Yeah.
What measures might have been applied differently had this misunderstanding, to use a neutral expression, not arisen?
I don't think it would have made a difference to those specific decisions. I think it made a difference in terms of how infection prevention and control was done within health and care settings.
That's very clear. How much time, if you like, doctrinally was given to this debate as the government machine trundled on in February and March?
Ironically, in this case, not enough. If the chief scientific advisor's view, as expressed later in July in that WhatsApp exchange with the chief medical officer, if there had been a successful engagement between his view then, as in we pretty much knew, and the PHE scientists who were making the recommendations for policy within health and care settings. If there'd been better engagement there, for instance, then the scientific advice might, I don't know, we can't be sure, might have been different. If, for instance, the evidence I've now seen, which I wasn't aware of at the time, amongst some of the most eminent scientists in the UK, like Professor Ferguson and Professor Edmonds and others, that they had a higher degree of confidence that there was asymptomatic transmission. If that had been successfully promulgated to the World Health Organization, then we may have had a difference in the advice coming from the WHO. So we needed actually more debate about this, not less.
Why was that crucial information, if, as you've described it, not promulgated to you? SAGE existed to provide the United Kingdom government with scientific advice. They were contributors to SAGE. They communicated regularly within and without SAGE with Professor Sir Chris Whitty, who, together with Sir Patrick Vallance, spoke to you and your officials on a daily basis.
Yes. And
why did you not know this?
I knew what they knew, and I read the SAGE minutes. And as you'll see, the SAGE minutes and the various other things that I did see at the time clearly state that there may be, or there is likely some, or there are all sorts of formulations of, in a fog of uncertainty, but it was all essentially unproven anecdote.
Can I pause you there, Mr. Hancock? You appeared to give the suggestion that the information that you were given was itself contained within a fog of uncertainty. I've put to you the NERVTAG meeting of the 21st of February stated the evidence suggests that 40% of virologically confirmed cases are asymptomatic. That's not much of a fog, is it?
I didn't see that evidence.
119469, paragraph 3.4, page 6. This was the reference to John Edmonds on NERVTAG. We looked at it about 10 minutes ago. Oh, you say you didn't see it at the time?
NERVTAG, no.
Right.
I saw SAGE minutes, not NERVTAG minutes.
All right. There was another related issue, and you've referred to this in the context of the policy of discharging patients from hospital, and that's the testing for asymptomatic patients.
Just before we say,
yes.
to make sure, just to give one final point of evidence on this contradistinction between what some of the scientists were saying and the scientific advice on which some of the policy was based. On the 24th of March, so later than these times we were discussing, PHE describes anecdotal cases of asymptomatic transmission, but concludes these, and now I quote, do not provide evidence for asymptomatic transmission. So that is the evidence that's being provided to me as conclusive. So I'm saying anecdotage and unconfirmed data about this. Through this period, I'm constantly pushing, as I was from January, for a conclusive science. And PHE's advice to me is these do not provide evidence for asymptomatic transmission. So that is why there's an apparent distinction here, and it is frustrating this wasn't cleared up earlier.
Is the nub of it that you appear to be suggesting now that you placed, understandably, it's a related agency, you placed greater weight upon what you were being told by PHE, perhaps formally, than the information which was being relayed both directly and indirectly, routed through NERVTAG, SAGE, the CMO and the GCSA to central government?
It's a very good question. Did I place greater weight on it? I'm not sure I saw it like that. I saw inconclusive evidence on the one hand and categoric conclusions based on the scientific method, i.e., this is unproven, on the other.
All right.
And those only finally got resolved at the very start of April with the CDC evidence.
On the 11th of March at a cabinet meeting, 56132, page 4, you said unless individuals were symptomatic, there was no point in being tested.
Yeah.
Test would not work. SAGE and not NERVTAG, but SAGE, the official advisory body for scientific body for emergencies, which was the sole route of scientific advice for the government, had reported on the 28th of January, 61510, page 3, paragraph 8, specific tests should be ready by the end of the week with capacity to run 400 to 500 tests. Sensitivity of tests unclear, particularly in early phases of illness or when symptoms are mild. Currently, it would not be useful to test asymptomatic individuals, as a negative test result could not be interpreted with certainty.
Yeah.
The point made by SAGE, and it's apparent also from Sir Patrick Valence's diaries and from WhatsApps between the CMO and the GCSA, is that the scientific evidence was saying you can test for asymptomatic individuals. And of course, you knew very well that contact tracing for the first few hundred individuals for travellers and index cases requires testing of everybody, whether they're asymptomatic or not.
Yeah.
But that there were real problems with the certainty of the outcome.
Correct.
Because you couldn't be certain that the negative test result, if that's what it was accurate.
Yes.
But you told Cabinet,
yes,
there is no point in being tested. The test would not work.
Yes.
There is a difference there, Mr. Hancock.
Yes.
Why was there a difference?
Well, being told that the test would not work is the advice that I received from PHE from January. As it happened, I said a moment ago, I saw the SAGE minutes. I saw the SAGE minutes from some time into the crisis. I did not see the very early SAGE minutes.
Can I just pause you there? But you, of course, accept that the Chief Medical Officer's evidence, which is that anything that was important from SAGE was relayed to you at the multitude of meetings which...
yes, but not in terms of linguistic analysis. And that is what this debate and discussion comes down to, and the misunderstanding that the government chief scientific advisor had as in his, which came to the fore in his evidence on this point. If I can just set out the position as I saw it. Apropos this SAGE conclusion, PHE stated clearly that the tests could not work to identify that people are negative. And that happened in early January, that advice. And the reason it was important at the time for policy reasons was about testing at the border. There was a debate about testing at the border. I said, why don't we test at the border? And PHE correctly said, if we test at the border, we will not find people because the tests are unlikely to be sensitive, as it says here, on people with who are asymptomatic. And so I described tests will not work in the context of testing people who don't have symptoms in order to prove that they are negative of coronavirus. Of course, if a test has any sensitivity at all, then it may find some people who are asymptomatic where contact tracing can be useful. In that context, tests can work, but they cannot be described as working for the purpose of ruling that somebody is negative of coronavirus.
All right. You accept that there was an important difference between, you described it as linguistic, but there is an important difference between being told that a test has concerns about the level of certainty and being told that a test, quote, to use your words, if the Cabinet minutes are right, does not work.
Yes, it does not work for what purpose? That's the key thing.
How could, on this vital issue, because as you recognise, testing of asymptomatic patients became hugely vital to the discharge of patients from hospital,
yes,
and to the spread of the virus around the care sector, adult care sector.
Yes.
How, on this hugely important issue, could that distinction, that difference of understanding, have resulted?
Well, let me explain.
Actually, don't worry, Mr. Hancock. I'm not sure this is a point worth pursuing, Mr. Keith. I think Mr. Hancock's given his explanation, right, which is he doesn't accept the meaning that he would attribute to his comments is the meaning you suggested.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
Now, we've been exploring, Mr. Hancock, some of the areas, asymptomatic transmission, the testing, what was said about the DHSC and its response, because, as you know very well, Mr. Cummings, Sir Patrick Vallance in his diaries, Helen McNamara have made reference to you lying, to you getting overexcited and just saying stuff, that you say things which surprise people because they knew the evidence base wasn't there. Out of fairness to you, and because this is a vital issue that goes to how well the system of government was operating, you being, as you describe in your book, in the hot seat, how could, to a significant extent, important government advisors and officials have concluded that the Secretary of State for Health, in the maw of this public health crisis, in the maw of the beast, was a liar?
Well, I was not. You will note that there's no evidence from anybody who I worked with in the department or the health system who supported that, those false allegations. And indeed, where there have been specifics attached to any of those allegations, I've gone through them, and I'd be very happy to answer questions on any of them. And then in a couple of occasions, there were general sweeping allegations which had no evidence whatsoever. In one case, the witness said, I haven't got this in black and white. Well, of course not, because it wasn't true. And in another case, the witness said the accountability and governance arrangements didn't pick this up. Well, they didn't because, again, the allegation wasn't true. What there was a great deal of hard work on our side and a toxic culture that we had to work with, which seemed to want to find people to blame rather than spend all of their effort solving the problems. And it's, you know, maybe, as I've said before, I drove the system hard. Sometimes the people I was trying to push into action didn't think the action was necessary. And that's already been very clear. I didn't know about most of this at the time. I knew that it was difficult getting stuff through the centre, but nobody expressed any of these things to my face.
Mr. Cummings was not one of the people who, against whom it might be said that he was resisting the government machine being moved onwards, because the evidence plainly shows that around about the 13th, 14th of March, it was one of the voices calling for more immediate action. But he says, in terms, not just that you lied, but that you were unfit for the job. And as you know, he and Mr. Johnson debated that claim, and there was a debate about you being sacked. The inquiry has no interest in the truth of the allegations. It is impossible for the inquiry to resolve them. But the fact that the Prime Minister, his chief advisor, the Deputy Cabinet Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary all questioned your candour and, in large part, fitness for the job is a vital issue to any examination of how well the system responded. This is an extraordinary state of affairs.
Well, the inquiry can, if it chooses, get to the bottom of each of the specific allegations because they are not true, and I'm very happy to write with an explanation of each and every one of them. Of course, the impact of the toxic culture that essentially was caused by the chief advisor, but that clearly I can now see, not that I knew at the time, others were brought into, that was unhelpful. On the other hand, in the heat of a crisis, people say things, especially on WhatsApp, which is essentially conversational, that they don't, that they may not be their full considered opinion. For instance, the Cabinet Secretary also described me as can do in a note to the Prime Minister. So, I think there's a broader view, and also I got on with him perfectly well through the whole thing, and afterwards, and it's only because of this inquiry that I've seen the language that he was using behind the scenes. So, was this a problem up to a point? What is the lesson for the future? I think, unfortunately, the lesson for the future is systems need to be in place so that if there is a malign actor in number 10...
Do you mean Mr. Cummings?
Well, in this case, that was the example, but there may be in the future. But if there are people whose behaviour is unprofessional, the system needs to be able to work despite that. That's why I think I place reliance on the COBRA system and why I try to use the COBRA system. And I think that that is the repository of emergency response knowledge, understanding, experience within government, and it was the appropriate place to run this response until it became so big that it needed its own systems of decision making. And eventually the COVID-S and COVID-O system was put in place, which is what I'd recommend for the future in an all-engulfing crisis like this. So up to a point it was a problem. Was it unpleasant? Yes. It was unpleasant for a whole load of my staff as well, who was subject to this sort of abuse from the chief advisor. It went wider than I thought at the time, but my job was to lead the health and care system, the whole thing, 1.4 million people in the NHS, over 3 million in social care. And so I just got on with doing that to the best of my ability.
Mr. Hancock, can I interrupt? You said systems need to be in place, and then you spoke about COBRA and COVID-O, COVID-S.
Yes.
That we know did come into place.
Yeah, to a degree.
Right, so what are you suggesting should happen in the future if you have, as you described it, a malign influence?
Well, whether or not you have a malign influence, unfortunately, the system needs to be there in case, irrespective of the personalities of the people who are involved. The way I would recommend it is that when you have a small or medium-sized crisis, the lead government department model works. When a crisis becomes clearly cross-governmental, then you need either the CDL, and the CDL really should be also the Deputy Prime Minister. That is the role. It's how it's normally done. It's how it's done at the moment. Occasionally, the Deputy Prime Minister is another Secretary of State. Far better if CDL. And so you can escalate to a CDL to have a cross-government response, and that would also bring in more senior resource from other departments. Then you can escalate the COBRA system to the Prime Minister, and then the escalation above that is to put in place specific structures, cabinet subcommittees, for response to an all-engulfing crisis. We tried with the MIG process. That was it helped, but it wasn't as good as the COVID-S, COVID-O structure, which I think is the best in class of all my decade in government in terms of how to run a national level response.
Thank you.
I need to ask you about 3 ancillary issues related to the issue of the atmosphere and the operations of number 10, Mr. Hancock. So we're not done with this subject yet, I'm afraid. Firstly, evidence has been given that Mr. Cummings may have exercised an unhealthy degree of influence on the Prime Minister. You may or may not be aware that it is contested evidence. Some witnesses, or one witness has said he did, another witness directly afterwards said he didn't. Are you in a position to comment on that particular aspect? That is to say, whether or not a special advisor exercised too great an influence on the decision-making process. And I invite you, please, to stick to this rigid structural issue. In terms of the decision-making ability of the Prime Minister, was there too great an influence operated?
At times, yes.
Right.
And I'll be very specific about what I thought went wrong. As the COBRA system was running, in February, the Prime Minister's chief advisor decided that he didn't like the COBRA system. That is on the record. And he decided instead to take all of the major daily decisions into his office. And he invited a subset of the people who needed to be there to these meetings. He didn't invite any ministers. He didn't regard ministers as a valuable contribution to any decision-making, as far as I could see in the crisis, or indeed any other time.
So that's the COBRA.
he took the decisions, attempted to take them from the Cobra process to a meeting that he ran daily at 8 a.m. He invited some of the right people, but not all of them. He didn't check with me beforehand and clashed it directly with my daily meeting, which was frustrating because we had a daily meeting in the department to feed into the Prime Minister's meeting at 9:15. The reason these meetings are important is because there is a proper government emergency response system, and it was actively circumvented. And in one of these early meetings, the chief advisor said, decisions don't need to go to the Prime Minister. Now, that is inappropriate in a democracy. And I saw it simply as essentially a power grab, but it definitely got in the way of organising the response for the period it was in operation. It was then replaced with the MIG system, which was better.
We'll come back to that later. So your position is it, and the inquiry asks you, because of course the inquiry asks Mr. Cummings to what extent the view taken by him and others of your unfitness for the job was a matter of atmospherics or toxicity, or whether or not it actually affected the running of the government machine and led to deleterious consequences. Do you assess that generally Mr. Cummings's role, by contrast, of itself had a significant impact on the smooth running or significant operation of the government machine?
Yes, of course.
Right. It may be thought to be rather remarkable, Mr. Hancock, that whilst you couldn't have been unaware of the damage, as you say, being done to the government machine by Mr. Cummings, and he and others, and I emphasise, you've referred to a malign influence, but it's not just Mr. Cummings who questioned your fitness for the job. How could, in the face of this unprecedented crisis, how could this position have been allowed to eventuate? If it was damaging the government's response to matters of life and death, it just couldn't have been allowed to continue, surely.
Yes, it was deeply, deeply frustrating. And on two levels. We've discussed the structural problem, which was essentially an advisor trying to take executive authority away from the Prime Minister for a period until the Cabinet Secretary stopped it and put in place the MIG process. But there was also effectively a cultural problem, which is that there was a culture of fear inculcated by the behaviour of this particular individual. He did, in the middle of this, in the middle of February, effectively cause the resignation of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Previously, just before... it's important. It's important because...
No, Mr. Hancock, please forgive me. The determination of what's important is really for the questioner. If my lady believes that you're answering, I'm preventing you from raising something that's important, she will no doubt correct me.
Yeah.
The issue of the resignation of the Chancellor of the Exchequer doesn't appear to me to be of great moment in the context of the coronavirus response.
It was. Let me explain why.
Well, if you wish to simply state...
Yeah, it was, in just two sentences.
Please, shortly.
It was because it inculcated a culture of fear, whereas what we needed was a culture where everybody was brought to the table and given their heads to do their level best in a once-in-a-generation crisis. The way to lead in a crisis like this is to give people the confidence to do what they think needs to happen, and it caused the opposite of that.
May her ladyship presume from that answer that you would say the same in relation to the way in which Mark Sedwell, the Cabinet Secretary, was treated in May of 2020?
Well, I wasn't involved in that, but it would be far better for the system to have been run in a positive, collaborative spirit as we tried to run the health family. You know, that's not there were tensions within the health system. There were always trade-offs and challenges, but we essentially had a collaborative system where everybody came together and did their level best in a positive spirit. And when something went wrong, we asked how to fix it. And that is how it's the only way to lead very large organisations in a crisis.
Indeed. Now, Ms. Hancock, can we come please to the chronology and your understanding of the crisis faced by the government? Now we've put many of the structural and doctrinal pieces of this jigsaw into place. In your statement, you say that on the 9th of January, you received, because you'd asked for, a full written briefing on the news reports that you'd seen in the press. You made inquiries about, at a very early stage, exercise sickness. You attempted to find out what the basic position was in relation to the vaccines. You spoke to the CMO repeatedly. I don't want to go into the detail of it, but you asked for and received a full written briefing on the 9th of January. But you also say in your statement that you spoke to the Prime Minister in the voting lobby and
Yes.
told him about the new disease. And you, in a later passage in your statement, say you called him directly on at least 4 occasions to try and impress upon him my concerns as to the potential impact from the virus. Do we take from that sentence in your statement that you had repeatedly tried to speak to him about it because you assessed that the seriousness of the position was not being made plain to him? He didn't get the seriousness of the position?
No, in his conversations with me, he always acknowledged the potential seriousness. And at that stage, his response was that I needed to keep an eye on it and do what I thought was necessary. And by the way, I think that was an entirely appropriate response at that very, very early stage. After all, we have these potential pandemic threats all the time. There have been 2 in the last fortnight in the newspapers.
Well, they're your words on at least 4 occasions during January, and so we deduce from that you didn't just mean in that first early week or 10 days, you meant throughout January.
No, I meant until around the middle of January. You know, the time, my view of this moved from being, one of many potential crises that are always on the radar of a health secretary to a full-scale national concern in the middle of January. And you'll know from the evidence that, I think it was the 22nd of January from memory, that Chris Wormold delegated all other responsibilities in the health department other than what was then known as the coronavirus. So we took it very seriously and made it an absolutely number 1 issue from the middle of January.
Right. Mr. Hancock, will you forgive me if I just remind you, please, to keep your answers as concise as you feel you can?
Okay.
In your statement, you nevertheless assert that others appear to be astonished or disinterested, or you were astonished that some people were disinterested or less than interested, as you saw it, in the seriousness of the position as you saw it. Is that a reference to people who mattered, that is to say, people who were in a position to be able to move the government machine forward, or were they just people you happened to speak to?
Everybody. Everybody. From, if you think about it like this.
Just please, Mr. Hancock, were they people who mattered at the senior levels of government, or were they people you spoke to in the course of your day-to-day duties?
Both.
All right. On the 13th of January, your statement describes how NervTag gave advice to the effect that there was, and I paraphrase, very little point in screening. And your statement demonstrates how throughout January, but particularly following Chinese New Year, you were concerned about the relatively limited way in which the government was responding to the risk of infection through the border, the references to handing out leaflets, asking passengers whether they were ill. And you say in broad terms that you sought, or at least wished to have debated, the issue of quarantine, travel ban, and that not enough in general terms was being done. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
The inquiry's had a great deal of evidence from the scientists as to the scientific and practical realities of border controls. Is it fair to say that, notwithstanding your concerns and your prodding of the border system, ultimately, relatively speaking, very little was done by way of stringent restrictions being placed on the border to stop infection control? Stop infection.
Yes.
Right.
And I accepted their advice, and then when in mid-February the virus blew up first in Italy, that was proof point they were right, because Italy had put in place more screening at the border, and then they became the first place known to be widely infected in Europe, and that was confirmation, if you like, that the scientific advice had been right.
Your statement also makes plain that you sought assurances as to what was in place in terms of the contact tracing program, such as it was.
Yes.
And you became aware, as perhaps you would have known already as the Secretary of State, that there was a limited process of test, trace, isolate, test, trace, contact and isolate for high consequence infectious diseases, for travellers, for the first few hundred of cases. That was the overall system.
Yes.
How soon did you appreciate that that system, limited as it was never going to be able to cope with the unprecedented demands of a pandemic with an infection fatality rate of 1%?
During February.
During February. All right. Sir Chris Whitty has described to the inquiry that he had no illusions that the United Kingdom was well set up to meet the challenges of a major pandemic, in part because of the absence of a sophisticated TTI system. He knew the investment in health, public health, for the purposes of dealing with the pandemic was suboptimal, to use his words. And he knew that there were realistically few levers of power at the disposal of the government to be able to control the spread of an infection, short of the measures which ultimately came to be applied. When did you begin to appreciate that that was the reality?
Again, during February. During January, there was very high quality science undertaken. The scientific performance of PHE was superb, and the advice I got was reassuring that we were well placed, and it gradually became clear to me that this wasn't right.
In your statement, you refer to how in late January, and in spite of your contact with the Prime Minister, your team was still getting calls from Number 10 and being dragged into meetings about how you were going to deliver manifesto commitments.
Yes.
What was that about?
Well, the Prime Minister had just won a thumping majority, and his team understandably wanted to make sure that the manifesto was delivered in full over 5 years so that they could successfully run for re-election.
Mr. Hancock, you raised this in your own witness statement in the context of raising your concerns with the Prime Minister and then noting that your team was being sidelined or being diverted from dealing with the crisis because of the manifesto meetings. They're your words, not the inquiries.
Yes.
Did that matter? May we presume from the fact you've mentioned it that it mattered?
Yes, it would have been far better if that time had all been spent on the gathering storm.
All right. On the 23rd of January, you'll recall that you gave a statement to Parliament. I refer to that because it is a matter of record and not by way of an implied or indirect breach of parliamentary privilege. Because on the same day, you say in your statement that the Chief Medical Officer told you that there was a 50-50 chance that the Wuhan quarantine would not work.
Yes.
Did you deduce from that that if the quarantine in Wuhan did not work, there was no practical means by which the further escape of the virus could be prevented?
Essentially, that is what I was told.
And that's why you were told by him also that there would be a global outbreak.
There was a 50-50 chance of a global outbreak, not a 100% chance. And that is also, I thought that it was a day earlier than the 23rd, but I'm not exactly sure of when he first said it to me. But this is also why I wanted a Cobra to try to wake up Whitehall to this threat.
You must have appreciated, Mr. Hancock, having been told by the chief medical officer that there was a 50-50 chance that the quarantine wouldn't work. And if it didn't work, the outbreak would be global, that the virus was coming.
Yeah.
That once the virus had spread beyond China,
Yes.
which of course it did at the end of January and the very beginning of February, indeed it had started by that stage already, but it wasn't sustained,
Yeah.
that the virus was coming,
Yes.
that there was no means of stopping it.
If we were in the wrong side of that 50-50, which it turned out that we were, yes, that's exactly why I tried to get the whole government system going. Yes.
So why did you and your department and the central government machine spend so much time in meetings in February, in March? There's a meeting on the 2nd of March. There's a meeting with the Prime Minister on the 8th of March. One with the Chancellor of the Exchequer on the 8th of March, debating the probability. And it was expressed in terms of 1 in 5, 1 in 10, 1 in 2 of the reasonable worst-case scenario eventuating. The reality was that once the virus had spread from China, it was game over. The virus would come. Why was so much time spent debating the relatively arid issue of what is the probability of the reasonable worst-case scenario coming to pass?
I don't recall being involved in that debate or wasting any time on it at all. On the contrary, in late January, I stated and concluded, I think, at Cobra, that the reasonable worst-case scenario should be the planning assumption for the country. I have since discovered, through the paperwork for this inquiry, that there was this wider debate about what were the chances of that. Now, there's two parts. First is it going to escape China? The second is, if it goes global, how bad will it be? Will we hit the reasonable worst-case scenario or something more central? I took the prior decision based on the precautionary principle at the start of this, I think it was on the 29th of January, that we should base our approach on the reasonable worst-case scenario happening. It took, as we've discussed earlier, it took time to get the rest of the system to believe that that was not an overreaction. As we've seen, that some people describing my position as mad. It was not mad. It was the correct precautionary principle at the time. And of course, with hindsight, it was right.
56226 is a Cobra meeting on the 29th of January, which you chaired. And just while we get to that point, can I just ask you to confirm what you referred to earlier, which is that you had, I think around the 22nd of January, called for a Cobra.
Yeah.
But Downing Street had put obstacles in your path. And I just want to establish that by way of the chronology.
That's a matter of fact.
I'm asking you.
I also requested that I make a statement to Parliament. That was also delayed because the Downing Street grid didn't include a pandemic.
All right. But there was, of course, a Cobra meeting on the 24th of January, the first one that you chaired, and then there was a second one on the 29th. And this is
yes.
At page 5, paragraph 3, there were two scenarios to be considered, said the CMO. The first was that the spread was confined within China. The second was that the spread was not limited to China and there would be a pandemic-like scenario with the UK impacted. So Chris Whitty has acknowledged in evidence, Mr. Hancock, that he was telling Cobra there that if the second scenario came to pass, which is that the spread is not limited to China, there would be a pandemic, and by necessary implication, it would hit
Yes.
the world,
Yes.
and the UK would be one of the countries.
Yes.
So what the inquiry wants to understand is, to what extent was it ever thought by you or others, well, if it does leave China, it doesn't really matter, or it may not matter absolutely, because there are practical measures which may mean that it won't come to the United Kingdom, and if it does, there is a means practically of stopping its spread.
That wasn't my view at all. On the contrary, this Cobra meeting happened the day after we'd had the reasonable worst-case scenario meeting in the department, which is the first time that I was really faced up to the fact that hundreds of thousands of people would die if there was a reasonable worst-case scenario, or could die. And that's when I I said, where are we up to on the vaccine? Can we accelerate the vaccine? Can we get testing going, etc.? So by this point, the Department for Health was fully engaged. The Permanent Secretary was fully spending all of his time, and I was spending as much of my time as I could on this in case the second scenario, as it's called here, happened, in case there was a pandemic.
If we then look at paragraph 4, the CMO said the reasonable worst-case scenario was similar to the reasonable worst-case scenario for pandemic influenza, that there was a 10% likelihood of the reasonable worst-case scenario happening, but this figure had not been agreed by SAGE. Can you explain to the inquiry why, if on the one hand the CMO is saying to you there's a 50-50 chance of it leaving, and if it does leave China, to paraphrase, game over.
Yeah.
But on the other, there is this debate about the likelihood of the reasonable worst-case scenario happening. Either it leaves or it doesn't.
No,
if it leaves, game over.
This figure, 10%, is a combination of two different considerations. One, 50-50, will it leave China? The second, if it goes global, are we going to be on the central case, a less bad case, or the reasonable worst case? So, for instance, in SARS, SARS did leave and go global, but the impact on the UK was nowhere near the reasonable worst case. In fact, it was quite close to the reasonable best case scenario.
Indeed. What, though, determined, on the premise that it did leave China and it was here, how bad it would be? The infection fatality rate was the infection fatality rate. The transmissibility was the transmissibility. What would determine whether or not it was a 200,000 death pandemic, a 300,000 or a 500,000 death? What did it depend on, Mr. Hancock?
Well, the central variables in that are the IFR, as you mentioned.
Which was determined undoubtedly by the middle and late, well, certainly by the
much later
late
than
February.
This. Much later than this. So this is much earlier than we knew the IFR. We didn't know the transmissibility rate. And then, of course, the third factor, it would be the government and society's response, which can affect the R rate. So we didn't have the variables, but we did know that there was a significant chance of a pandemic. So it's 50-50% chance of a global pandemic. And then within that, there was a range of potential different outcomes from essentially it just petering out like SARS did in the West, all the way through to basically what happened, because what happened was essentially the reasonable worst-case scenario.
Why then, once the variables had become clear,
a month later, yeah.
Why then was the reasonable worst-case scenario still being debated, which it appears to be, in early March? The SAGE minutes, the 4th of March. There's a COBRA meeting on the 9th of March. The reasonable worst-case scenario debate appears to have rumbled on and on long after it became clear that the virus was coming and attention needed to be paid to taking practical measures to stop it.
That's not my recollection. My recollection is at this COBRA meeting, if you go back down to the conclusions, we presume that the reasonable worst-case scenario should be we decide that the reasonable worst-case scenario should be the planning assumption of the United Kingdom. And from that moment, certainly in the department and the areas I led, that is the basis on which we operated. We assumed it would come, and we assumed that it would be terrible. And unfortunately, that assumption turned out to be correct. On the grounds that, if it wasn't the reasonable worst-case scenario, that would be better. So prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And in the end, we prepared for the worst, and that's what happened.
So Chris Whitty has observed that having a reasonable worst-case scenario system is of itself somewhat ludicrous, because the reasonable worst-case scenario for a pandemic was predicated on it being unmitigated, and therefore, as he described it, wholly improbable. So attention was paid to whether or not a wholly improbable, at the very least unlikely scenario would ever happen. And then debate was then debate revolved around the probability of that wholly improbable event occurring.
Not in my recollection, and it certainly wasn't anything I put any effort or time into. So until you made that proposition, I didn't really know that there was a big debate about that, and I certainly wasn't involved in it. My view was reasonable worst case scenario is what we should plan for. Can we please all get on with it?
All right. 4th of February, there was what's been described in the inquiry as a stocktake meeting, 146558.
Yeah.
It's notable, Mr. Hancock, because the CMO briefed the Prime Minister on the COVID-19 that day for the first time. There's a reference to the Prime Minister meeting you, the CST and colleagues from the centre today, and the CMO had been there. And we can see from the second paragraph, there is a short update on coronavirus, but the majority of the letter is concerned with other DHSC and NHS matters. Given that this was the first time that the CMO had briefed the Prime Minister directly, and given the fact that the public health beasts in the jungle, yourself and the Prime Minister and others were there, do you feel that sufficient attention was paid to the debate on coronavirus, bearing in mind what you've told us about your concerns about the dawning crisis?
It would have been a far better use of time, with hindsight, to have concentrated entirely on the coronavirus crisis. When a meeting is prepared for the Prime Minister, especially in normal times, as this was seen as normal times, and of course this was before there were any deaths in the UK, then they would prepare a huge amount of work on a particular subject. To get something else even onto the agenda it requires some effort, and that's what we did.
All right. 6th of February, there was a cabinet meeting.
Yes.
Which you attended, 56137. We can see your name third down on the left-hand side. Page 6, there's a reference to a tabletop exercise.
Yeah.
Is that the exercise that became, we can see it 5 lines from the bottom, there would be a tabletop exercise the following week. Is that the exercise that came exercise Nimbus?
Correct.
Just dealing very briefly with Nimbus, evidence has been received by the inquiry to the effect that Nimbus focused on the likely impact on the NHS, and it's obvious because one of the terrible things that you faced in the course of that exercise was having to address the possibility of, in the face of a pandemic, making triage decisions about life and death. So obviously health and public health in the NHS was an important issue. Was that an exercise which you assessed was useful in terms of its attendees, or the learning that came out of it? It's an exercise that was specifically designed to deal with the coronavirus.
Yeah.
Did it work?
It worked only in one sense. So the Nimbus minutes demonstrate this, INQ 000195891. And the Nimbus minutes do show that the NHS asked the question of how to prioritise when there is insufficient NHS capacity. And there was a debate around that, as you can see in the minutes. And then I concluded that it should be for clinicians, not for ministers, to make a decision on this basis. And that's how we went on and proceeded. That is, the minutes are really clear on that. And that is also my clear recommendation, my clear recollection. But there was one really important lesson that came out of Nimbus, which was that there was no way we could allow the NHS to become overwhelmed. So the whole debate, for however long it was, an hour and a half, I can't remember the exact length of the exercise, was all about how do we manage once we're in the peak, when we have all these deaths. And my only sort of conclusion from it was we must not let this happen. And of course, the question of who decides should there need to be a prioritisation is a horrific one. Thankfully, we never needed that. My view was that it should be clinicians, and that's in the minutes. But thankfully, as Sir Simon Stevens said, that situation never came to pass. Partly because, coming out of Nimbus, my view was, well, we can't ever let ourselves get that way.
You said it worked only in one sense. do we take it from that there were ways in which it didn't work? Were there opportunities lost there for learning, for perhaps the learning to be embedded into the machine?
Yeah. We should,
What were they?
If it had been based on the correct doctrine, which is that as soon as you know you're going to need to lock down, you lock down as early as possible, as we discussed in Module 1, then the exercise should have been, in my view, with hindsight, should have been, when we were faced with a decision, do we lock down or not, are we going to lock down the country? And at what point? How much data do you need? Because, of course, these are all times of enormous uncertainty. How much data do you need before you make a decision? What are the thresholds for deciding to lock down? When are we going to, what MPIs are we going to put in place, and in what order? How do you do this, save lives in the least damaging way? These are the questions we should have been addressing at Nimbus, not are we going to find enough mortuary space, and who should decide on the prioritisation of NHS treatment?
Just to unpick some of that, please, Mr. Hancock. So there was an obvious debate around an understanding of the likely impact on the NHS of this case scenario eventuating. Mm-hmm. There couldn't not have been, given the debate about body bags and the sheer numbers.
It was a sort of presumption at the start of the exercise.
Indeed. If the people who attended, ministers, officials and advisors, had no illusion but that a coronavirus pandemic, and we've debated, of course, the understanding as to when you realised the game was over and it was coming and there was no effective way of stopping it. Having appreciated that these were the sorts of deaths that were going to eventuate,
Yes.
why was there not consideration given, not just to the doctrinal point that you raise, which is what do we do about lockdowns, and if we have a lockdown, should we go early? Why was there not, in a more general sense, any debate or thinking about infection control countermeasures, home isolation, household isolation, shutting schools, all the other measures which in due course were imposed? That debate is absent. Why do you think that was?
Because the Nimbus exercise was put together on the basis of the 2011 pandemic flu strategy, which was based on the wrong doctrine that the government's job in a pandemic is to manage the consequences of a pandemic, not to stop it happening. And that is an absolutely fundamental learning that we must, as a country, embrace. If there's one thing that this inquiry learns, and I think it's very good that the inquiry is proposing to do a report after modules 1 and 2, because this central question of when do you lock down, what are the triggers, in what order should NPIs be brought in, how much data do you need? Because, of course, this is all done in a time of growing data. If you wait, you get more data. And so you can make decisions with more confidence. What are the legal structures? What are the operational structures that we should have ready in peacetime so that we can then bring them up to speed quickly? For instance, having a testing system ready to go, having a vaccine contract ready, having the domestic vaccine manufacture, which in my view is critical national infrastructure, and we should not rely on that happening abroad. All of these questions are central in my view, to the inquiry, but they're also should have been at the centre of Nimbus. But I'm not criticising the people who put Nimbus together. They were putting together an exercise that was based on the then plan, the 2011 pandemic flu plan. And at this point, it was still 50-50 whether it would escape China.
Your point about learning lessons for the future, and it needs no emphasis. Coming back to whether or not something went wrong functionally with the outcome of that exercise. This was an exercise which wisely was put into place to deal with a coronavirus pandemic, to deal with examination of the practical measures that might be required. In the teeth of a pathogenic outbreak which was already taking place, and it was a coronavirus outbreak.
Yep.
it was a ministerial and advisory tabletop exercise designed to try to address the very problem faced by the United Kingdom. And it fundamentally, there was a complete absence of any attempt to identify what sort of measures might be required and what the terrible thinking would have to be about whether they are implied.
Yeah, the question simply wasn't asked.
Right.
Is that a...
Yes, my lady.
I shall return at 1:45. Mr. Keith.
Could we have, please, 47779, page 2 on the screen? Mr. Hancock, this is what's called a reasonable worst-case scenario clinical alignment planning meeting. There are references to the Chief Medical Officer and also to Sir Patrick Vallance to reasonable worst-case scenario. You can see there, thank you very much, under the reasonable worst-case scenario, there's a reference to 50% proportion symptomatic. So that goes back to the point you made earlier about, well, regardless of our developing understanding, a wise and sensible approach is to apply it on apply a precautionary approach and just assume it's going to be a certain level. Could we just go back to the first page, please? Sir Patrick Vallance, JVT, Keith Willett, Jenny Harris, and some other individuals dialed in. Can you recall, it may be you can't, it's too long ago, but do you recall whether or not this meeting was brought to your attention?
I can't recall it specifically being brought to my attention. That isn't to say it wasn't, and it certainly would have informed the advice I was getting from many of those present.
A day before, according to your statement, on the 13th of February, Mr. Hancock, paragraph 191, we needn't put it up, you say that SAGE came to the view that China had failed to contain coronavirus. So in the context of this debate about the two scenarios, either they contain it or they don't and it becomes a worldwide pandemic, can you recall your reaction on being told on the 13th of February that China had failed to contain the virus?
No, I don't recall being told that as early as that.
But this is from your statement, paragraph 191.
I'll turn to it.
Could we have, please, the statement on the screen?
191.
It's paragraph 191. I'm afraid I don't have a page number, but perhaps somebody behind me can assist.
Yes.
If you've got the page number there, Mr. Hancock.
The page number is 45. It says on 30th of February, SAGE came to the view that China had failed to contain COVID-19. I don't recall when I was told that.
Right. My next question. That was a seminal moment. In the context of this debate, you were told there's a 50-50 scenario. It's contained or it's not. And if it's not, then subject to sustained community transmission, it's game over. Being told formally, the government machine was informed formally on the 13th of February that China had failed. Would you acknowledge that that was a vital moment?
It certainly should have been.
Yeah. Yes. On the 14th of February, the next day, 56138. Page 7. You were present at their cabinet, of course. Page 7, thank you. the government's chief medical officer said that if the virus became widespread, there were plans in place that could slow down its spread. So that would appear to be a reference to infection control as opposed to vaccination or antiviral or therapeutics and so on, Mr. Hancock.
Yes.
What did you understand that reference to plans in place to be? And I should say, obviously, I'm asking you about these minutes.
Yeah.
We have no way of knowing how accurate they reflected the course of the actual debate.
Well, I think we should expect them to be accurate in as much as they are summaries. But I don't specifically know what the CMO was referring to. Nevertheless, at this point, we were starting to consider the sorts of NPI-type measures that were then later worked on by SAGE ahead of its paper on the 26th.
Were you? Can you specifically recall the DHSE working on MPIs on the 14th of February?
Discussing them at that point in the middle of February. That's my recollection. I don't know whether there's any paperwork, but I remember thinking we're in the health department and there's a load of work on all sorts of things not to do with us. The first papers on this that came to ministers came from the Cabinet Office.
Indeed, and they were, as you rightly say, I think it was the 24th, not the 26th of SAGE, but they're debated at great length in SAGE around the time period that you've indicated.
Yeah.
But just coming back to the position now, mid-February, and in the context of SAGE having appreciated that China had failed to contain C-19, although there is a reference to plans in place in the context of infection control, the measures for infection control were not even debated at SAGE until the 24th or 26th of February.
Yeah.
The action plan, which you commissioned on the 10th of February, wasn't published on the 3rd of March.
Yeah.
And as far as we can tell, there were no plans for expressly, except everything you say about vaccines and antivirals and all the other great work being done by the DHSE, there was nothing on infection control.
It would be wrong to task the DHSC with policies outside of its remit.
I'm not asking you to take responsibility for it. I'm just saying you.
On the contrary, my recollection is that we did take responsibility for it. We did work that was out with our remit, and I think that it was Secretary of State Gove who said too much was asked of the DHSC. I think that's a reasonable presumption because it wasn't happening elsewhere.
What plans for infection control were in existence at this cabinet date, the 14th of February, Mr. Hancock?
The plans in place at this point were still based on the 2011 strategy as updated by the work that had been done on the contain, delay, mitigate strategy.
Doctrinally, the 2011 strategy was still maintaining its... It was still having an influence. What in practice, what in hard copy or email were the plans for infection control by the 14th of February?
So they would have been based, again, on that plan, but that plan was not focused on overall slowing the spread of the virus.
No, thank you. As the Secretary of State for Health, you have to acknowledge, Mr. Hancock, that by the 14th of February, there were still no plans for infection control in existence. There was a 2011 strategy report. You had, to be fair to you, commissioned a battle plan, but nothing had been committed to paper, had it?
Well, the commission of an early work on that battle plan had, but if your point is, was enough going on, absolutely not. To the degree that there was something going on, there was clearly not enough. I can't speak to exactly what was there on paper without you bringing it to my attention.
Well, I can't prove an absence, can I, Mr. Hancock? You understand the question. The question was about whether there were plans for infection control in existence. On page 6, to go back one page, the Prime Minister in the context of the messaging so far, had said he believed it had struck the right balance between preparing the public for what might happen and not causing unnecessary alarm. Can you recall from your attendance at the meeting to what extent the Cabinet and the Prime Minister were still concerned about being accused of overreaction or of alarmism?
Yes,
Sorry,
that was.
Which date? Sorry, for your answer, which date?
It's the same meeting, 14th of February.
Thank
my
you.
lady.
Yes, that was a live consideration all the way through.
In summing up, on page 8, the Prime Minister noted that he was grateful to you and your department for your work, and in particular for getting the balance of communications right. There was potential for the virus to have a large impact on the United Kingdom's economy, and it was important to be ready for that. You don't appear to have said in terms to the Prime Minister and to your cabinet colleagues, containment has been lost. China has given up or has lost the fight to contain coronavirus 19. We have no practical measures for control, infection control. There is no test and trace system capable of dealing with the problem, and there are still no plans in existence for providing any kind of practical support in terms of countermeasures. Why did you not say those things?
That's not how I'd characterise the situation. The first thing is that I'm not confident that by this cabinet meeting I will have known that SAGE had concluded that containment was lost, and in fact I don't think that I was told that for a number of days after. As I said, I'm not exactly sure when I was told that, but this meeting was the morning after the minutes of SAGE coming to that conclusion. First thing. Secondly, at this point in the department and in PHE and the health service, we were working extremely hard to prepare for the pandemic. I'd commissioned the action plan and work was underway on that. We were attempting and pushing PHE to build the testing system and all of the other things that we were directly responsible for. As I say, we weren't directly responsible for NPIs, and that's the focus of your questioning.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to elaborate further on not being responsible for NPIs? Obviously, you are the Secretary of State for Health,
yeah.
But you're also a Cabinet Minister, and if you just allow me, please, Mr. Hancock, and subject to Cabinet collective responsibility, or also, of course, a major player at the highest level of government. To what extent is it permissible for a Secretary of State to say, on behalf of a department, particularly the department which is concerned with health in a public health crisis, the national countermeasures were not strictly within our purview, that they're a matter for cross-government, when obviously a great deal of time is spent in cross-governmental meetings. You have thousands of calls, thousands of meetings, thousands of officials working round the clock between you all to get on top of this issue. Is that a sustainable position?
It is in as far as the point I made. And the point I'm making is that there was a huge amount of work going on these things, including in the department. The wider point I'm making is that there was a limit to what we in the department could do, what it was reasonable to do. We frequently strayed outside the limit of what a health department ought to or normally did. And so so you're asking me for essentially a paper trail around this. Of course, in the national meetings, it was my role to push for these sorts of measures. The detail of who wrote what the measures should be was not a matter for me. That's the distinction I'm trying to make.
Right. So which department of government carried the primary responsibility for thinking about, drawing up and debating the application of countermeasures? infection control countermeasures?
Infection control in the population as a whole, as opposed to in hospitals and care homes.
National
Cabinet Office.
Cabinet Office. Cobra on the 18th of February, 56227. Again, you chair this this Cobra, Mr. Hancock. It's one of them, I think 5 or 6 Cobras at that time that you chaired. Sir Professor Sir Chris Whitty on page 5, paragraph 2, provides an update on the global risk, both escalation to a global pandemic and isolation of the majority of cases to China remained realistic possibilities. Now, mindful of what you said, that you don't know when you were told that SAGE had concluded that China had failed to contain coronavirus 19. This is now 4 days further on. Did anybody think, as far as you're able to tell, think to stop and say, well, if China has lost control, to what extent can we be assured that it is only still a realistic possibility that the majority of cases will be confined to it? There seems to be very little debate about this assumption.
This final sentence that you've brought up here is my recollection of what I was being advised at the time and what I thought at the time. So when I was struggling to answer the question of when I was told the conclusion from SAGE, this is closer to what I remember understanding at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
On the 18th,
And you have to remember, in terms of process, apologies, SAGE outcomes were reported to me by Professor Whitty.
did you not read the minutes?
Later in the pandemic, I took the minutes directly, but at this early stage, I was given a readout from Professor Whitty.
Did anybody know that the Secretary of State for Health was not reading the minutes day in, day out from the Seoul Scientific Advisory Committee on Emergencies?
I don't know.
The evidence before this inquiry, Mr. Hancock, is that the minutes were deliberately consensus-driven and short. They were quite short.
Yeah.
To enable them to be read by Cabinet Office, DHSC, Civil Contingency Secretariat, Number 10, and so on. But they weren't read by you.
They certainly were when they were presented to me, and they were and they came up and they were reported to me by the CMO, and this is my understanding of the situation at the time.
Can I press you, please, to help us with when you first regularly started being presented with and reading SAGE?
I asked for them at some point in the middle of, at some point in February, to be regularly put in my box alongside being. But the formal process was not that. I mean, we can come on to this because I've got quite a lot of thoughts about how this interaction operated, and it's very, very important. With hindsight, I think I should have gone and listened directly to the debate in SAGE. I don't think that would have queered the pitch. But the process of SAGE was that SAGE was a committee that, remember, at this point did not have the sort of nationally known significance that it does now. It was a group of scientists who came together to make recommendations and bring the science to the CSO and the CMO.
Regardless of their public prominence, Mr. Hancock, the position is that SAGE was the sole body providing science on the characteristics of the virus, what it amounted to, what the threat was, what in theory could be done, and the minutes from that body, which were being produced on a tri-weekly basis, were not, you say, being put before the Secretary of State responsible for public health.
Not in the first instance until I asked for them, but also the premise of your question is not correct. They were not the sole and only body. They had subcommittees like SPI-M. There was NERV-TAG, which reported formally into the department, and of course there was a much wider body of publicly debated scientific advice. So SAGE was an important body, but I think that it would be wrong to fetishize the existence of and the role of SAGE.
Was there another scientific body concerned with emergencies for the United Kingdom government?
Yes, nerve tag, for instance, had a
No,
significant
nerve tag was a
responsibility.
DHSC subcommittee which reported on new and emerging viral threats, an
Yes.
advisory group reporting to DHSC. What other scientific emergency body provided advice to the United Kingdom government?
As I said, nerve tag did to me through JVT, he was my rapporteur on nerve tag, and then SAGE, of course, had a number of subcommittees.
Right. On 18th of February, your witness statement records, paragraph 194, that you were told by Public Health England that the country's approach to tracing all contacts was unsustainable.
Yes.
Did you know that on the day or by the time that you chaired the COBRA on the 18th of February?
I don't know.
On page 7 of COBRA, of those minutes, paragraph 17, the Civil Contingency Secretariat said there was work to be done to create a clear plan of activity across the United Kingdom government from the moment of sustained transmission to its estimated peak, which was likely to be a period of 3 months. When you heard those words, did you understand that the director of the Civil Contingency Secretariat was referring to a clear plan of activity for infection control measures, i.e. to do with the subject matter of what came the 12th, 16th, 20th, 23rd March measures?
No.
What did you take that to be a reference to then?
The director of the Civil Contingency Secretariat was a strong supporter of the 2011 approach, if I can call it.
Mr. Hancock, please forgive me. She said there was work to be done to create a clear plan of activity. What did you understand as the chair of that committee that to be a reference to? Just what is it?
To the sort of work that was, for instance, highlighted in the Nimbus exercise. The activity proposed here is activity to prepare for a large-scale pandemic, essentially unmitigated.
But you yourself said Nimbus had no reference and made no reference to any countermeasures at all.
That's right.
So what was this a reference to then? If it was a reference,
it was
to
a
Nimbus,
reference to all the other work that you would need if you didn't take any countermeasures. That was the view. That was the position of CCS, as represented and articulated, for instance, in the 28th of February note from CCS to the Prime Minister, which was all a note about how to manage the consequences of a pandemic, not how to stop it.
all right. To get our bearings, Mr. Hancock, there was half term between Friday the 14th of February and Monday the 24th of February, by and large. During that half term, Italy imposed a lockdown on 11 municipalities. Reports were prepared on the significance of the Diamond Princess coronavirus outbreak, and although you have given evidence to the effect that it may not have been drawn to your attention, Nerve Tag happened to have reported during that time, the 21st of February, that 40% of virologically confirmed cases were asymptomatic. Can you assist the inquiry, please, with what, if any, work was done on countermeasures for infection control between the COBRA of the 18th of February, and I've just shown you the reference to the CCS, and the 28th of February, which was when a paper, as it happens, was prepared by them. Do you know whether any work was done other than in relation to that paper?
Yes, there was work. There was scientific work being done by SAGE on the consideration of NPIs. There was a note that was put together by SAGE, which is dated the 26th of February, that was considered at the 27th of February meeting by SAGE.
You referred to that earlier.
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not pen was put to paper in any way by government to set out even a broad outline of what practical infection control measures might be required to be implemented.
Yes, the department was drafting what became the action plan. Now, there's a genesis of that plan. We started, I commissioned a...
Can I, forgive me, I'm going to come to the plan in a moment.
Okay,
and
but at this point it was being drafted, so yes.
Right. So the plan, which was published on the 3rd of March, was being
Drafted,
worked
yes,
on.
and SAGE was doing scientific work, yeah.
But there was no draft anywhere being circulated amongst relevant bodies between COBRA on the 18th and the 28th of February when they reported setting out possible countermeasures.
The work was being done on the action plan. That was the work going on in the department. And there was work being done within the SAGE structure, which came to the 26th of February paper. And furthermore, there was work being done by lawyers on the legal framework needed.
The pandemic bill, the coronavirus bill became the Act, all that.
And the measures that were needed under the Public Health Act 1984 in order to have legal recourse for mandated quarantine.
Legislative proposals are not non-pharmaceutical interventions.
Yes, they are.
All right. Well,
but they, as a matter of fact, they are. And it's very important that I correct you on that point, because if the inquiry comes to the wrong conclusion on that, it will be a mistake. Communications are very important non-pharmaceutical intervention. Legislation is a very important non-pharmaceutical intervention, because if you want to have, for instance, a stay-at-home measure, you can't have it in a mandatory sense without legislation. So I'm emphatic on that point, because you've made that mistake twice.
Mr. Keith, I think we're going round in circles. I think we were here this morning.
on the 28th of February, a view was expressed by the Prime Minister when this CCS report was debated, that the biggest damage may be done by overreaction.
Yes.
What was your response?
I don't recall being told that that was his view of the paper.
On the 28th of February, your statement records, however, that your belief that Number 10 was stopping the Prime Minister from saying publicly anything about the virus.
Yes. So the 27th of... Sorry.
And you knew that that was because there was a concern that it would be seen to be overreacting.
Yeah, the 28th of February was an important day in the response, and it was important in this way. I had a readout from the SAGE on the 27th, which both took the paper on NPIs that we've just been talking about and also discussed the 1% IFR figure. The 1% IFR figure is very important because if you have a 1% fatality rate, at an 80% of the population getting it, you end up with a reasonable worst-case scenario of just over 500,000 people dying. And I found that out on the evening of the 27th, if I recall correctly. On the 28th, I was still not being allowed to communicate in the way I'd want on this, not able to go on certain radio shows, including the Today programme, which is a very important part of the national debate. And I phoned up the Prime Minister, and I remember it very well, because he didn't take the call, and then he called me back, and I was in a classroom in a primary school in Suffolk, in Haverhill, in my constituency, and I had to say to the kids, I'm really sorry, the Prime Minister's calling, I've got to go. And it was quite a moment. I came out and I said, Prime Minister, you need to chair a COBRA, and we need to be able to communicate properly, including on all of the programmes, instead of having this political boycott. That led to, I wanted a COBRA that day, and I told him he should chair a COBRA immediately. In the end, we had the COBRA on the Monday, which I think was the 2nd of March. Over that weekend, I went out and communicated in public about all the things that we might have to do. We might have to close some schools. We might have to shut down whole cities. I don't rule anything out, I said. And that all flowed from this phone call on the morning of the 28th of February. And I regard that as the moment that the centre of government, led by the Prime Minister, really started to come into action. And if I may say so, with hindsight, Italy having locked down initially locally in Lombardy on the 21st of January, and then nationally locked down around also the 28th of February, if at that moment, having seen the SAGE assumptions, which they didn't properly fully adopt, but nevertheless, and you've heard from the scientists on that, if that at that moment we'd realised that it was definitely coming and the reasonable worst case scenario was as awful as it was, that is the moment that we should, with hindsight, have acted. And if we'd had the doctrine that I propose, which is as soon as you know you've got a lockdown, you lock down as soon as possible, then we would have got the lockdown done over that weekend, in on the 2nd of March, 3 weeks earlier than before. There's a doubling rate at this point, estimated every 3 to 4 days. We would have been 6 doublings ahead of where we were, which means that fewer than a tenth of the number of people would have died in the first wave. At the time, there was still enormous uncertainty. The number of cases was still very low. In fact, there were only 12 cases reported on the 1st of March. So you can understand why, and the costs of what I'm just proposing were known and huge. So I defend the actions that were taken by the government at the time, knowing what we did. But with hindsight, that's the moment we should have done it 3 weeks earlier, and it would have saved many, many lives.
Monday, the 2nd of March.
That is, with hindsight, having obviously thought about this and reflected on this a huge deal over the last few years, with hindsight, the moment we should have been able, first moment we realistically could have really cracked it was on the 2nd of March, 3 weeks earlier than we did.
Mr. Hancock, you have been heard loud and clear. At that meeting on Cobra, the 2nd of March, the Chief Medical Officer said that interventions to delay the spread of the virus must not be implemented too early.
Yes.
It is clear from Cobra minutes from the 4th of March, your witness statement, paragraph 236, to the effect that there was a real debate about whether the public might comply.
Yep.
Your witness statement at 269, which is that you were asked by people outside government why the government was not introducing restrictions sooner, and you responded by saying you'd received clinical advice to the effect the government, quote, should not go too soon. And you also refer to how your sense was that the wider world was moving faster than the official advice was being received. For how long did this notion that in terms of the application of countermeasures, the country should not go too early, which transmorphed itself into a debate on behavioural fatigue in due course, how long and to what extent do you assess that that debate slowed down the reaction so that we've found ourselves in a position which you've eloquently described, which is not going as early as you now, with hindsight, assess we should have done?
For 2 weeks, and you can trace it very clearly. If you take the 28th of February as the moment when it became clear that action was going to be needed, and the work was put together over that weekend, the Cobra on the 2nd in the end, the action plan finally published on the 3rd. As it happens, on the 1st, it was a Sunday, I spoke on the MAR programme, and when asked, will you lock down whole cities, I said, I can't rule it. We can't rule anything out. Incidentally, to show where society was up to and the broader debate, when I said you don't want to go too early, the response was, well, yes, we all know, we all think that. So this is not just a government thing. This is a whole of society question. And there was then, from that period, that weekend, the discussion was then when to go, not whether to go. So it switched from whether to go to when to go. And we held fire because we didn't know how long the public would put up with measures for, and that was the clear scientific advice. And on this, Patrick Vallance and Chris Whitty were completely united. I don't recall any distinction between their views during this period. And then on the 13th of March, we effectively came to a different view. I've had the chance to check because you questioned the phone call I made to the Prime Minister. It was at 3:34 that afternoon. I've been at 3:24. I've been able to check my phone records, which have I've come to light since. Hold on.
No, Mr. Hancock. You know perfectly well that we have scoured every possible source for documents and material relevant to the issues in this inquiry. Are you saying that you have a record of a phone call which you've not disclosed to this inquiry?
No, there isn't. There's only a record that the phone call took place.
So you don't know what you said in that phone call?
I do.
All right. Proceed.
So that's on the 13th. Evening of the 13th, I send the email that we discussed earlier. On the 14th, we're in Downing Street, and we have a series of meetings, including some in the Cabinet Room and some in the smaller office. And then on the 15th, had the formal meeting at which we decided to take action.
Please come back to the issue, which is the issue I asked you about, which was the concern that going too early would limit effectiveness. The CMO, and we must be clear about this, of course there was a whole society anxiety, to use your phrase, whole society, concern about should we be contemplating the intolerable?
Yeah.
Should the country countenance these extraordinary, unprecedented measures?
With enormous costs.
With enormous costs. I've asked you about a notion which is expressly referred to in the Cobra meeting the 2nd of March, which was that interventions to delay the spread of the virus must not be implemented too early in order to ensure maximum effectiveness.
Yes.
So put aside the whole society anxiety.
Yes.
Your witness statement says you relayed to a particular former Prime Minister who asked you why weren't we going too early, that you had been told on clinical advice, that's your word, clinical advice, that we should not implement countermeasures yet.
Yes.
So what was the basis? Well, you've said it came from the CMO and the GCSA.
Yes.
This clinical notion.
Yes.
You're saying that lasted for 2 weeks?
Correct.
All right. And do you assess, therefore, that that was a major contributory feature to the government not acting earlier?
With hindsight, yes. At the time, it was entirely understandable.
All right. The action plan, and we can deal with this, please, briefly.
Yeah.
Because you've referred to it in a number of ways. The action plan was dated the 3rd of March. There it is. Thank you. Would you please just accept, for the purposes of speed, that it was a document prepared across the United Kingdom? We can see references to the DA's involvement there on the page. We know that it was commissioned by you, according to the evidence of Sir Christopher Wormold, on the 10th of February. You requested in an email to Kevin Dodds that the work be commenced. It was developed under the leadership, according to Sir Christopher Wormold, of the DHSC, and this was the document that was drafted from around about the 10th of February to the 3rd of March.
Yes.
Did the government, did the DHSC, did you or Sir Christopher Wormold ponder the wisdom of commissioning a report on the 10th of February that by the time it had done the rounds of government and been redrafted and re-edited and so on and so forth, was not published until the 3rd of March, by which time, as you've accepted, containment, for all practical intents and purposes, had been lost?
Well, I initially commissioned it as a health action plan. I wanted to set out in public what the department needed to do. Sometimes when you're trying to drive action in government, publishing something is one of the quickest ways of doing it, because once it's published, everybody falls behind it. And then you don't have any arguments about what the plan should be. And so publication is sometimes most important for the purposes of driving action within government. This has been criticised as being high level and more of a comms plan. More accurately, I would say, of course, it was about explaining to the public what might come next, and we did a huge amount of explaining off the back of it. But it was also about telling the department, and then in the end, it ended up as a cross-government document and a cross-UK document about what we might have to do.
You say, quite reasonably, that when you're trying to drive action in government, publishing something is one of the quickest ways of doing it.
Sometimes.
Quite. On this occasion, in the face of a fast-moving pandemic, it took 21 days from the commissioning to the publication. So it wasn't terribly quick.
Well, in the grand scheme of government documents, that's unbelievably fast. They normally take months. The civil service team who worked on this were absolutely brilliant inside the DHSC. It was then slowed down when it was sent for clearance, and I think there's been some discussion of that. And that was deeply frustrating. But it was very, very important to get out, to drive action internally, and also to start to explain to the public the sorts of absolutely extraordinary things that might have to happen. It was the first time we communicated to the public that we might have to shut schools, close down whole cities, ask people to isolate at home. These are huge, unprecedented interventions, and it was very important to start to communicate that to the public.
I've not suggested that there wasn't merit in the document. I've asked you about the delay in its publication.
I wish it had come out quicker.
At page 4, without going to it, the document claims that the United Kingdom is well prepared. At page 10, in the context of the overarching strategy, you'll recall, Mr. Hancock, contain, delay, mitigate. You, more than anybody, will remember those words, of course. The document significantly overpitched the reality. We weren't well prepared, and insofar as the strategy envisaged future loss of containment, and if control is lost, then we'll move to delay.
Well, when
it was
this
already over.
Absolutely, when this was commissioned, that was the clear strategy, and that strategy remained formally in place until the 12th, 13th, 14th, exactly.
12th of March, indeed, containment was officially departed from. Can I ask you about...
Just forgive me interrupting. I've just had another look at the action plan. There's quite a lot of information in there. What I can't find is too much of the action points.
No, there's not nearly as much as I wish that there had been. They are in there. They're buried at the end. And it was enough to allow the media to then report it as we wished, which was, these are the sorts of things that might have to happen. So closure of schools, for instance, they're mentioned, but they're not up front nearly as much as they should have been.
You would say...
I'd say better than nothing.
I was going to say, you would say better than nothing, and I suspect you'd also say, remember that at the time this was commissioned, the DHSC expressly understood, and you've said yourself, that it had its doctrinal genesis in the flu plan.
In 2011.
And that's why there was a reference to closing schools, which was very much part of a flu plan, but no reference to the sorts of terrible countermeasures which we ultimately had to consider.
Well, there are oblique references, but it was not as... Obviously, if I went back and rewrote it now, it would be completely different.
No. Mr. Hancock, forgive us, though. I asked you basically what the worth of it was. You've accepted that there are only, in your words, oblique references to the sort of countermeasures which ultimately came to pass.
Yeah.
Schools is different because that's based on the genesis of the 2011 strategy. Your officials and others worked for weeks on it, for 3 weeks.
Yes.
It was informative and perhaps revelatory to some.
Yes.
As the government's sole strategy document, it had significant flaws.
It was, when it was commissioned, we were still on the strategy, which I have
Explain.
I've been pretty clear that I'm not a fan of the strategy the doctrine that we went into this pandemic.
So why did you sign off on it?
Because that was our thinking at the time. And by the time it had then been delayed and stuck in the Cabinet Office, it was better to have it out and driving action than not at all.
Nothing.
Yes.
All right. Can I ask you briefly, please, about two other relevant events around this time? Did you call, in fact, the World Health Organization about the need for a declaration of a pandemic? On the 2nd of March, it wasn't, in fact, announced till the 11th of March.
Yeah.
Had you also spoken to the World Health Organization earlier about their declaration, which as you saw it, was delayed?
Yes.
Because the PHEIC wasn't, in fact, announced until the 30th of January, notwithstanding an earlier committee debate at the WHO.
Correct. I mean, I pushed and pushed and pushed on the WHO on both of those declarations.
Well, I want that to be acknowledged.
I mean, what I haven't been able to find is a record of the 22nd of January call, which I remember, which is when I was told we can't have a PHIC because somebody's on a plane, and it was a ridiculous excuse. And I thought that there might be some politics. It's not worth, which is outside the remit of this.
Maybe you'll find that call in that little notebook that you've just produced.
It's not a notebook, it was a phone record.
All right. The 2nd of March, and another vital point, the Minister for Care was Helen Whately, was she not?
Yes.
At that time. You refer at paragraph 230 of your statement to how, at this time, the 2nd of March, your department and she made inquiries about the state of planning in the care sector.
Yes.
And was there a revelatory moment in relation to the state of planning, not countermeasure planning, but the planning broadly in the care sector?
Yes.
And what was that?
So our early position had been essentially the constitutional position, which is that care homes are legally responsible to, contracted by local authorities. And therefore, they reported action through local resilience to local authorities, through local resilience fora up to MHCLG, and the department is responsible for social care with respect to policy, but not to any of the legal contracting or indeed the reporting. That was the position going into the pandemic. It is anachronistic, and it has needed reform for a long time, and those reforms have been delayed. That was the position going in. Helen Whately then, in early March, came to the very firm view that not enough was happening. In February, we had discussions with the care sector. We'd had round tables. But the policy position going in was that local authorities are responsible, and it turned out that it was something else that we as a department had to grip.
Thank you for the description of the background. What you refer in paragraph 232, however, is that in terms of the planning, there is obviously an obligation on the sector, Mr. Hancock, to produce plans for itself.
Oh, yes.
Regardless of the financing, regardless of the funding, and so on and so forth. She appreciated, and she messaged you.
Yes.
She'd only been provided with 2 existing pandemic contingency plans in the whole of the care sector.
Yes.
And that's what she told you.
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
So I'm aware the LGA have said, no, there were more around. I don't know the facts of this. What I do know is what I was told, and I was told I'd asked to see them, and there were only 2, and they were inadequate.
All right. On the 12th of March, Sage was presented with some slides, 56209. At page 2, there is a reference in the first bullet point. Note, Sage advised that interventions 1 to 4 should each deliver benefits by delaying and flattening the peak and/or lowering overall deaths. If you just retain that thought, please, Mr. Hancock, which is the 12th of March, and we'll look at the Cobra minutes itself for the 12th of March, 56221, page 5. It's a Cobra chaired by the Prime Minister. At page 5, paragraph 2, you were there. The chair invited the GCSA to outline the objectives of implementing the interventions. And you've explained how, of course, by this stage, there is now debate about the nature of the infection control interventions. The GCSA said that the aim was not to completely suppress the spread of the disease. Not only was this not possible, but it would likely lead to a larger second peak later in the year. So my question to you is this, is you've helpfully described that the reasonable worst case scenario debate didn't slow things down. The debate on what became behavioural fatigue did slow things down. To what extent did the debate about if you mitigate and you flatten a wave, if you suppress completely the wave and you go for an eradication policy or suppression policy, it may bounce back like an uncoiled spring, I've mixed my metaphors, later in the year. To what extent, if at all, did that concern or debate also ensure or lead to a slowing down of practical action being taken?
Hardly at all, because this argument by the Chief Scientific Advisor that we should aim to, with a good outcome of herd immunity by September 2020, this strategy or this objective was rapidly overtaken by the decision on the formally taken, I think, on either the 15th or the 16th, to ask people to end all unnecessary social contact.
Absolutely. That's the end of it.
Yeah. Well, that was the suppression strategy in full force by then.
Yes. When did the debate about flattening versus suppression,
over that
uncoiled
weekend.
spring, first find its way into the WhatsApps, into the meetings, into Sage, into Cobra, and so on?
It happened very rapidly on the 13th, 14th, and 15th of March.
Well, I've put to you material from the 12th of March. There's a debate at Cobra 8 on the 9th of March about delaying a peak.
But that was all about what is the right time for the intervention.
So that was a debate about the point you mentioned earlier about the efficacy of intervention rather than uncoiled spring, if I can call it that.
I don't know really what you mean by uncoiled spring, but what
there's concern that if you completely suppress the virus, as soon as you lift the restrictions, it will uncoil and come back with greater vengeance later.
As set out here. As the, short of without a vaccine, of course, that is a risk.
Of course.
That was discussed, but it was very, very brief, the point. The time in which that was the main concern was very brief.
All right. Now, whether one calls it a change in strategy or a dawning realization or an acceleration.
Yeah.
On that Friday, or perhaps the Thursday, the 12th of March, Friday the 13th, and the weekend of the 14th and 15th, the government took what may be considered to be a very significant change of direction.
Yes.
The inquiries received evidence that there was a body of scientific material built up by that stage from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine.
Yeah.
Professor Edmonds, Professor Ferguson at ICL, also at Sage. There were papers from, in particular ICL, there were papers from Professor Riley. Professor Ferguson had emailed Ben Warner on the 10th of March. Sage on the 10th of March had been asked by Neil Ferguson, or rather the officials at Sage had been asked by Neil Ferguson, do they know what an epidemic with 4,000 deaths a day looks like? And there were, according to your witness statement, there was much more data available by that weekend on the likely impact on the NHS.
Yes.
Could you just assist with the contribution from the DHC in terms of that acceleration? It looks as if Mr. Cummings and some of his associates and colleagues, and the scientists and the NHS were providing the stimulus, the spur to this acceleration. What was coming from the DHSC in terms of trying to change the position of the government? And that is a entirely open-ended question. Maybe you'll say you were the one who was pushing, or Sir Christopher Wormold was pushing. Can you assist us?
The clinical advice coming from the department was coming from Chris Whitty. My contribution in this period was that on the 12th, I decided at this point that we were going to have a UK-wide response, and of course health is a devolved matter, and we can come back if you want to whether or not that's a good idea with a contagious disease as opposed to a health service. So I went to Edinburgh and then Belfast and Cardiff and discussed with my opposite numbers in the DAs. And then I had a G7 call, which I actually took in the health department in Cardiff. And that had a very, very significant impact on me because I heard directly from my Italian opposite number. And we thought the Italians had acted early, but he was saying he wished he'd acted earlier still. And this argument that you should delay and to time it right, he had no truck with. So that had a very significant impact on me. And that was the point at which I started actively agitating for very firm action for a lockdown. I spoke to the Prime Minister. I emailed him that evening. We've been through this a couple of times. So essentially what happened was that over the period for the first 2 weeks of March until then, we continued to work on all of the health-specific things that are necessary. The NHS response. It was at that time we were working on. We got the Nightingale Hospitals programme.
If I may interject, acute health measures, perhaps.
The measures directly within the Health and Social Care Department's remit.
Yep. The
question of lockdowns by then was correctly located within the Cabinet Office as the lead department on it. This had all happened which effectively was kicked off on the 2nd of March, Cobra, when the Prime Minister took the chair. So my time in that period was essentially focused on what are we going to need in the health and social care area, given that this is clearly coming.
On Saturday, the 14th of March, and I'm not going to take you through what you know to be the number of meetings which you attended.
Yeah.
That there were a number of crisis meetings attended by various people.
Yeah.
But you contributed to a WhatsApp group debate together with the Chief Scientific Advisor, the Chief Medical Officer, the Prime Minister and Mr Cummings, pithily called the CSA CMO MAT PM DOM group, 48399, page 3. On the 14th, on the Saturday at 7:30, uh, 7:30.49, it may be over the page. Yes, there we are. Thank you. There is a debate commenced by Mr. Cummings. I think we need to move fast on social distancing, work from home. Oldies shouldn't go to weddings, closing pubs, nightclubs, and so on and so forth. And then there's a debate, Mr. Hancock, just to refresh your memory, about how the public need to be informed as to the nature of the crisis and what needs to be done.
Yeah.
And Chris Whitty agrees. And you say this: we also need urgently to address the WHO criticisms of our approach.
Yes.
We need to ramp up testing, not stop testing.
Yes.
Just bearing in mind, of course, community testing had stopped on the 12th of March.
Yeah.
You had, and it's obvious from the paperwork, you'd openly recognised the alarming news that there was no sophisticated test and trace system beyond the first few hundred. And then you say we need to continue contact tracing and introduce self-contact tracing.
Yeah.
Both of these are in hand.
Yeah.
What did you mean by both of these are in hand?
On the 12th of March, it had been announced that we were going to stop community testing and stop contact tracing. I don't want to overplay it because I didn't actively stop it, but I was sceptical of whether we should stop these things. I'd been trying to drive up testing, trying to get PHE to engage the private sector in testing. And I basically, at this point, had the confidence to say what I previously thought, urged on by the WHO, which was, what on earth are we doing stopping these things? We need to keep driving.
Quite. But the testing in the community had stopped. There was no contact tracing thereafter in the community. There was
not until I got it going again.
Quite. There was no self-contact tracing. Why did you say both of these are in hand?
Because by then I'd issued the instruction internally that we should not accept that these have to stop. Now, on
so just pause there. Could you please help the inquiry with what those instructions were and when they were?
I don't know the detail of them. But what I remember is, firstly, that the approaches were different on testing and on contact tracing.
Indeed.
On testing, the problem at this point was that we didn't have enough tests for community testing. And you'll know that the action that I took, both of these are in hand, the action I took with David Halpin and Will Waugh, who was at number 10, was that we arranged a meeting on the 17th of March to try to electrify the growth of testing. And at that meeting, I took the responsibility for testing from PHE back into the department and drove it very hard from there. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Forgive me, Mr. Hancock. You said you'll know that the action I took.
What?
You said you'll know that the action that I took, etc., and therefore
testing.
This is on hand.
Well,
I must put to you, I don't give evidence. I've never given evidence in these proceedings. But you cannot say you, the inquiry, will know that. The inquiry does not know that you took any of those steps or that both of these are in hand.
I apologise. I should have said, as I set out in my written statement, I took the responsibility from testing from PHE into the department, and we set up the 4 pillars that became 5 pillars, that became the 100,000 testing target, that became test and trace. The second thing is on contact tracing. We'd stopped, PHE had stopped contact tracing, and the action that we took after this was to restart contact tracing and do it at large scale using a scale model of how to deliver it rather than a specialist model, if I put it that way, and also introduce self-contact tracing, which became the app. So that is what I mean by both of these are in hand. It's shorthand for two absolutely enormous programs that came from this.
They'd all started by the 14th of March.
I kicked it off after. What happened was I basically was uncomfortable with these decisions that were made by that were advised. But I accepted them, so I accept responsibility, but I was uncomfortable with them. The WHO criticised us for them, and I listened very carefully to that WHO criticism and essentially reversed the decisions.
I think what the point Mr. Keith is getting at is, were these all in hand by the 14th of March, accepting all that you said?
Well, by in hand, what I mean is we're getting on with making them happen.
Right.
We didn't have a big testing program. These things take months to build rather than being immediate. But the reason I put both of these in hand, I didn't want to say this is a decision that I'm asking you, Prime Minister, to opine on. I'm just saying I have got on with this.
I'll move on to the next point. The lockdown decision. You have candidly and openly already acknowledged today that with hindsight we should have locked down much earlier, and you've given a helpful indication as to when that might have been possible. I just would like, please, to take you to paragraph 23 of your witness statement, where you set out in broad terms that view. It's page 6 of the major statement. But I think it's important that absolutely on the record of your statement, we can see how you've put it. With hindsight and information we did not have at the time, it's now obvious that we should have locked down much earlier. I say that with hindsight. It was not at all clear at the time. The scientific caution over locking down was based on uncertainty over how the public would respond and poor data. And you explain how new evidence came to light, and of course SAGE says we're further along the epidemiological trajectory than it had understood, and so on and so forth. The discussion was centred on the timing of the lockdown because of strong advice, for example, from independent scientific pandemic insights group SPI-B, that people would likely only put up with lockdown for a short period of time. That advice, you say, clearly turned out to be wrong. Can I press you, please, then, for clarity? Are you saying that the only reason that we did not lock down earlier was because of that advice from SPI-B, along with the data problem, which you identify earlier in the paragraph, but which advice you say clearly turned out to be wrong?
At this time, information was still sparse. The first death in the UK had happened on the 1st of March, and the case numbers were still, compared to what came later, very low. And so you have to understand these decisions in the context of what we did know and a lot of what we didn't know. So that's why I have a different view with hindsight compared to what happened at the time. I think it is the case that the concern over timing the lockdown correctly was the main reason why it wasn't put in place sooner. But it's also true that SAGE changed its advice in terms of where we were on the epidemiological curve because of new data that came to light.
All right.
They thought previously we were around 4 weeks, quotes, behind Italy, which was the metric that we were using. Now, with hindsight, it didn't matter whether we were behind Italy 2 weeks or 4 weeks. We should have been, as soon as you know you've got to lock down, you've got to lock down. But this was the data that came to light. And in fact, David Halpern put it rather, he reminded me of a phone conversation I had with him when he was the first person to report on the key SAGE meeting to me. I later had a formal readout from the CMO, as I always did, but I heard from Halpern, and I remember being relieved because the anecdotal data I was getting out of the NHS and others was that this was going up the reasonable worst case scenario curve, and then it was formally came to us through SAGE that that's what was happening, and the irony was that to me didn't feel like new information. It felt like formal confirmation of what I'd been picking up from from analysing the data myself.
2 points, please, Mr. Hancock. You referred to SAGE, of course, saying, well, we're not as far behind Italy as we understood we were.
Yeah.
If I may suggest, it must be right to say it just didn't matter, because nothing that you and the DHSC or nothing in the Cabinet Office was doing, nothing that SAGE and NervTag and all the other various parts of government was doing, had been throughout February and early March predicated on what is Italy doing. Italy was doing what Italy was doing. So there can be no suggestion that any failure, if there is a failure, and if Milady finds there's a failure to impose the lockdown earlier, what was because of a misjudged reliance upon where Italy was in the epidemiological trajectory.
No, on the contrary. On the contrary, if I may explain.
If you just accept that proposition, we're in agreement. The United Kingdom government wasn't planning its response between January, February, March, and the 14th of March on what is Italy doing. It was just a feature.
If I can explain, if you think that the timing if you think you've only got a limited period lockdown that you can put in place, the timing of that lockdown matters. And watching the Italian curve was the best way of thinking what would happen here. And so the Italy data were important in that sense. And then you had to judge, compared to where we were on Italy, where to bring in the lockdown. And indeed, we brought in the lockdown earlier in the epidemiological curve than Italy and others did. My point is not about whether or not it's right to base yourself off Italy. My point is the whole doctrine of waiting, sort of allowing it to come towards you and hold, and now we go. That was wrong. Instead, yes, the moment you need a lockdown, you need to lock down.
Indeed. I was making a point for the absence of any confusion or doubt, that there was no doctrinal approach taken by the United Kingdom government necessarily predicated on the Italian approach.
No,
of course
it was that Italy was an example.
Indeed.
Yeah.
The second point is this, is that the clinical advice, as you describe it in your own statement, to the effect that going early would limit effectiveness.
Yeah.
That is obviously and plainly an issue relevant to a lockdown decision, a mandatory stay-at-home order, because that is, just wait, that is obviously the ultimate decision. It's a stay-at-home backed by force of law. To what extent does that behavioural fatigue notion explain or mitigate either delays in the system of operation of government, if that's what my lady finds it there to have been, or in the promulgation of plans, or in any failure just to say how it was, control is lost, the wave is coming, we must practically act now. Where do we put the behavioural fatigue fallacy into the general picture?
It had an impact on the decision both to recommend actions to the public, which is an NPI because communications are an NPI, and the mandatory decisions that came thereafter, notably the closure of schools and then the full legal lockdown on the 23rd. I see the period from the 16th to the 23rd as essentially a ratcheting up of lockdown. We went for a non-mandatory lockdown, followed by closure of schools, followed by mandatory lockdown. The same behavioural fatigue argument applied to all three. They are just different levels of NPI.
Right. And now, but perhaps before a break, I want to ask you about the rationale for the lockdown. It is vital, Mr. Hancock, and the inquiry has done this in relation to a number of witnesses at great length, to examine the rationale both for and against the imposition of the lockdown decision of the 23rd of March, on the premise it was the right decision, but also on the contrary position that it was the wrong decision. So you've already explained how your position is it was the right decision and indeed should have been done with hindsight considerably earlier. I want to just briefly look at the counter-argument.
Yeah.
It is obvious from the evidence in Cobra, the evidence before the Prime Minister, and in particular the Cobra meeting of Friday the 20th of March, chaired by Michael Gove, that material was being placed before the relevant bodies to suggest, firstly, if we don't proceed to the final ultimate mandatory, backed by law, stay-at-home order, there will be many more deaths than there would otherwise be. And secondly, that the impact upon the NHS, if those further final steps are not taken, will be devastating. The paperwork shows that on the Monday, the 23rd of March, there was a great deal of debate about non-compliance during the previous weekend, attendance at parks and so on and so forth. There is, by contrast, very little debate on the face of the minutes from the 23rd of March of the data relating to the likely impact on the NHS and also on how many more deaths will be incurred if those steps aren't taken. Do you follow? And as the Secretary of State, I want to ask you, how clear were you that the data showing the terrible consequences of not acting, how robust was it? How clearly was the position set out?
Well, by the 23rd of March, the trajectory of those data was unknowable, because the trajectory on the 16th was knowable, predicted, and the reasonable worst-case scenario was happening. Of course, we took very significant action on the 16th. The stay-at-home request, if I put it that way, undoubtedly changed people's behaviour and therefore will have reduced R.
Indeed.
Because of the 2-week lag from a change in the behaviour of the public to a change in the measured case rate, we had no idea by how much it had reduced R. However, we took the view on the 20th that we needed to close schools. Previously, we'd been hoping to get to Easter and then Easter school holidays and then consider whether they reopen after the Easter school holidays. But by the 20th, we decided this was continuing to go up the reasonable worst-case scenario. We need to pull that lever too. And then by the 21st, it essentially, the data that we considered on the 16th with the data going up the reasonable worst-case scenario continued up the reasonable worst-case scenario. These are cases where people had caught it a couple of weeks earlier. So we had a greater confidence that we were on the reasonable worst-case scenario, which is a terrible confidence to have, and therefore decided to go the full measure. So pull every lever available to us, and that was the consideration. So by the 23rd, there wasn't a new forecast of what would happen under the measures that were extant at that point, because it would be 2 weeks before we knew the actual impact on the 16th. It is entirely reasonable to argue that the measures on the 16th themselves would have got R below 1, but it is entirely unknowable whether that argument is true or not. I think it's false. And therefore, so I hope this is making sense, because it's about how we essentially it got worse and worse along the lines of the reasonable worst case scenario. And my objective at that point was to get as many levers pulled as hard as possible to stop the NHS from being overwhelmed. And the NHS being overwhelmed is incredibly important, because as soon as you run out of hospital capacity, the IFR itself goes up, and you get more deaths from non-COVID related health problems, and because people can't get treatment. So the point of overwhelming hospitals is not just because there's a moral duty to treat everybody. It's because the number of deaths gets materially worse because essentially the people die because they don't get treatment, and that's what we needed to stop at that point, and therefore we pulled everything.
I've asked you about the data. The inquiry well understands the risks of direct and indirect mortality. You've said on the 16th of March, very significant action was taken. Those are your words. Mm-hmm. And of course, additional action was taken on the 20th, mm-hmm. the closure of schools ordained by Cobra on the 18th. The point is this, Mr. Hancock. On the premise, which must be a reasonable premise, that the measures imposed on the 16th and 20th of March were designed to work, and were imposed because the government thought this will bring R below 1. Why was more time not allowed the following week for those sensible measures, which in good faith the government had imposed, to see whether or not R would come down as far as would be necessary to prevent the collapse of the NHS, which might happen on an exponential growth curve at some indeterminate point in the future? There wasn't data before anybody saying, and your answer may be, it's impossible to provide a clear answer because you're dealing with the context of an exponential growth curve.
Correct.
But there doesn't appear to be any debate about, just bluntly, We've done all this the previous week. The previous week's measures are very dramatic.
Yeah.
It was on the 20th of March, an order that all non-essential retail and travel and everything was shut by advice.
Yeah.
Schools were shut. The next step on the Monday was producing or backing it with the force of law. Why did nobody say, just hold on? We don't have to do this. We've only just done these prior measures 3 days before. We are entitled to conclude that the R rate is being reduced. There is a high level of compliance, but not as high as we would like and not as high as the data would suggest is required. Let's see whether or not our measures work, at least for a few more days, in order to pause and assess your very own steps.
Yes.
Before the ultimate,
Yes.
the most divisive, politically divisive and unprecedented step is taken.
Gosh, there's so many questions in what you've just
there were.
put. The first thing is, it wasn't actually politically divisive.
No, it's become. I apologise. I'm not suggesting it was then. It is now.
Well, there is some people forget what actually happened, but it wasn't divisive at all. There was enormous consensual support across very large swathes of the population and almost all political leaders. And in fact, the fact it happened in all 4 nations, led by 5 political parties, not even 4 political parties, at the same time, demonstrates that. Anyway, I set that to one side. I think on the data, the reasons are twofold. The first is to do with what I said before, the exponential growth was happening. Thankfully, as a trained economist, I'm used to dealing with exponential curves and understanding of the stats and maths behind them. We had greater and greater confidence that we were on the reasonable worst case scenario path, and that would lead to over 500,000 deaths happening. The problem with those forecasts was that they were coming true. And people have criticised the forecast, and of course the forecast didn't happen because we took action. And so that's the first thing, increased confidence that the worst was happening. The second thing is that at the same time, we did have an assessment of the sorts of levels of reduction of human interaction that would be needed to get R below 1. Because if R is at 3, to get it below 1, you need to reduce by 2/3 human interactions at a rule of thumb level. And we were not seeing that level of reduction. I think the SAGE papers said that they were looking for an 80% reduction in 75 to get in human interactions to have confidence to get R below 1, because we thought it was between 3 and 4. That was not happening. So there are the 2 data points, if you like.
That's very clear. The COBRA minutes of the Monday indeed show that the compliance rate was not up at 75%, but it describes the broad direction of travel as having some positive trends. Tube travel, attendances at shops and work and attendance and so on and so forth showed that there were very significant drops in attendance. And so broadly speaking, there was a degree of significant compliance. But you've identified that the primary objective of the government was to take action to meet the reasonable worst case scenario, that is to say, to make sure that it didn't come to pass in its full horror. But you'd taken very significant steps just 3 days before. Why procedurally, well, why not in terms of process, could you not have waited a few more days to see whether or not the steps you'd already taken would bring about the very response to the reasonable worst case scenario that you had taken those steps in the first place to meet?
Because we didn't just want to not hit the reasonable worst case scenario of 500,000 deaths. We wanted to reduce that very significantly, not least to ensure that the NHS wasn't
Of course, I'm sorry,
overtopped.
Of course, strategically that must be right.
Yes.
Let me put it another way. The plan was to reduce R below 1.
Yes.
As quickly and as efficiently and as speedily as you could. On the Friday, you had introduced a suite of measures or a combined suite of measures designed to bring R below 1. On Friday, that is what you thought would do the trick. By Monday, there was a realization it wouldn't work. It wasn't working, Cobra surmised, because the data showed that the level of compliance with the measures weren't high enough. Why wasn't more time allowed to see whether they would reach that level of compliance, at which point you could be assured that the measures from the Friday were working? 2
reasons. Firstly, because we expected that the impact on people's behaviour would start as a maximum and then degrade. In the end, the public were brilliant at, that there wasn't that degradation at all, but that's what we were worried about. The second is that, from my point of view as the Health Secretary, my absolute, totally primary task at this point was to ensure that nobody went without NHS provision, and that needed a very significant reduction from the reasonable worst case scenario, and we only just got it low enough. So from my seat, I was just in favour of all the action you could possibly take. And I knew there'd be other voices that would argue for caution. And in fact, we did. The marginal item was whether we should mandate the closure of outdoor building sites. And in the end, we did not mandate that. But they almost entirely closed anyway. So there was of course, there was an argument about how far do we go. And we effectively pulled every lever except that one. But the building trade decided to pull it for us.
We're going to stop there, Mr.
Yes.
Chief, I'm afraid. Otherwise, I'm going to have rebelling stenographers. I'm sorry, because it is mid-discussion. I should come back at 25 past. Mr. Keith.
My lady, in the course of no doubt an overlong question, I suggested at some point earlier today that SAGE had not debated social distancing countermeasures until I said the 24th of March. In fact, it's the 25th of March. I think Mr. Hancock thought it was the 26th of March. February, I'm so sorry, of February. I've been asked by Mr. Hill to make absolutely clear, and I'm delighted to do so, there was a debate on the 4th of February at SAGE about face masks, schools, PP, and a number of measures. On the 13th of February, there was debate about mass gatherings, school, work, and prisons, and a number of other areas, and that the full suite, if I may call them that, of countermeasures was discussed on the 25th. So the lockdown, being one example, was on the 25th. One final question, please, in relation to the lockdown decision, Mr. Hancock. Could we just have up 274026? This is a summary, and the inquiry doesn't expect you to read through it or to recollect, if you have, the detail of it. It's a summary of the references from SAGE meetings, Cobra meetings, ministerial meetings, and so on and so forth, of how the likely damage to the NHS, the impact, was put at various times. So sometimes there are references to the NHS being overwhelmed, to it being overtopped. If we can come forward, please, and it'll mean scrolling through to about page 7 or 8. A bit more, please. We've got there the 21st of March, the ministerial group meeting over the weekend, where some figures are given about ITU beds. And this is just to get your bearings, Mr. Hancock. And then if we go further forward one page, we will see information from the Chief Executive of the NHS about the number of beds, ventilated beds, number of beds in London, and so on. You'll see that there's a reference by the Government Chief Scientific Advisor 4 lines down from the bullet point relating to him. The worst case scenario was that ITU capacity in London would be overwhelmed, so he uses the word overwhelmed in 9 days' time. But the projection, the actuality, 15 days. And then if we scroll through further in the document, you will see the 22nd of March ministerial group meeting, current number of deaths, number of beds, and a reference to the drive to free up capacity. 23rd of March, of course, the Monday, how the NHS is being stretched in intensive care, and over the page 11, the COBRA and the Cabinet meeting 23rd, 24th. It is obvious, and you've described to the inquiry how COBRA and the Prime Minister rationalised that the NHS would be overwhelmed at some point if R continued on its exponential growth and was not brought below 1, inevitably, as certain as night follows day, the NHS would collapse because of the sheer number of deaths.
Yes. Not because of the sheer number of deaths, because of the cases.
Cases and deaths. But the point is that the NHS would not survive because of the nature of an exponential growth. To what extent did the government collectively have a view as to when that point might be likely to arrive? And I put it that way because you've explained, as has Professor Sir Chris Whitty, that the final analysis was based upon the correct understanding that an exponential growth would only ever end in disaster for the NHS.
For the NHS, yes.
But could you, and were you able to go any further in terms of understanding when that was likely to be? Would it be an overtop? Would it be an overwhelming? Would it be a complete collapse? Would it be in a matter of weeks? Would surge capacity be able to ameliorate the position? Explain what level of understanding was.
I mean, in a way, the true answer to that question is nobody fully knew what that would look like, but we knew that it would be catastrophic. And in the paperwork, as you've just shown, when making the decision on the 23rd, the advice was 9 days in the reasonable worst case scenario, 15 days in the central scenario. But at that point, my worry was we were going up the reasonable worst case scenario, notwithstanding the decisions we'd taken on the 16th and the 20th. What that would look like, what that would mean, would be people going without treatment. And I was absolutely determined that that would not happen. And that came back to the Nimbus discussion and other discussions around that. And so we took a huge amount of action, and I thought that Lord Stevens, described that extremely well in his evidence. I pushed for him to expand both the physical capacity and expand the effective staffing, because one of the challenges that has been put at this stage is that, and it's there in some of the written evidence to the inquiry, that we didn't know exactly how many beds the NHS had, in quotes. Well, what matters is not a physical bed, what matters is a staffed bed, and that is flexible. In some cases, we took the staff ratio in intensive care, normally 1-to-1, up to 6 patients to 1 nurse. So it is flexible. The NHS would, you said in your question, would the NHS have survived? Of course the NHS would have survived. It would have done its level best and is an amazing and adaptable institution full of extraordinary people. But it would not have been able to provide care to everybody. And therefore, the number of people who died would have gone up even more than it would have done just because of the virus.
And therefore, is this a fair summary? Notwithstanding the remarkable ability of the NHS to cope, notwithstanding the flexibility that there may be in the system for an increase in staff beds, in ICU beds, in surge capacity.
Yes.
Notwithstanding that you could not know and you would never know at what point collapse would come, it was a risk that no Secretary of State responsible for public health could countenance.
Yes, that is a good summary.
Right. Some other issues, please, Mr. Hancock. Public Health England, the inquiry has understood that Public Health England was disbanded in the middle of the pandemic, to use one of the witness statements. Did you have concerns about the ability of Public Health England in February, March, April to respond to the pandemic? And if so, was that a contributory factor to the disbandment of PHE and its substitution by the UK HSA?
Yes, I did. Public Health England did an absolutely superb job, especially on the scientific research. And the best early example was developing the test in an extremely short period of time. And in its lab work and its analysis, it was first rate. Its genomics program was superb. There was one point in the pandemic when we were sequencing half of the genomes of COVID in the world. However, my view on this accords very closely with Chris Wormwold's evidence, which is that its capacity to scale was simply not there. It hadn't had the experience of scaling. This isn't a criticism of any individuals. It had a contact tracing system that was based on top quality, highly trained experts, whereas what we needed was much more like a call center Henry Ford style high volume contact tracing system that we eventually built. It was deeply frustrating that there was a unenthusiasm, if I put it diplomatically, to engage private sector testing capacity, and I personally had to get involved in sorting that out.
Can I just pause you there? You refer in your statement to a particular problem in relation to the extent to which PHE found itself able to assist a particular commercial entity in its development of a test.
No, the problem was that it wouldn't engage any private commercial entity. There were a couple, which I mentioned in my statement, who I asked them to contact because they'd come to me. I wanted them to support any private entity that could expand testing. It wasn't about these particular companies. What I wanted was testing capacity. There was a view, which was that there is across the country a large number of very small university or hospital-based and a couple of PHE-based labs, and that we should use these. But they were not scalable models. They were small, and they were essentially structured for science rather than structured for throughput. And so my concerns with PHE were really about its inability to scale. That was the first. The second was about a longer term change that I thought was needed. And this was the problem of PHE having two goals.
Is this the health improvement?
Correct. It was responsible for health improvement, that is, improvement of people's health with respect to non-communicable diseases, obesity being the most important, but anti-smoking drives, for instance, PHE was very strong in these areas, as well as responsible for communicable diseases, either the normal ones that happen all the time, the occasional outbreak of Legionnaire's disease or Mpox or what have you, and preparation for very rare but extremely high consequence communicable diseases akin to a pandemic. And I have a background at the Bank of England, and it is akin to financial stability. Most of the time there isn't a problem with financial stability, but when there is a problem with financial stability, you absolutely need an institution that is going to lead in the response, and we have one. It's the Bank of England.
All right.
We did not have the equivalent, and now we do because of UXA.
The second point you mentioned, the systemic change, if you like, to recognise that the new body focuses on health prevention, is plainly understood. Was it, in relation to the first point, though, truly the fault of Public Health England that it was unable to scale up the testing process? I mean, wasn't that a reflection of historical institutional failings? There just wasn't a system in place, and nobody, let alone PHE, could have scaled up in January, even if they'd been minded to do so. Do you think practically it had been open to them to take those steps, but that they failed to do so?
I don't want to ascribe blame. It would have been better for the UK response had those companies that were experienced in diagnostics, albeit relatively small scale, especially compared to some countries like Germany, had been given the full-hearted support with the sputum they needed, for instance, early on. From mid-March, we did manage to develop this sort of capacity. It was slower than it ought to have been, and it's a vital lesson for the future that we need a testing system ready to go. And I'm worried that that is not there right now in case it's a pandemic. You know, maybe what happens if one of these diseases that we've read about in the last couple of weeks, the influenza in northern China, becomes pandemic? We need to be able to. My question now to the Secretary of State would be, how quickly can we get to 100,000 tests? How quickly are we going to get a vaccine? How quickly are we going to have 5,000 people in a call centre doing contact tracing?
Do you happen to know for a fact whether or not the hugely impressive and extremely extensive testing system that was, of course, ultimately put into place has become degraded since the end of the crisis, or whether it is still in place?
No, of course it's been stepped down. But you'd want to step some of it down. We built a capacity of almost 1 million tests a day. You don't need 1 million tests a day in normal times. What you need is the ability very rapidly to put it back in place. So,
yes,
for instance,
Mr. Hancock, I'm sorry to interrupt. You said, I'm worried that is there, not there right now.
Correct.
Case. So I'm asking you, do you know that it is now not there? Or are you saying it is still there, it's been stepped down reasonably, but you've got concerns about whether it can be stepped back up?
That is what I'm concerned about. For instance, there were recently one of the major labs was put on the market. I think it would be better if it were mothballed and ready to go at the flick of a switch.
All right.
And can I just make one point on this? We spend £50 billion a year on physical defence, and we spend less than £500 million a year on UXA. We spend less than 1% of our total budget for defence on health security, yet health security failings have killed more civilians than any other external threat since the Second World War, and maybe even further back than that. And I think this is a spectacular imbalance in the amount of resources that we put into defence of this country against say, a terror threat compared to a health threat. And I've got one particular axe to grind. I attended the National Security Council in my role as Secretary of State occasionally. The head of UXA should be on the National Security Council all of the time, not just brought in when there's a health issue on the agenda, because health security threats have been demonstrated to be the biggest threat to the civilian population of this country.
Previous witness observed that had this been a threat in national security terms rather than a risk in public health terms, that the government may have, well, it would have had different structures in place, but it may have responded significantly differently.
It would have had basically the same structures in place. It would have used them. Imagine if I'd gone to...
I'm going to ask you very, very politely, just not to go any further. We understand, Mr. Hancock, the point you make, and you've made this point in your witness statement. We understand the point about the difference between national security and threats and risks.
One sentence. If I'd gone in mid-January to the Cabinet Secretary setting out a 50-50 chance of a terrorist threat that might kill 500,000 people, I think the Prime Minister would have chaired the Cobra, not me. Don't you?
I did answer the questions here, Mr. Hancock. But there is obviously force in your observation. But can I ask you to move it forward? It may or may not be that the absence of a chairing of that first Cobra by the Prime Minister made a difference. That's a matter for my lady to determine. Can you go further and say that over the course of perhaps the following 4 weeks, there would have been a material difference in the whole system response.
Yes.
Right.
So I didn't specifically mean the very first one. It was reasonable very early on. The responses were almost entirely within the health remit. That would have been like an MOD minister, the defence secretary chairing a COBRA on a defence matter. Totally reasonable at first. But when it became clear this was a 50-50 threat, given the reasonable worst case scenario, then the whole National Security Secretariat and civil contingencies apparatus which exists should have been brought to bear on this crisis. And instead, what happened was a special advisor in Number 10 decided to try to make all the decisions out of his office.
Mr. Hancock, again, you've overly focused, if I may say so, on the structure and the committee structure. My lady would be much more assisted, I think, by understanding whether, if it had been a national security threat, that not just would there have been changes in the application or the approach or the utilisation of the committee structure, but would there have been a material response in the way in which the government responded practically in terms of the measures, the actions, the steps it might thereafter then take?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. The 100,000 test goal of April.
Yes.
I don't wish to linger on this subject. It is self-evident that it was a very considerable and impressive feat to ramp up the testing so that we can understand what the debate is, from 10,000 a day at the end of March to 100,000 a day at the end of April. The inquiry has, however, received or has seen that there is evidence in the WhatsApps and the private communications that would consider a degree of criticism of you in relation to that feat. I'd like to suggest to you, and you will have no doubt reflected upon this, that there doesn't appear to have been criticism of the result or the ambition, which, as I say, appear to be very impressive, but that there was a lack of coordination first. That appears to be one criticism. And secondly, a worry that by focusing on the end date, the end of April, and by pulling the system towards that focus, it may have taken necessary focus away from other areas for which testing was no less important. Do you understand the point? I've
tried to understand this point. It doesn't have a logical basis,
but
it was made at the time.
We presume you will reject it.
Yeah, certainly will.
Okay. But, Mr. Hancock,
so for this reason, it is very, very serious, because I now know that there were people actively working against me on it in the centre, which is appalling.
Just pause there. Is that because you say in your statement that Number 10 intervened in the ramping up of testing capacity, which made it harder to achieve the goal? That's your statement.
Well, what Simon Case described to me as the long screwdriver, which is relatively junior people in Number 10 trying to go into the testing programme at a level too far down, too low, and issue diktats, was deeply unhelpful over this period. And proper lines of accountability would have been, following proper lines of accountability would have been much more effective. But that wasn't quite what I meant. What I meant was the criticism that instead of going for 100,000 tests, there were other things tests could have been used for, is wrong, and wrong in logic, because we needed the tests. Of course, we also needed to work out what we were going to use the tests for, and that was essentially a clinical decision. But what I needed to do from when I took over the responsibility for testing in the middle of, on March the 17th, was drive the system, galvanise the system, as somebody put it, quite right, and announcing a target, even though I didn't know that we could hit it, which is unusual in government. Normally, people only do things they're pretty sure they can achieve. That was absolutely critical to driving the expansion of testing, which was so necessary in the rest of the response. It is, of course, it's frustrating to me that in so doing and in taking that approach, obviously some people were upset by it. It baffles me why people were against the expansion of testing in that way.
Right. On the 1st of May, the Cabinet Secretary WhatsApped you to say, "Hi, Matt. Well done this evening. Creative counting and 122,000." You respond, although it looks like question marks. In fact, it was a 3-kiss emoji.
I told you we got on well.
Well, yes, but you appear also to be accepting his perhaps jocular observation that you'd engage in creative counting.
This reference is about how we went about counting a new innovation, which was tests that people did at home, on which there was work in the department. The permanent secretary...
Mr. Hancock, I'm so sorry. In the interest of time, can I just ask you, and I'm doing this in order to be scrupulously fair to you, do you accept or reject the suggestion of creative counting?
I reject it, and on every different way you could possibly count these measures, we hit that target.
All right. Care homes. The detail of the adult care sector is for a later module, as I know you know. But a considerable amount of evidence has been given by in the context of this module about the centre of government's understanding of what the position was, firstly in relation to the discharge of patients from hospital to the care sector, and secondly, the extent of the testing that was available both for patients and also for staff in the care sector thereafter and at a later stage.
Yeah.
And therefore, I need to ask you briefly again what your reaction is. The evidence has been given to this effect that and you've already referred to this, that the government's starting point is, of course, that local authorities manage and deal with risks in adult social care. That was evidence from Sir Chris Wormold. But it was also recognised, particularly in March, that the care sector presented particular vulnerabilities and problems.
That was recognised in February when we saw that older people were the most vulnerable.
Yes, I refer to March because you opened a coronavirus and social care meeting, a specific meeting on this issue on the 6th of March. And you refer to the higher risks attendant upon the sector. On the 17th of March, the government announced, NHS England issued a letter, as you'll well recall, requesting all parts of the NHS to free up maximum inpatient and critical care capacity. And the government issued its hospital discharge requirements on the 19th of March. And thereafter, patients began to be moved, when they were medically able to do so, from hospitals to the care sector. Can you please make absolutely plain whether or not those discharges to care homes from the 18th of March onwards were contingent in any way upon a negative test being available and applied?
In March, they were not.
Were any assurances given by you or others that testing would be in place for patients discharged from that date onwards?
The assurances that I gave were very precisely the policies that were in place at that time.
It's not a trap. There were, as far as we can tell, no assurances given by anybody that anybody would be tested from the 18th of March prior to discharge. It's plain.
Yeah, I've been accused of various things over this.
Will you bear with me? I'm going to come to the substance of the debate in a moment, but I wish you to acknowledge that the suggestion that from the 18th of March patients should have been tested but were not has no legs in it. There were no assurances.
No, we didn't have enough tests.
Precisely. There is a DHSC document dated the 2nd of April, 233798. And it says on page 4, negative tests, you can see it's the sentence towards the bottom, Mr. Hancock.
Yeah.
Negative tests are not required prior to transfers admissions into the care home.
That's right.
But on page 5, there was guidance given that any care home resident presenting with symptoms,
Yeah.
I've now lost. Ah, yes, thank you very much. Any resident presenting with symptoms of COVID-19 should be promptly isolated and separated in a single room with a separate bathroom, if, of course, as we can see from the heading, they were already residents.
Yes.
Right. So that's very clear. Subsequently, and I don't want to go through the detail of them, there were announcements about testing of symptomatic care home staff.
Yes.
15th of April. There was an action plan for adult social care. There was an announcement on the 28th of April for asymptomatic staff and resident care homes for over 65s. Another announcement on the 7th of June, all about testing.
Yes.
Was the core point this, that whilst the government could announce a policy of testing, because for the very reason you've identified there was a shortage of testing, it could give no guarantees as to whether testing in reality would meet that aspiration. Out with your control, there may and were have been occasions, maybe many occasions, when testing was not available due to the exigencies of the system. But that's nothing to do with the policy announced by government. Is that a fair summary?
It's a little bit more complex than that, and if I might have the opportunity to set it out a little bit, it is certainly true that, especially in a pandemic, if you make a policy decision at the centre, then it takes time and it is sometimes uneven in how that is promulgated. That's true across all policy, especially when done at pace. Nevertheless, even having said that, the testing policies that we put in place for adult social care were essentially based on clinical advice of what tests would be reliable and effective, combined with the operational advice of how many tests were available. So, for instance, there was a discussion on the 14th of April when clinical advice for the first time said, yes, you can test asymptomatic people and a negative test will be reliable, really important, apropos our earlier discussion. But then we combined that with the operational advice as to how many tests were available, by that stage around 35,000. And you can see, for instance, in INQ 000292608, that then the clinical advisors, in this case the CMO, came back and then signed off on and issued new advice as to what the policy should be for testing. So the testing rules, who got the tests, what the policy was, what order of priority we used tests in, was based on clinical advice throughout.
All right, that is understood, and nobody has suggested otherwise. The point I'm making is a different one, which is the DHSC, your clinical advisors, whoever it was who promulgated the policies, could not day in, day out, practically at residential care sector level, guarantee everybody a test or practically make them available. This was an extremely complex, difficult system, and you could not ensure or guarantee that there would be tests available for everyone in accordance with the policy. So it's impossible.
Yes. However, what I'm saying is when we were devising the policy, we tried to take that into account as much as possible, but you can't take it into account entirely.
Of course. I mean, that's, for me, it's an obvious point.
Yeah.
So in the WhatsApp group to which you were a contributor, the group I've mentioned earlier, CSA, CMO, MAT, PM, DOM, you will recall, Mr. Hancock, that in May, Mr. Cummings says, I don't understand why we're still not testing more care home staff, including asymptomatic.
Yeah.
And Sir Patrick Vallon says the testing is fully owned in DHSC. If we don't get on top of the spread, we risk the rest. And you say, we've been doing this for the past week, and that's dated the 3rd of May, and that must be a reference back to probably the 28th of April policy, or perhaps one of the earlier policies. Mr. Cummings, as you know, sends round a message saying we're negligently killing the most vulnerable, and I'm extremely worried. Trying to be as neutral as you can in terms of your dealings with Mr. Cummings, was this explosive, the communications are very explosive, this explosive row as to what was being done, a reflection of that difficulty that policy may not reflect the reality of what tests were actually in place up and down the land in the care sector?
It was a reflection, in my opinion, of two things. The first is that you can find examples on the ground where the policy set in Whitehall doesn't match entirely. But it's also a reflection of the fact that, unfortunately, the Prime Minister's chief advisor didn't always try to ascertain the facts before making comments. He did this over the testing target towards the end of March, which we hit when he provided misinformation to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Hancock, I've given you ample opportunity to comment on the allegations that Mr. Cummings has made about you.
The point is they're false. So you can't actually take anything that he wrote in that as true, because in that case it didn't accord with the facts. And I just gave another example, and therefore it's quite difficult to answer in a substantive way about the planning of future pandemics when the comments that I was receiving were not based on the truth.
All right. Protective ring. On the 15th of May, you said at a Downing Street press conference, right from the start, it's been clear that this horrible virus affects older people most. So right from the start, we've tried to throw a protective ring around our care homes. And you say, we've tried. You denied on a show on the 6th of June using the words right from the start. And in another place in Parliament, and I breach no parliamentary privilege rule by stating as a matter of fact, because I'm not addressing the merits of what was said in Parliament, you said we absolutely did throw a protective ring around social care. So that's the context. Going back to the press conference, you said right from the start, it's been clear we tried to throw a protective ring. Do you acknowledge that the phrase trying to throw a protective ring and the reference to right from the start was open to interpretation? People would take from those words what they wished, and there's certainly an argument for saying that that was giving the clear impression that there was a impermeable barrier, whether in terms of finance, fiscal support, testing, or discharge, staff residential movements within the care sector.
I entirely understand why people feel strongly about this. When I first said that, I then went on to explain what I meant, that we'd put over £3 billion into the care sector in March and April, that we'd released PPE, free PPE, that we'd put in place infection control guidance based on the scientific advice, etc. And in fact, in that press conference, I went on to list the different things that we were doing. And in fact, as part of the plan we were launching that day, we made another £600 million available for infection control purposes. And so I was trying to simply summarise that we had taken action, and I set out the action.
That is understood. I cannot improve on the glorious words of Professor Sir Jonathan Van Dam, who says in his statement, "My view is a ring is a circle without a break in it." However you describe the protective processes you put in place around the care sector, they did not form an unbroken circle, did they?
It is quite clear from the evidence that Professor Van Tam is right.
Yeah, thank you. On the 13th of May, so around the same time. Could we have 102709? And it's the 13th of May entry at 12:47. And it may be page 219, but I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. 13th of May, 12:47. Ah, yes, there we are. Thank you very much. There's a reference to Jamie Njoku Goodwin.
Yes.
Is he one of your advisors, or is he a
Yes,
DHC?
he was my media advisor at the time. He's now Director of Strategy in Number 10.
Matt, we might have some issues with you telling the Prime Minister we locked down care homes before the rest of the country. So this is your advisor telling you that there may be a need to correct, either directly or indirectly, an impression seemingly given by you in your communications with the Prime Minister. And the rest of the page and the next 2 pages deal with your debate about whether there was a justification for using those words and how it might be justified retrospectively. What was that debate about? In what way did the Prime Minister believe that, or your aide believe that, by saying we locked down the care homes, you might not have been entirely accurate?
Well, it depends on how you define lockdown. And
if you just tell us the debate. In what way do you say you didn't say anything misleading, and in what way was it being suggested against you that you had?
Well, it depends on whether you define the actions that were taken in the publication on the 13th of March, that guidance, as lockdown or not. Unless we,
so it was in the debate. It was in the
detail.
Context of the 13th of March measures.
Yes, because the critique being put at the time was that we took action to protect people in care homes later than locking down the rest of the country, and that was not true because we took action on the 13th of March with respect to care homes. Whether that action was strong enough or not to call it lockdown, for instance, it included visitor restrictions, I think, that's the point of debate. I think the answer is... In fact,
Mr. Njoku Goodwin sets out at the bottom of the page in his WhatsApp what the measures were from the 13th of March. Those are the 13th of March measures, aren't they? To minimise the risk of transmission, care home providers are advised to review their visiting policy by asking no one to visit who has suspected COVID-19 or is generally unwell, and by emphasising good hand hygiene for visitors. Contractors should be kept to a minimum. The review should consider the well-being of residents. In no universe, Mr. Hancock, could those measures possibly be described as locking down the care homes?
I think that's what Jamie was trying to tell me.
All right, thank you. Another hugely, it became a very divisive issue again, was the moving of personnel between care homes.
Yes.
Your statement makes plain that you became aware of initial evidence showing that the movement of staff between care homes was the main source of transmission.
Yeah.
And I'd pause there simply to say, I don't intend to ask you any questions, and I would be grateful if you don't answer or try to give an answer about the degree to which the discharge of patients from hospital contributed to infections in the care homes as opposed to the movement of staff. That's for another time. But you became aware of evidence saying that the movement of staff was the main source of transmission.
Yes.
Sir Patrick Vallance has, through his evening notes, said that, or suggested that, he had been telling you for some time before that date, before the 11th of May, that the movement of persons between care homes was a significant issue. And he says, we raised it in February, and he'd been told by you that the movement of care homes wasn't going to be stopped because it was essential for that sector. Would you just briefly say whether or not you accept the suggestion that Sir Patrick Vallance had been trying to raise the issue with you before but had made no progress, or do you deny that suggestion that you were late to this particular issue and only moved belatedly?
The challenge here is that there was a balance between two very difficult problems, and many problems during the pandemic, many decisions were about balancing two unpalatable outcomes. Early in the pandemic, we were acutely aware of care homes in other countries where, in particular, there was an example in Spain that was very vivid in my memory, where there hadn't been enough staff. In that case, there were no staff and the residents had died. Sadly, in care homes, people are both most vulnerable to the virus and most in need of human interaction for their well-being and ultimately to live day to day. So we were very, very worried about not having enough staff to keep people alive, at the same time as being very worried about the transmission of the virus. Now, of course, it comes down to the assumption you made about asymptomatic transmission, and it comes down to the balance between these two awful considerations. By April, when there was more, when we had more time, and the care sector had time to get its to deal with the logistical problems of restricting staff movement, we then took action, which I think we announced in the middle of May. So my explanation for why Patrick might feel that way is that there is a scientific argument on the one hand, and there is an operational argument on the other, and some of his greatest frustrations were when the scientific requirement and the operational constraints were in conflict with each other, as they were in this case.
Forgive me, the very difficult conundrum faced by government is obvious. I wasn't asking about that. I was asking you whether there is any truth to the suggestion that Sir Patrick Vallance had asked you and had told you that the issue of moving people between care homes was important, and that you had rejected that as an issue. He says, I got told off. And that you only belatedly appreciated that there was a very real problem. Is that true or not?
That is not correct. It's not a fair reflection of my position. Firstly, I wouldn't deign to tell off Patrick Vallance, who is a very eminent scientist and businessman. Also, my challenge at the time as Secretary of State, indeed our challenge both as a department and with the care sector, who we discussed these matters with, was this balance between the absolute need to have staff and the imperative to reduce transmission, which was carried by staff. And these two difficult considerations were in conflict. It is not reasonable to just take one side of that argument. You have to take both into account.
Moving on, a couple of discrete issues, please. In your witness statement at paragraph 393, you refer to, in the context of the devolved administrations, to difficulties encountered by the United Kingdom government associated with the Scottish government taking, I'll summarise it in this way, different positions presentationally or
yes,
politically, notwithstanding a common clinical position.
Yes.
So taking a presentational political angle on matters which were understood to be common ground clinically.
Yes.
To what is that a reference?
Well, we worked very well together at Health Minister, Health Secretary level, and there's evidence of that in the WhatsApps. And I know that at CMO level they worked very well together, and Chris Whitty has testified to that. The challenge was that when decisions went up from our level to First Minister and Prime Ministerial level, There would sometimes be an agreement on what to do, but someone would go ahead and announce it beforehand, causing confusion, or a choice to do something which was substantively the same but presentationally different or marginally different, which I thought in some cases was for the sake of presentation. My starting point was the scientific point, which is that we live on an island or a set of islands, and the virus does not recognise administrative boundaries, even ones that are centuries old, like the Scottish and Welsh borders. And it is necessary to take decisions across the whole island that are consistent. And there was also obviously a communications challenge with the public. So I found it unfortunate that sometimes, not all the time by any stretch, but sometimes when decisions went up, in particular in Scotland, and in particular at First Minister level, there would then be a political angle or presentational angle put on a decision based on the same science. It was frustrating.
Moving now to the summer of 2020, without going into the detail of the plan to rebuild or the exit from the first national lockdown, it's plain, Mr. Hancock, that there was a vigorous debate about the speed at which the country should come out of the measures, and a debate about the speed at which the particular phases of the roadmap should be proceeded through.
Yeah.
Your statement suggests that you had significant concerns about whether or not step 3 of the roadmap went too far, because it was obvious that cases were rising again. And you also questioned the tone and ambition of government publications, in particular one of the chapters of the plan to rebuild.
Can you remind me of the date of step 3?
It's phase 3. I don't think I can assist on the particular date of that phase. It matters not, because it's obvious it was in May that the
cases started rising mid-July. That's when I really started worrying.
Yes, but your statement says step 3 went too far as cases began rising again.
I see. Yes.
You also
subsequently,
in July later expressed concern to the Prime Minister about the speed of release. Yes. I don't want to trouble you with the detail, but in this general debate about caution against speed of release,
yes,
you were for caution.
Yes.
To what extent were your concerns heard and reflected in the government's position thereafter?
Well, they were heard and they were reflected, I guess, in as much as it might have been more. There might have been more opening had I not made these arguments. My entire strategy at this point was to try to keep R below 1. I thought that it was I was completely alongside Chris Whitty during this period on this strategy, which was summer is the best time to release. If R goes a bit above 1 over the summer, not the end of the world so long as cases are very low, but then we'll have to take action in the early autumn to get it down again. But the critical thing is to keep it under control. And in this period, I articulated what I regarded as the government strategy, which was we suppress the virus until a vaccine can make us safe. Now, after articulating that a few times, I then got asked by Number 10 not to say it because we didn't know we'd get a vaccine. But I was confident by this point that we would get one. And anyway, I couldn't see any other way through this without far too many deaths.
When were you asked by Number 10 not to say it?
I can't remember. It was in a press conference. We should be able to find the paperwork if we dig further for it.
Just assist us roughly.
It will have been in a press conference in July or August.
Your statement says in terms that you believe that step 3 of the roadmap went too far, which tends to suggest that your concerns were not reflected in the outcome of that roadmap because step 3 had been promulgated. You thought they went too far, but it couldn't be reversed.
But certainly not not fully reflected. But as throughout the autumn, the Prime Minister balanced economic and health considerations, and I made the health argument as well as I could. And this was an early precursor to the much more involved debates over September and October.
Do you recall ONS data being released on the 29th of July?
Yes, I remember that the number of cases bottomed out on the 13th of July, and I remember the ONS, which came out a little bit later but was more robust. The ONS survey would come out shortly after that.
The ONS data of that date show, according to your statement, and it is, of course, right, that cases had risen, and to use your word, dramatically.
Yes, from a very low base, but yes.
Did you know in advance of the Eat Out to Help Out scheme?
No, that was announced not ahead of its announcement on the 8th of July.
No.
In fact, cases were still falling at that point.
Did you raise your concern when the scheme was announced? And of course, it was announced in advance of the beginning of August and meant to take effect on
3rd of August, I think.
Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays for those 4 weeks of August?
I didn't know about the Eat Out to Help Out scheme until the cabinet meeting on the morning of its announcement, and it was one of a package of loosenings. We were doing a number of things to bring back a bit of freedom over the summer.
As the Secretary of State for Health, had you been told and had you been asked for your view, what would you have said?
I don't know.
Well, Mr. Hancock, you've told the inquiry that there is in this debate between caution and allowing release, and it's a difficult debate, a public health view, which you as the Secretary of State are plainly on the side of caution.
Yes.
Because that's your job.
What mattered in the opening then was that there wasn't overall too much. And in the end, there was overall too much. Which individual items of opening you did or didn't do is second order compared to the overall amount of openings. I was at the same time campaigning internally to get funding so that those who tested positive would isolate, which we eventually got put in place in September. And I thought that was the most important use of money.
Did you express serious reservations about the scheme once you became aware of it, given your well-known position as Secretary of State for Health on the balance between release and positive promotion of eating out and caution?
Once it was announced, it was a done deal that it was government policy. I expressed caution and argued very strongly against its extension at the end of August, and I don't think its extension was ever seriously in prospect.
So you did argue very strongly against it, did you?
I argued that it shouldn't be extended.
It was a serious issue, though, was it not, in terms of the possible, and I'm not going to go into debate about what the impact actually was in terms of prevalence, but in terms of at least the perception in intervention areas, it was a serious problem.
In intervention areas, it was unhelpful that the state should be subsidising people to go out at the same time as asking people to be more cautious.
It was serious.
Well, what I'd say is that I think there has been undue focus on this one item. And where the then Chancellor is absolutely right in his statement is he argues that this was not the sole cause of the second wave. What matters is
I've deliberately not asked you.
What matters was the overall, what Chris Whitty at the time called the R budget, the overall set of measures. My goal was to keep R below 1. If keeping R below 1 with a tighter set of measures elsewhere, but with this scheme in place, if that could have kept R below 1, I would have been happy with it. And if within the debate and negotiation, if it was easier to keep the Chancellor in a good place on other measures that were necessary, in order to keep R below 1 as a whole, then tactically that would be something I'd be happy with. What matters here is the overall budget and keeping R below 1. In the end, that loosening was too much. Eat Out to Help Out was just one of many measures, and in effect, with hindsight, you can go through and you can look at 10 measures and say we, in the end, could have afforded 7 of these. And whether Eat Out to Help Out is on that list or not is a moot point. That was the attitude that I took. I wanted to keep R below 1.
129458 is a WhatsApp from you to Simon Case. Just want to let you know directly, we've had lots of feedback that Eat Out to Help Out is causing problems in our intervention areas. I've kept it out of the news, but it's serious. This is you, Mr. Hancock.
Yes.
Have you told Rishi? And then Mr. Case says again, I don't think he can afford to extend it. And then you, yes, we've told Treasury. We've been protecting them in the comms, and thankfully it hasn't bubbled up.
Yes.
So the position you took was indeed that it was serious, that's your word.
Yes.
That you told the Treasury.
Yes.
But whilst you did so, you protected the Treasury in the news, you concealed your concerns about the seriousness of the impact of this scheme, and you expressed thanks, gratitude, it hadn't come to light.
That's because I abide by collective responsibility. And I was being encouraged by various journalists who would presume that I was against it to criticise the then Chancellor. But I believe that government is a team effort. And so I didn't want that to become a row in public. I mean, you can see during the whole pandemic the corrosive effect of leaks. I was not part of that, and I don't appreciate government by leak, and hence I abided by collective responsibility on and off the record. That's what I'm saying there.
As we are all aware, in the autumn, rates continued to go up, prevalence went up. There was a rule of 6 introduced. In the context of this debate between relaxation, promoting the economy, and caution and keeping R below 1, did the Prime Minister take a consistent approach to one or the other sides of that argument?
I think it's fair to say that the Prime Minister felt strongly the arguments for the protection of health and the arguments for liberty and the protection of the economy. My particular beef was that I didn't think there was a trade-off at all, and there wasn't. It wasn't an either-or. You couldn't choose between either. And my intense frustration was that economists at the Treasury and elsewhere couldn't see that although you could protect the economy by not locking down this week or next week, the consequence, the second-round consequence of that, would be a firmer, more economically damaging lockdown in the future. And as a trained economist and knowing some of them, the second-round impact of a decision is what economics is all about. And I couldn't get them to see, it was deeply frustrating, that it was against the economic interest as well as against the health interest to avoid the action that was necessary. The Prime Minister saw it as both, and he felt very keenly the instincts on both sides.
In your book, for the 26th of August, it purports to be a diary entry, but we now know that these are not diary entries.
Not now, no. I was clear when I published it.
For all our best efforts to avoid chaotic lurching, the Prime Minister has veered off. Do you recall writing that in your book?
I do, and I remember that period.
Yes. So the answer to the question I put, which is, did the Prime Minister take a consistent line, is not that he was conscious of the debate, both sides, but that you used your efforts as well as the efforts of others to avoid chaotic lurching on his part. And the clear impression you give in your own book, Mr. Hancock, is that yet again he had veered off.
What period are we talking about?
26th of August.
So late August was frustrating because in July, the Prime Minister had been extremely concerned that there was a second wave, and it's reflected in the various communications. And then came back from holiday and was much more concerned with not locking down, and I found that a problem.
Mr. Hancock, they're your words. Chaotic lurching. That's not entirely similar to suggesting that he was reasonably and sensibly taking a different view in light of new information or scientific advice. Is it?
There are different degrees of diplomacy with which you can give an answer to the same question.
In September, as you've indicated and as your statement makes plain, that the data shows that infection rates were going up and in a very broad sense, the country was faced with a scenario similar to that faced at the end of February. That's what you suggest in your statement.
Yeah. Actually, case rates were higher than at the end of February.
Yeah, well, that is your assessment. You say similar to that faced at the end of February. What, in general terms, as the Secretary of State, was your position in September? Were you arguing for, at that early stage, circuit breaker, which is a short lockdown, if you like, I suppose, or a longer national lockdown, or were you calling for the better implementation of local restrictions, or perhaps beefed up rules of six or whatever?
Well,
what was your position?
My position was to argue first and foremost for tougher local lockdowns and the tiers system with a stronger top tier. And I first put that forward at the end of August to my own team. We worked it up and took it to a COVID-0 in the middle of September. And it was very frustrating that it took me a month to get that policy in place. Even more frustrating was that the top tier was not enough to get R below 1, and therefore not effective for the task. That was deeply frustrating. The second thing was, where national measures like the rule of six were proposed, I was an enthusiastic supporter of them.
And the inquiry asks, of course, and without getting into the detail, because SPI-MO on the 16th of September mooted a planned circuit breaker around the October.
Sorry, I didn't answer on circuit breaker. Yeah,
exactly, on the October half term. And on the 17th of September, SAGE recommends a circuit breaker.
Yeah.
And then you'll recall that the COVID task force on the 19th of September, I'm sure you'll recall this, put forward to the Prime Minister a number of different measures, Package A, Package B, Package C, and a circuit breaker.
Yeah.
Where were you between the 17th and the 20th of September on the circuit breaker proposition?
I was in favour of tougher measures that could get R below 1, especially in the areas where intervention was most needed because cases were highest. I was not convinced by the circuit breaker proposal on two grounds. The first is it's effectively just a short lockdown, and if you put it in for 2 weeks, I could see why, in theory, if for 2 weeks no human would come into contact with any other human, then the case numbers would drop dramatically. But in the real world, that isn't how life works. For instance, in hospitals, in care homes, people have to interact. And secondly, the political impact of repeat circuit breakers would have been to lose the confidence of those who we needed to have on board to make it happen. And I thought that therefore a circuit breaker was not the best approach because basically rates would just shoot up afterwards. That is what happened when they tried one in Wales. I was more strongly in favour. The thing I wanted to see was action to keep R below 1. And the way that I thought that was best organised was a degree of national action and then the tiers system, making sure you could get the pandemic under control where it was most virulent. That was my view at the time. I can go through with hindsight what I now think of it.
Well, before you look at the hindsight angle, you say in your statement there were no excuses second time round.
Yeah.
That's to say, in relation to the second lockdown.
Yeah.
Case numbers rose from mid-July 2020.
Yeah.
And it was clear, so this isn't hindsight, this is reality.
Yeah.
It was clear that a second wave was coming from late August.
Indeed, I said so on the record.
I began to call for measures to suppress,
Yes.
not mitigate, but suppress the virus in early September.
Yes.
The only possible strategy was to suppress the virus.
Until a vaccine came good.
I regret I was unable to win that argument.
Yes.
Why did you not lend your support to the scientific advice, which was to the effect that a circuit breaker in September was required?
Well, that wasn't the unanimous scientific advice. Because
Mr. Hancock Sage recommended a circuit breaker on the 17th of September.
if I can finish my sentence, because I discussed it with the chief medical officer at the time, and his view was subtly different to Sage's. He thought we needed to put in the restrictions necessary to get R below 1 in a way that would hold consistently through the winter. And I thought that was a better proposition. Now, with hindsight, should I have teamed up with the formal Sage conclusions, etc.? Well, it would have been better to have something rather than nothing, but my concern with a circuit breaker, even with hindsight, is that coming in and out of lockdown is not sustainable. It is not fair on the public, and it would have lost support amongst legislators, and I don't think it would have worked. With hindsight, the tiers system didn't work because where we did put it didn't work firstly because I wasn't allowed to have a top tier that was strong enough. But even if we had, people just moved. You know, we came up with the tiers system to make sure that people in areas of low prevalence didn't get the full whack of lockdown measures. And it is because I cared about places like Herefordshire and Cornwall that hardly had any cases. And it seemed unfair that they should be locked down because other places had higher prevalence. But the truth is people travelled and the spread came out. And Patrick Vallance was right about his critique of tiers in his evidence. So I would not recommend tiers for the
Can I interrupt
future.
to say we're going to deal with tiers in the morning.
Okay.
On this issue of why you didn't endorse as the Secretary of State for Health, the person whom by your own words was bound to take the public health position.
Because it wouldn't have worked in practice, and when it was tried in Wales, it didn't work. What we needed was a consistent lockdown for the winter that would have kept R below 1.
On the 17th of September, you couldn't have known that the lockdown in Wales wouldn't have worked. It hadn't been put into place. And weren't you meant to be following the science?
No, I was meant to be guided by the science. That was my whole approach. Guided by the science, but if I thought, as I thought on this, that it wouldn't work, then I would take another decision. And anyway, in discussions with the chief medical officer, who was my principal clinical advisor, we thought, or at least he thought it was reasonably arguable, that a single consistent policy to keep R below 1 would have been better. I just don't think in out would have worked over the winter.
Milady,
is that where you'd like to finish the evening?
Please.
Well, you've had a very long day, Mr. I'm sorry we can't finish you today, but I think you were warned that we'd have to ask you to come back tomorrow. There are quite a few questions from core participants, so as soon as Mr. Keith is concerned, we'll start those. We will definitely conclude your evidence before I break for lunch. So,
I'm available as long as you need me.
thank you very much. 10 o'clock tomorrow, please. Mr. Keith.
Thank you, Milady. Mr. Hancock, you told the inquiry yesterday how in September of 2020 you were urging for more measures, more stringent measures, trying to move the process on for greater intervention. I would just like to show you some, and they're only a very small sample of the messages that you sent, demonstrating that indeed throughout September and October you are urging the process forward. 48399 is a WhatsApp group. On page 35 on the 17th of September. Thank you. At 5:25, to avoid national lockdown, we need to act fast in parts of the country where it's going in the wrong direction. And then further down the page at 2:00:46, 46 seconds past 2. We've just held a very alarming JBC Gold, sharp rises in the northeast and Merseyside. We need to get tiering sorted and tougher local action in place pronto. The reference to tiering there, Mr. Hancock, may we presume that's a reference to what you said yesterday about how the tiering proposal was first debated in September. You're endeavouring there, or you're making quite plain that the system needs to be sorted for tiering.
Yes.
Page 38. And this is the 8th of October, 8:47. Do we have, yes, at the top of the page, Matt Hancock, we need to be making the argument in every forum, there is a problem, we want to avoid full lockdown, our call to action. And on the 9th of October, in a communication with Simon Case 129514, you are the owner of the cell phone, although your name's not there, Mr. Hancock.
Yeah.
Just seen the latest proposal. It's a white flag. We can't just give up fighting the virus. We have to stop it regionally now, or we will be in full national lockdown in a fortnight. Could you just help us? It's not entirely clear from the chronology what the latest proposal was that you're referring to there, which you describe as a white flag. Can you recall?
I can't particularly recall. There were a series of weak proposals over that time. In September, we introduced the rule of 6. There was a debate about whether it should be a rule of 8 or rule of 6. I'm glad that we introduced it as rule of 6, but it didn't go far enough. The tiers proposal, despite I first suggested it in early September, it was agreed at COVID-0 on the 17th or 18th of September for implementation on the 2nd of October, and it still wasn't in place by this point. The top tier within the tiering system wasn't strong enough. And my argument was that we needed to act now, both because there's no trade-off between the health and economics, as I talked about yesterday, but also if we don't lock down, there will be more deaths, and we will have to have a tougher lockdown in the future. So on reflection and with hindsight, I think that if we'd taken action sooner in September of 2020, then we might, for instance, have avoided the need to close schools, which in the end we had to because cases were so high by January. So that's one of the examples.
A nod forward to the third lockdown, of course.
Correct.
So when you say the later lockdown, you mean the third one, because
Correct.
That's when schools were shut again.
Because in the November lockdown, we didn't shut schools, and other than for the emergence of the Kent variant, it did get R below 1. So it shows the argument I was making then, sadly, turned out to be accurate, which is if you don't lock down early, then you have a tougher lockdown with more economic damage, as well as, of course, as the greater number of deaths and more damage to the health of the nation. And this is why I'm so emphatic about that being an important learning for the future.
Yes. And mindful of what you said yesterday, however, about the circuit breaker proposal in September, what you were calling for in September and October was a tougher local system, a proper and well-regulated, or a more stringent tier system.
Yes.
Because that was what you assessed was the best way of avoiding the national lockdown. But you weren't calling for the circuit breaker specifically in September for the reasons you gave yesterday.
Yes, although I was also supportive of national measures to keep R down overall. And had we gone for a set of measures overall that would have kept R below 1, I would have supported that. My goal was to get R below 1. I didn't think the circuit breaker proposal would work in practice, but I could see the science behind it.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, because it was too short.
Because it was too short and the cases would just shoot up again afterwards. And it would risk losing public and parliamentary support. And I also, by this stage, there's a reference on the 8th of October to others are campaigning against us. By this stage, those arguing against lockdown in Parliament were formulating a group, they were coordinated, they were campaigning, and this became more of a problem later on. And so we needed to keep parliamentary consent and public support. And that was one of the reasons that I thought, in practice, a circuit breaker proposal wasn't the best way forward. With hindsight, would it have been better if I'd sat down with the scientists and said, "Okay, here are my sort of practical reasons I don't think your thing will work. You haven't come in behind my tiers proposal, but all of us care about getting R below 1. What should we together propose?" But that isn't how it progressed. But I was arguing, as you can see, very strongly for action that was necessary to save lives.
You were. And as you explained yesterday, at the same time, there was built into the system, perhaps a necessary part of any system for a national imposition of countermeasures, that delay between the second or third week in September, when the tier proposal was first mooted, and the 12th of October when it was announced. It took time, in any event, to get to that stage.
Well, it did, but it didn't need to take nearly so long.
In your witness statement, you say this: "I was in despair that we had announced a policy that we knew would not work."
Yes.
That's the tier framework.
Yes.
And can you just acknowledge, and I'm just going to paraphrase what you say elsewhere in your statement about why the tier system didn't work.
Yeah.
You've just mentioned that the tier 3 level
Yes.
in the tier system wasn't strong enough.
Yes.
And you had in fact been blocked when you had tried to suggest
Yes.
a more stringent level.
Correct.
Secondly, epidemiologically, a system based on shifting tiers was always going to level up. And thirdly, you describe how the way in which there was a local negotiation with the regions which were placed into particular tiers, higher tiers,
Yes.
meant that there was a degree of negotiation, delay, confusion with what packages might be introduced, and then
Yes.
confusion for the public.
Yes, and sadly, this is how it played out. So, when the announcement was made, the proposal was that under Tier 3, there would be a baseline of national measures, and then further measures would be agreed with local leadership. And when I say that I knew that wouldn't work, it was because local leadership had, up to that point, largely demonstrated that they were under significant political pressure not to accept measures. Now, there were exceptions to this. For instance, the mayor of Liverpool, Joe Anderson, not the mayor of the Liverpool City region, who I know has been a witness, Joe Anderson, unfortunately, no longer with us. He was incredibly supportive, and we ended up in Liverpool having a package of measures that was effective after a very constructive negotiation and discussion, and in a spirit of collaboration. Despite, I mean, he was a Labour mayor, the parties really didn't matter at this point.
Right.
But others were not constructive, and in some cases actively unhelpful, and I felt put politics ahead of public health.
And I don't want to go into the detail of it, but it's right that we acknowledge that. Is that what the entry in Sir Patrick Vance's diary is to? There's a reference to Manchester and the very difficult negotiations that went on in relation to Manchester.
Yes, I would say that the diary entry might be better written as political leadership in Liverpool and political leadership in Manchester. I've got no beef with the fine city of Manchester.
Your statement makes plain that as the end of October approached, you weren't winning the argument for a national lockdown. You therefore took the step of asking health leaders to make the case for a second national lockdown.
Yes.
It's self-evident. Was that necessary?
Yeah.
Because you felt you were losing the argument.
I felt like there was we were in a campaign to win the argument, and others were using. Whereas up to this point, I'd essentially argued internally. At that point, I decided that those who were against action, which I saw as extremely dangerous, were using public debate and trying to win the debate in the discourse, I therefore got I corralled the voices that I knew would support what was needed in the public health interests. So I spoke to the Royal Colleges, I spoke to different parts of the health system, I said to a system which is normally very, it's actually remarkably hierarchical, the health system. And I said, get out there and make the case, get out there and explain what will happen if we don't take action now. And boy, they did. And because I don't know a single voice in the health and social care system who wasn't in favour of more action at that point, because we could see what was going to happen.
129555 is a WhatsApp communication between yourself and Simon Case. And you say in terms, and this is the 30th of October, Mr. Hancock, so obviously there is enormous debate and very difficult debate in government as to whether or not the second national lockdown should be imposed. I think it may be the second page.
I think we decided by the 30th of October.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is you say Rishi is in the room, contrary to the stupid rules, so the Prime Minister will be under enormous pressure to not do enough once again.
Yeah.
And so given that that's the 30th of October, my question, in fact, is, was that a reference by you when you say to not do enough again, once again, the decision to make the lockdown?
Well, the stupid rules is that...
No, don't worry about the stupid rules.
Okay. But I was not allowed physically present into this meeting.
To not do enough again, that can only be a reference to the debate about the lockdown, presumably.
Yeah, so I'd been blocked from going into this meeting, and you can imagine who made that decision. The Prime Minister would be under pressure not to do enough. So repeatedly, we had taken action, but it wasn't enough to get R below 1.
But on this day, the 30th of October, and you're aware, of course, that there'd been a forward strategy meeting in Chequers on the 25th of October.
Yeah.
The COVID task force had forwarded an advice seeking a lockdown on the 28th of October to the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And they'd presented a further paper again on the 30th of October. And then, as you'll recall, there was a further paper prepared for the COVID-O on the 30th of October. This can only be a reference to that debate which was going on the very same day about the national lockdown.
Well, around this time, we did make the decision for a national lockdown. It may have been that this message was during the decision-making meeting. You can read it that way.
At the bottom of the page, Mr. Hancock, you say, I can live with that. That's a reference to a question about non-essential retail and secondary schools. But I'm very worried about a rearguard action that has screwed us all over too often. What was the reference to rearguard action? But what were you referring to there?
I was referring to the Prime Minister making a decision in principle to take action that was necessary to save lives, and then others arguing strongly against it afterwards. And I don't actually know who the others were, because I wouldn't have been party to those conversations. But that was something that we'd lived with.
And of course, as you explained yesterday, as the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, your primary concern, perhaps your only concern, had to be the public health clinical side of this terrible debate about the second wave bringing R below 1, and of course the damage to the economy and the societal harm that would be wrought by another lockdown.
Well, obviously, as you've seen from all of my evidence and all of the contemporaneous evidence, my primary concern was saving lives and making sure that we got through this with the NHS not being overwhelmed and as few people victim to this horrible virus. That was throughout the whole period, that was my primary motivation. And this inquiry has brought evidence that I didn't even know about myself, that demonstrates that the work that was going on with the health system as a whole that I led, and me obviously putting my voice to that. But, and this is a crucial point, as an MP, as a member of the cabinet, I didn't only care about the health interest. The importance of the economy matters too, and that would have been more damaged by delaying, and indeed was, because we had to have a tougher lockdown. And as I've said, I think if we'd managed to bring in an earlier lockdown, we may not have had to close schools second time round as we did, because the case rate got so high. We again in January had to pull every lever as we'd had to in March 2020. And so it is it isn't just that I was interested in the health outcomes. That was obviously my primary duty and my primary responsibility and my primary concern. But it's broader. My argument was broader than that. It was that even if you care only about the economy, you need to take the measures early, because there's absolutely no way we're going to allow R to be above 1 until case rates get to a position where the NHS is going to be overwhelmed, and that is always going to be the case until we have a vaccine.
And is that why, essentially, in your witness statement, you say there were no excuses second time round? Clinically, in public health terms, there was simply no proper debate against the imposition of a second national lockdown. Economically, a second national lockdown imposed earlier would have less effect overall, damaging effect on the economy. So as it seemed to you, the arguments were all one way.
Yes, and that was true. And the more you thought a vaccine was going to come, the sooner you thought a vaccine was going to come, the lower the validity of any argument the other way. And at this point, I was highly confident that a vaccine would come. We'd seen the animal trials and the phase 1 trials on humans, but by October there was a quote brief from somewhere in Whitehall saying Matt Hancock is the only person here who thinks there is actually going to be a vaccine, said a Whitehall source. It's a running joke with other departments. But I was looking at the evidence, by the way, which was publicly available, that there was going to be a vaccine. To give him his credit, the Prime Minister always thought there was going to be a vaccine as well. And I'd tasked the NHS on being ready to deliver a vaccine from the 1st of December as the reasonable best case scenario. It was nice to be able to talk about reasonable best as opposed to reasonable worst case scenarios. And in the end, we started on the 8th of December. But that's important for these considerations, because if you think a vaccine is coming with any degree of confidence, then all of the arguments about resisting lockdown measures fall away, because the action that you're going to have to take will be temporary. If you think there's never going to be a vaccine, then it is a much more difficult conundrum. But by now, we were pretty. Those close to it were pretty confident there was going to be a vaccine.
And so, for all those reasons, the position you reached was that the argument strongly favoured an earlier lockdown than was in fact imposed, and there was no real argument against the imposition of a lockdown, second national lockdown in principle, for all the clinical and economic arguments to which you've made reference.
Correct.
Right. you weren't, I think, your statement doesn't suggest that in relation to the third lockdown, you had any real doubt about the wisdom of its imposition. Clinically, in public health terms, and presumably for the same reasons, the economic arguments, there was no option but to impose a third national lockdown.
Absolutely. And by that stage, because the case rates were so high, we again had to pull every lever, which included, unfortunately, having to close schools.
And the prevalence rates were so high, in part you describe, because the November lockdown had not been long enough, it had not been imposed early enough, and also you thought that there were very real mistakes in relation to the regulations which had been put in place in December and over Christmas. They'd all contributed to the high prevalence rate.
Well, there was an additional complicating factor, which was the alpha variant, which was more transmissible, and therefore by then we'd come to quite a good calibration of what MPIs you need to keep R below 1, and we'd got to the point where that was embedded within the tiers system. But unfortunately, the alpha variant blew those calibrations because it transmitted faster, but we didn't know exactly how much faster because it was a new variant, and so therefore we had to pull every lever. And I remember after we'd made the decision, I think it was on the 4th of January, to go into another full national lockdown. I remember the 2 weeks after that as harrowing, because the case numbers kept going up as they had in March after we'd pulled every lever, and there was nothing more we could do. And because this was a new strain, again, we didn't know whether everything would be enough to get it under control. And thankfully, we did get it under control just before the NHS was overwhelmed once again.
Because of the perennial debate, the overriding imperative, as you saw it, to bring R below 1 because of all the terrible consequences.
Yeah, not just as I saw it, as logic requires.
I'm asking you the...
Yes.
Just please now, finally, Mr. Hancock, one or two concluding and disparate issues. Can I make plain that I'm not going to ask you any questions about 2021 in large part? The inquiry has, of course, your very detailed witness statements, which deal with the salient features of 2021. But just two or three small areas. The inquiry heard evidence from Professor Ferguson, how he resigned as an advisor to SAGE on account of his transgression. At the time of his resignation, you were asked if the police should prosecute him. You said rightly, it's a matter for the police, it's an operational matter. But you made the point quite rightly that these were important issues and the social distancing rules were important. You obviously transgressed yourself, and that came to light in June 21, on the 25th of June. I'm sure you acknowledge the incredible offence and upset that was caused by that revelation. In terms of the impact on public confidence, there were a number of transgressions in public life. Overall, do you think that those breaches had an impact upon the public's propensity to adhere to rules? And acknowledging, of course, that by June 2021, we were out of the worst. There was, in May 21, the tail end of the regulations and guidance in place. But overall, it was damaging.
Well, what I'd say is that the lesson for the future is very clear, and it is important that those who make the rules abide by them, and I resign in order to take accountability for my failure to do that.
And that, to your credit, must have been in reflection of the fact that you understood the importance of or the deleterious consequences of rule breaking or guidance breaking on public confidence and the public at large.
Yes.
All right. Long COVID. Your statement makes plain that from an early stage you asked NHS England to consider what could be done, and you asked Simon Stevens to develop plans for addressing the issue of long COVID. From your assistance to the promulgation of NHSE guidance in June and the announcement in July by the National Institute for Health Research and UK Research and Innovation, and also your convening of a roundtable in July, it appears very clear that you were alive to the concerns about long-term sequelae from the COVID infection.
I was alive to it from before the infection reached our shores. Chris Whitty raised the concern about the potential of some kind of post-viral fatigue syndrome, which happens with other viruses as well. And then after the first peak, I was acutely aware of it, not least because members of my family were affected by long COVID, including my mother, who still attends a long COVID clinic. So this was very close to my heart.
To what extent, when you and your colleagues became aware of long-term sequelae and the long-term consequences of infection, did that understanding feed its way into the debate about the mechanics of non-pharmaceutical interventions and then subsequently the relaxation of restrictions? What role did, or to what extent did the issue of long COVID play out in the debate about the mechanics of NPIs?
Well, it matters, of course, because it makes the virus even worse. It makes the impact of the virus even worse. And so it reinforced the arguments that we were making already. Of course, the best way to avoid long COVID is to take the measures necessary to reduce the amount of COVID, full stop. And so it actually calls for the same policy prescription in terms of preventing COVID and therefore tough NPIs to keep R below 1. But it also required more research and support from the NHS, who found it quite difficult because it was a new disease and because of its nature presenting in many, many different ways. They found long COVID quite difficult to categorise at first. And so with Simon Stevens, we worked together to bring forward long COVID clinics that could look across the range of conditions that are loosely gathered under the term long COVID. As I say, I cared a lot about this for personal reasons as well as professional reasons, and we didn't need sign-off from the centre. We just got on with it.
Do you happen to know why, notwithstanding the considerable amount of work done on long COVID from the very early days and throughout the summer, particularly of 2020, the public campaign about long COVID wasn't launched until I think October? Do you know why there was that potential lag in the communication side of the debate?
Yes, I think it was essentially because understandably the clinicians found it hard to get a handle on exactly what the term meant at first. I knew what it meant, and those suffering from it knew what it meant. But turning that into a formal protocol would normally have taken a lot longer. But it was one of those things that happened. It took some months for the clinicians to put it together. I think we decided to do that was it June or July 2020, at that roundtable meeting that you mentioned.
The 31st of July, yes.
31st of July, which I'd convened. And so it was put together in around 6 weeks from then. So although that looks slow in the context of the pandemic, that is fast in the normal context of medical response to innovative problems.
Particularly the public-facing side of the medical response.
Yes, and clinicians understandably wanted an answer to the question, what exactly is long COVID, before they would go out and say that we're having a campaign on this. So that was it was a piece of work. Of course, I wish it had gone faster, and I was pushing it. But nevertheless, I can understand the reasons it took as long as it did.
And finally, in relation to disparities, your witness statement makes plain that you were obviously aware from a very early stage on the clinical vulnerabilities or disparities from coronavirus 19.
Yes.
You were aware of the risk factors from a very early stage.
Yes.
You were, of course, aware, and you explain how you became aware of the terrible figures showing disproportionate numbers of black people and black minority ethnic healthcare workers being hospitalized.
Yes.
and ultimately dying. And you contributed to the process by which SAGE and other bodies from April onwards looked at this issue. Did you also commission work through Public Health England? There was a rapid review, I think, on the 12th of May, then a full review on the 31st of May. And then did you also contribute to the decision that further work and the reports be ultimately commissioned through Kemi Badenoch?
Yes. I was particularly struck by the death of the first 4 NHS doctors, 3 of whom were from an ethnic minority background. I was acutely aware of the disproportionate impact on those from ethnic minority backgrounds, especially amongst the wider NHS workforce as well, not just the doctors and nurses, but also more broadly, including porters and other staff who do vital work and often are very closely in contact with patients. So this is something that I was worried about from early in the pandemic. I'd in fact worked on this before the pandemic, including raising the issues of discrimination within the NHS, and there was work underway on a particularly difficult issue that came up in NHS BT. So there was a wide range of work on this. I was aware of it from the start, and I was very glad when Kemi was tasked by the Prime Minister to lead and really get to the bottom of this.
To give me one minute. My lady, those are all my questions for Mr. Hancock.
Thank you very much. Right, Ms Morris, you going first?
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Hancock, I ask questions on behalf of COVID Bereaved Families for Justice UK and COVID Bereaved Families for Justice Northern Ireland, who sit behind me. And together we represent over 7,000 bereaved families, bereaved by COVID, many who sit behind me, and many who have lost families in care homes. So my questions are centred at a high level on the decision on the 19th of March to discharge untested hospital patients into those care homes. Yesterday, you accepted an evidence that on the 15th of May 2020, in a press conference, you said that right from the start, we tried to throw a protective ring around care homes. So the context of my questions is to probe with you your claim that you'd taken those steps right from the start or
Yes.
at all.
Yes.
So I'm going to take you through some of the key dates at the start of the pandemic and examine what was known or ought to have been known by you and your department and how that informed the decisions that were made on the 19th of March. Okay? Can we first have on screen, please, INQ 49363, page 2. And this is a minutes of an adult social care coronavirus meeting. Thank you. And it's action 3, please. Can I just switch that? Thank you very much. I'm just going to move my... Thank you. Says that there was noted at point 7, this is the 11th of February 2020, commented that there were likely to be 3 ways that the virus could enter a care home: infected people moving into homes, staff and visitors, and that these should be considered during the response phase.
Yes.
So the question is this: what was done to minimise those 3 different routes of infection prior to the hospital discharge policy on the 19th of March?
Yes. So this document is from the 11th of February.
Correct.
For context, there were under 5 cases in the UK at that point. So this is very early on in thinking about how we are going to handle the pandemic. But it was clear from this point that the virus had its biggest impact on those who are older and had underlying vulnerabilities. So we knew that there was a problem, and we knew there was a significant and specific risk for those who lived in care homes, and in particular care homes that looked after older people.
And in particular, these 3 ways present 3 potential breaks to any circle or any ring of care. Is that fair to say?
Yes, absolutely. And we considered these from throughout in terms of how we could best support and protect people in care homes. In fact, the work had already started before this, and we had the first Adult Social Care National Steering Group, for instance, on the 5th of February.
Yes, and I'll come back to some of those steering group minutes later. Next, I've put on screen, please, INQ 74910, page 2. This is the 24th of February now. Mm-hmm. This is a PHE response to a question that's been proposed to them. If there's an evidence of cluster of COVID-19 cases in the UK, what will the PHE proposal be? It's under 2A, the second heading there. Could that just be highlighted and enlarged, please? Thank you. It says, if there's an assumed outbreak of 5 to 25 cases, the PHE advises that no discharges be made from hospitals to care homes whilst there's a cluster of cases in a hospital during the containment phase. Maybe a little further down the 2A section there in terms of the highlight. The highlight could just be expanded or lowered down, please, just to highlight the bottom of those bullet points. I'm grateful. Yeah, it's in the middle of that paragraph. No discharge to residential care homes. Middle paragraph of 2A. So on the 24th of February 2020, the PHE are making it clear there should be no discharge to residential care homes because of the risk of infections that would create. Is that correct?
I didn't see this document at the time, but my reading of the document as you presented it to me is that in the case of an outbreak in the care home, then there should be no discharges to that care home. That's my reading of it, but this is a PHE document that I wasn't aware of, so it is as it is. The evidence is there.
Thank you. You've mentioned the National Steering Group meetings. They took place in February, and 2 in particular, the 19th and 26th of February. I'm going to suggest have been expressing serious concerns about the availability of PPE in care homes. And in particular, we can go to them if you'd like to, but I'm going to suggest on the 26th of February, there was hard evidence of PPE stock being requisitioned for NHS use. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, but if you want to put up evidence showing that.
Okay, so
what I would say is that on PPE, at the end of, it was obvious from January that was going to be a problem with PPE. At the end of January, I agreed to the recommendation that we should release the PPE stockpile, and I also requested that we started buying PPE in size, as in large scale, which we did. It was a global challenge because suddenly everywhere in the world was trying to buy PPE. Also, there's another structural point which is really important here, which is that care homes and all of social care is legally responsible to local authorities. It is commissioned by local authorities. And so there's a structural problem, which is that the responsibility and policy questions inevitably, especially in a crisis, flow to the national government, but the levers, the policy, the formal policy, and all of the legals are in the hands of local government. And so we started this with a social care sector in need of reform, where the reforms hadn't happened, and where the formal legal responsibility was for local authorities.
Understand that, but what I'm asking you about is what was known by your department about methods and equipment that could keep care home residents safe.
Absolutely.
In terms of how you then set your policy and what you dictate should happen. Okay, so let's look at those steering group minutes together, please. INQ 114887, specifically on this point about the NHS requisition. It's page 2 again, and it's the top action on page 2, please. Action. Concerns about NHS 111, and it says under first bullet, hard evidence of providers failing to get PPE they'd paid for as its requisition for the NHS. Now, don't need to dig too deep beneath this in terms of logistical matters, but it's clear there, isn't it, that the department is aware from stakeholders that there are not only concerns about PPE, but there's difficulties in getting what they've paid for.
That's what it says.
Okay, thank you. So by the end of February now, that's the 26th of February, that set of minutes, I'm going to suggest that it's obvious to your department that care homes were a vulnerable population. I think you've already agreed with that.
Absolutely, yeah.
With multiple sources of infection, you've agreed with that, and real problems, I suggest, with obtaining PPE. Would you agree?
Yes.
So moving into March, you told Mr. Keith yesterday that Helen Whately had come to the very firm view, on or around the 2nd, that plans for the care sector were non-existent or inadequate, were your words, and she was messaging you about that.
The 3rd,
didn't she?
yes.
And in early March, Miss Whately also had concerns, she says in her statement, about an inability to obtain timely and accurate data
Absolutely.
about COVID-19 deaths in the care sector.
Yep.
In stark contrast to the data available in the healthcare setting.
Absolutely, yes.
So what was done, if anything, in early March to rectify this lack of data?
Well, we acted to try to make sure that PPE got to care homes and took action on that front, not least responding to the concerns that have been raised by the sector. And in terms of data, gathering data was extremely difficult because of the lack of a direct relationship, contractual relationship between the department and care homes, unlike the department's direct relationship with the NHS.
Okay. Touching on PPE again, you've said in your statement on the 5th of March, Miss Whately also continued to warn that PPE provision in care homes was inadequate.
Yes, she was very worried about it. She met the chief social worker on the 4th of March as well to discuss the concerns around the preparations in care homes. What this all demonstrates is as much action as possible from the top of the department to try to solve these problems, which ultimately were started with the structural makeup of social care, which is a decision that can trace its origins back to the foundation of the NHS in 1948.
As we'll see later from another document, in fact, PPE was only sent out to care homes on or around the 19th of March, the same day that the discharge of thousands of patients was ordered. But I'll come back to that. Chronologically moving forward to the 6th of March, you open a departmental meeting on social care. We have that on screen, please. INQ 49530, page 1, and it's the first bullet point, please. Thank you. Secretary of State opens the meeting by stating the impact of coronavirus, which poses a complicated set of problems on the social care sector due to the higher risk for older people and the need to be gripped as soon as possible.
Yes, and what this and the cast list demonstrates is the seriousness with which we took this concern and this problem, because you have me, 3 junior ministers, Jenny Harries, who's and Jonathan Van Tam, so 2 of the Deputy Chief Medical Officers, and the Permanent Secretary of the department. So this is a very 4 junior ministers, because Lord Bethel's there as well. So this is essentially me gathering together the leadership of the department to state in no uncertain terms, as you can see, the concerns that I had around this, that we had around this, and to work out what best we could do about it.
It says it needs to be gripped as soon as possible.
Correct.
Mr. Hancock, if you've been trying to grip from the start to throw a protective ring around, why hadn't it been gripped before the 6th of March?
This is a departmental meeting. The official position of the government going into the crisis was that care homes are contracted by local authorities, and as you'll see in some of the earlier documentation, that the role of the department is around policy over social care, and the contractual arrangements are local and don't report into us.
Okay.
What happened was that in early March, Helen Whately brought to my attention on the 3rd that she didn't think enough was being done through local authorities, the local resilience fora, which were the formal places where it was supposed to be done, and therefore we called a meeting 3 days later. So this demonstrates the department getting stuck in because not enough was happening.
So you're concerned that not enough is happening. You're,
Yes.
as you say, trying to take a grip of it as soon as possible.
Yes.
Moving forward to the 9th of March, please. This is now going to be a COBRA set of minutes, INQ 56219, page 5, please. And it's point 5 in highlight when we get there. Thank you. CMO says there are 3 stages of intervention with varying individual and combined efficacy. 1, self-isolation of symptomatic individuals. 2, full household isolation where 1 individual is symptomatic. And 3, and significantly, a series of currently undetermined measures to safeguard the elderly and vulnerable individuals.
What date was this?
It's the 9th of March, Mr. Hancock. So the question is, why, given the information you and your department had by the 9th of March, were the measures being described in this COBRA meeting to safeguard individuals, elderly and vulnerable, including those in care homes, being described as undetermined?
Because at that point we were putting together the shielding programme, which was ultimately extremely successful, and the evidence is that those who were shielded were half as likely to die of COVID due to the shielding measures. That's some external research that's been done since. So clearly this was a very important area that we were working on. At this point, on the 9th of March, there were fewer than 2 deaths in the UK. So we clearly needed to be doing the work, and we were.
So between the 9th and the 17th of March, when the NHS written direction to hospitals came out stating that beds should be emptied, what concrete steps were taken by the department to put in place strict protective measures for care homes specifically?
Well, we issued guidance, and we also, as you said, issued or at least made the decision that care homes should receive free PPE. Most care homes are private organisations and hitherto had always bought their own PPE, and we decided that they should get free PPE. So there's 2 examples.
The guidance you mentioned, it being the 13th of March.
13th.
OK, we'll come back to that. But just to continue along chronologically, the 10th of March 2020 is the first notification of an outbreak in a care home, so the day after this COBRA meeting. The 17th of March, the NHS written direction to hospitals was issued. On the 18th of March, according to a PHE report compiled later on the 1st of June, care home mortality data had been reported to you as part of a SITREP to the DHSC and to yourself. But 19th of March, the key date, I'm going to suggest, so just 9 days after the first notification of a positive case in a care home, the 10th of March, the PHE was aware of 37 outbreaks in care homes.
Yes.
And I take that from a set of IMT meeting minutes, INQ 119476, page 4, please. It's under the bold heading CROC in the middle, and those bullet points, please, if they could be highlighted. Thank you. So nursing home outbreaks, as of yesterday, this is the 19th of March, we're talking about the 18th, in fact, 37 ongoing outbreaks. All healthcare protection teams are getting multiple calls from care homes. These are likely to result in deaths over the next 3 to 5 days. You also see the bottom bullet point there, There are 24,000 care homes in England. Delivery of PPE is starting today.
Yes.
This is the free PPE you've touched upon a moment ago, being
Yes.
sent out from central resources to care homes, yes?
Yes.
So this is the day, the 19th of March, when it's known that there's 37 outbreaks, that the guidance is issued to discharge patients from hospital to
Yeah.
care home settings without any testing in place.
Well, the testing capacity was much too small at this point, and
You've accepted that yesterday, and that's helpful. But given that the testing capacity was too limited to be able to test any of those hospital patients due for discharge, what other concrete measures were put in place to ensure that stringent infection controls was present in care homes?
well, that was set out in the document that was published, which was based on clinical advice. And yesterday we discussed the matter of asymptomatic transmission, which is important here, because that clinical advice was based on the presumption that the transmission mechanism of COVID was the same as the transmission mechanism of SARS, because there hadn't been at that point concrete evidence that the clinicians making that advice at PHE were confident in to change that assumption.
Okay. But without testing anybody, Mr. Hancock, you don't know whether they're positive or asymptomatic or negative.
Indeed, but we didn't have enough tests at the same time as this. This is, I think, 19th of March.
It is.
On the 17th of March, I had taken responsibility for testing from PHE into the department because it wasn't growing fast enough. So I knew there was a problem and I was acting on it.
And you knew there was a problem, but still issued that directive for those patients to be discharged from hospital.
Well, that's because if we'd left them in hospital, they were more likely to have caught COVID because of the risks of nosocomial infection. And as the Gardner case found, it was rational and reasonable to make sure that they were in the safest place that they could be. I fear, and there are only choices between bad options here, I fear that if we had left those patients in hospital, those who were medically fit to discharge, there is a high likelihood that more would have caught COVID and the problem could have been bigger. So, I have gone over and over in my head the decisions that we took, and save for the point about asymptomatic transmission, which we went over in detail yesterday, every decision was a choice between difficult options, and nobody has yet brought to me a solution to this problem that I think, even with hindsight, would have resulted in more lives saved. And you can put as many, and if there is one, I want to know about it, because it's crucial that we learn these lessons for the future.
I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there, Ms Morris. I know it's a really important issue, but we will have a module dedicated to care.
I appreciate that, my lady.
I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there.
May I just address one document, Mr. Hancock, because he's raised the matter in terms of the guidance that was issued to care homes, if I may. The 13th of March guidance he mentioned. Mr. Hancock, just to clarify with you, that guidance issued to care homes didn't state that they were expected to have any isolation facilities at all. There was nothing in place, was there?
Well, that guidance was based on clinical advice, and it was published at the time.
That's it, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry, but we've got a lot of questions to get through. As I say, we will return to this very important subject in another module. Ms Harris. Can you see Ms Harris? If you look round
Yes.
the pillar, Mr Hancock.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, my lady. Good morning, Mr Hancock. I appear on behalf of COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice Cymru, representing bereaved families in Wales. And I'd like to ask you some questions within the time I have available to me, and I'll stop when my time's up, regardless of how far I've got. And those questions are about care homes, again, I'm afraid, and also about arrangements for relations between the UK government and involved administrations.
Yes.
First of all, if I may touch on another matter relating to care homes, the same general theme, but specifically with regards to movement of care home workers between care homes. And we heard about that yesterday, and I'd just like to pick up on one further point with regards to the timing of the intervention that there was from the Department of Health and Social Care through your initiative in May, mid-May of 2020. If I could just briefly highlight a few points about the evidence so far on this issue. Yesterday, you referred to there needing to find a balance between what you referred to as two unpalatable outcomes, and referred to there having been worries about not having enough staff in care homes. And you obviously mentioned the guidance or recommendations which were brought in mid-May 2020. So action was taken in this area then, which included also an infection prevention fund. So there was also financial support that came in at that time.
£600 million and also the relevant support for the devolved administrations.
Thank you. And in your witness statement, you have highlighted, and you've, of course, made this very clear in your evidence generally, that very early on, and you state from January 2020, we considered that care home residents were some of the most vulnerable to the virus.
Yes.
That was clear from the outset. And if I could just highlight one other point, a general point as well here at the outset, you have mentioned the division of responsibilities for this sector, and that there was a certain complexity around that.
Yes.
Because the levers, I think was the way you put it, were in the hands of local government, local authorities.
That's within England and, of course, devolved.
Thank you. And that care is commissioned by local government,
Correct.
Local authorities. But it is right, of course, and I think you have acknowledged this, and it's also stated in the witness statement of Sir Christopher Walmold, where he sets out these structures, that, of course, the Department for Health and Social Care is responsible for national policy.
Yes.
Yes.
And for things that that only the centre can do. I think that was the phrase that we used to describe where our responsibility rightly started. In the end, we took more responsibility than the formal policy at the start. But at the start, the idea, or in normal times pre-pandemic, the idea was that the responsibility of the department is for policy and for things that only the centre can do.
Yes, thank you. And then just to highlight the further key points in your witness evidence, then, in your third witness statement, you've dealt with this issue quite specifically, and you refer to identifying the movement of staff between care homes as a vector for transmission.
Yes.
That's your phrase. And you say that the moment this became clear, I pushed hard to limit and then ban staff movement. Various arguments were presented, including that staff were essential for the sector, which of course they are, but I took the view that the need to stop infection getting into care homes was more important.
Yes.
So those are your words. And then you refer then specifically to the care home support package and the funding support that was made available and guidance, further guidance in June 2020.
Yes, although it's worth saying that that infection control fund first launched in May 2020 and then added to later, also funded, and I think primarily funded, the support payments for staff who were ill, because there was evidence afterwards, and it's intuitively clear that if you pay staff when they are ill, then they're less likely to go to work if in doubt, and that was an important way of reducing the ingress of the virus into care homes.
Thank you very much. So the guidance and the funding that came in mid-May was important in those two respects.
Two ways, yeah.
Thank you. You have, and just to complete the aspects of your evidence I'd like to highlight, you say in your main witness statement that the action that we took to restrict staff movement reduced infections significantly, and that it is a vital lesson for the future, for future pandemics, and indeed for normal times.
Yes, so I think this is important for containment of flu, for instance, in non-pandemic times. It's important to know that staff working in more than one care home increases, in some cases significantly, the risk of communicable diseases. Vital in pandemic times, but important given the risks that communicable diseases like flu pose to care home residents in normal times too.
Thank you. And to come to my question, and you have indeed already highlighted that as at early March, there was a concern about getting to grips with this sector.
Yes.
I think that's fair.
Yes. You know, when in early March it became clear that the formal government processes, which was how the relationship with care homes was meant to work, when it became clear that not enough was being done, as you can see from the documents that have just been shown by the previous in the previous discussion, we threw ourselves at this problem. Yes.
Yes. And I think what my question is really directed at is not enough being done and how that arose. And we understand that there was the structural complexity in this area. But given the vulnerability of the sector, which was known,
Yes.
and of course the overarching role that the Department of Health and Social Care has in relation to this sector,
Yes.
wouldn't it have been right for the department to be looking with greater focus at this sector, given that what was on its way was unprecedented, that it was really should have been anticipated that they would need some help and some intervention at a national level?
But it was anticipated. The first Adult Social Care National Steering Group was on the 5th of February, only shortly after we understood the characteristics of the virus and its greater impact on older people. So the answer to your question, of course, is yes. And knowing everything we know now, would you go back to February 2020 and do more? Of course. But at the time, we were engaged with the sector. You've seen the minutes of the meetings. And then it became clear that that we needed to put more effort in, and we did so.
I see.
So it was brought. I was doing my duty on this, and then it was brought to my attention that we needed to do more than we were technically responsible for, and that's what we did. That's what that 6th of March meeting is all about.
Thank you. But in terms of the idea of doing more than you were, as a department, technically responsible for, it's right, though, isn't it, that in terms of issuing guidance and also initiating, bringing in a new pot of funds, which is what did happen on the 15th of May, that's not outside the role of the department. That is actually what the department is supposed to do. That is its role in relation to this sector.
No, it's not its role. The department's role in normal times is not to fund the care home sector. The care home sector is funded by local authorities, and when there's national funding, it goes through MHCLG rather than the Department for Health and Social Care. Indeed, we put 1.6 billion into social care via the NHS on the 19th of March, and you'll see from the paperwork around that decision that the route through which we put that money in to get it in fast was unprecedented. And when we took that proposal to number 10, they said, we're in favour, but you need to make sure that Treasury and MHCLG are supportive of using this approach because it's novel. So I reject the proposal, the point that that it was our job to do that. We, in fact, invented new ways of getting money to care homes in the same way that we gave free PPE where all the time in the past PPE had been bought by the care homes themselves because they're largely private sector. And in fact, we put in extra money in March, in April, in May, and so on. So, of course, I understand the impact on care homes. You know, I understand that very personally. We did, once it was brought to my attention that not enough was being done, I corralled the most senior people in the department, and we threw ourselves at this problem.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. I'm grateful for those observations, and as I know you're aware, this is a subject, of course, which will be looked at in more detail in the later module. So I'll move on to my next question, and this is in relation to the subject of the co-working between the four nations.
Yes.
And first of all, with regards to the understanding there was of what was meant by a four nations approach,
Yes.
and how this was understood across government. And it's a short point, but I think it's easiest dealt with by calling up a document, INQ 000233806. And I hope that will appear on your screen. Thank you. And this is a document that you exhibited, which is a script which was provided to you when you were asked to call members of the Cabinet ahead of a Cabinet meeting on the 10th of May, which concerned the proposals for the move out of lockdown. You were provided with this script, and this told you what you were being asked to say to other Cabinet members in advance of the Cabinet meeting with regards to what those proposals were.
Yes.
And it's useful because of what it says about the understanding of a four nations approach. So it's just that short point. And if you could go, please, to the bullet points, you will see that it, first off, explains that the government, the Prime Minister, is going to set out a roadmap for the months ahead. This is the roadmap out of lockdown. And then at the second bullet point, following that call, the PM will have a similar conversation with leaders of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland at Cobra to ensure that we have a four nations approach to our response. Part of the four nations approach is the flexibility to respond to the needs of particular parts of the UK. And so the devolved administrations will take their own decisions in accordance with their devolved powers. So noting the references there to a four nations approach and to the anticipation that the four nations would take, in fact, a different route, but nevertheless, within the concept of a four nations approach, does it accord with your understanding of a four nation approach, that it does signify not just when the four nations act in a uniform way, but also when they may take a different route? And in those circumstances, a four nations approach would imply coordination, cooperation and communication between them, whilst they may not be doing exactly the same thing.
Well, obviously, I strongly agree that communication and coordination between the four nations was important, and I enjoyed, and I mean that literally, I enjoyed the relationship that I had with the other three health secretaries of the devolved nations. We had a weekly call that I instituted in March 2020, and it became a bit like a therapy session, frankly, because all four of us were facing very significant challenges, and we would talk to each other about our challenges, and whether it was in respect, for instance, to care homes, which you mentioned, where Scotland had a bigger problem than we did, or whether it was to do with PPE, where the distribution physically across the UK was a challenge, or of course the rollout of the vaccines and the testing system, which was part UK and part devolved. We had a very constructive relationship, and I think these bullet points reflect the reality that particular parts of the UK had their devolved powers. Now, notwithstanding all of that, and my basic approach of bring in the devolved health secretaries and a high degree of trust between us, and you can see that from Vaughan Gething's testimony, for instance, INQ 269372. I don't propose to put it on the screen, Chair, but there is testimony from the devolves about the warmth of that relationship, and I thought we should just get them into COVID-0 and have the discussion all together. However, having said all of that, I still don't think for the future that it is necessary to have or logical to have devolved powers for handling communicable diseases, because the administrative boundaries, particularly the Welsh border, it doesn't stop human interaction at all. I mean, the Welsh border roads meander into England and Wales. You know, you only have to go to Chester Football Club, where the entrance was in one country,
if I could bring you back to the question, because
the stadium in the other.
I'm not going to ask you about your views as to whether it should have been a devolved response.
But it was.
It was.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about. That's what it was.
Yes.
It was a public health emergency that was being dealt with in that way.
Yes.
And the aim was to work as effectively as possible, of course.
Yes, and that was
within
my
that framework.
Then that was my experience of it.
Yes, and I want to ask you about the workings of that framework. whether it worked well, whether there are lessons to be learned, and you've made some observations already about that.
Right.
I take from what you've said so far that the understanding of a four nations approach is wider than just everyone does the same. It's everyone does the same, or if they don't, they coordinate and cooperate and communicate. I think you're agreed on that.
I think it is stretching the definition of a four nations approach to say that we can have a four nations approach and the four nations do things differently based on the same clinical advice.
So we don't. So we don't
I'm
agree
not.
on that
I'm not
as a meaning.
enthusiastic about that. I don't think that it is constructive. I recognise the constitution and the devolution current settlement, but if I
may, Mr. Hancock, I think perhaps you're straying into the wider issue. I'd like to bring you back to working with the system as it was, and moving on then from definitions about a four nations approach, which leads us down a wider path. I see. I'd like to ask you about the group that you set up, which with your counterparts, and there was some praise for it in the evidence, which I think you've seen, that it worked well, suggesting that it worked well. So you had spotted, as the way you put it in your witness statement, is a missing piece of institutional infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Which was the four nations' health ministers or health and social care secretaries of state getting together in order to communicate in what might be the appropriate way, and I need to ask you about that. And this was also a WhatsApp group as well.
It was.
And in fairness, to set the context, there is a comment on that WhatsApp in the messages stating specifically that it worked well, and appreciative words of the focus and frank discussion that was had in that group, and also in a report which the inquiry has seen from Professor Henderson. There is there a record of a report of that group being positive, a positive experience by one of the other secretaries of state. On the other hand, there is also evidence before the inquiry which comes not from one of the participants, but from Mr. Mark Drakeford, First Minister for Wales, where he makes the general point that his impression was that meetings between ministers were held at short notice, sometimes without agenda or papers, and from views expressed to him by Welsh ministers, that in many cases the UK government called these meetings with the devolved governments in order to inform them of decisions already made, rather than that they were a forum for joint decision making. Now, putting to one side the fact that I understand your general view that things should have been structurally different, but they were what they were, and we know that you wanted to work as effectively as possible to make the response as effective as possible. Can I ask you for your appraisal of those meetings? Were they adequate to provide that missing infrastructure? Was sufficient notice given to the participants so that they could have the opportunity to respond meaningfully on emerging decisions, or were ministers simply being told of something that had been decided and it was simply a matter of telling them that?
If all of the above. It depends on circumstances. In the health ministers, sometimes, of course, we'd call things at short notice. And Chair, if I may, a couple of times I've seen in evidence people complain about things happening at short notice. Well, sometimes it was necessary to do things at short notice. And sometimes we had to take decisions. For instance, some of the early local lockdowns, we had to move fast when the data became available. In this case, sometimes I would call short notice meetings. I might even go on the WhatsApp group and say, there's something important come up. Can we find time for this today? And for instance, or ask a private secretary to organise something at short notice. But we also had, in the case of the health ministers, a weekly drumbeat. And more typically, if there was an issue that came up, we would put it into the next week's agenda, and any of the although I chaired the meetings because I have both UK and England responsibilities, anybody would put items into the agenda. And I think actually we changed it so that later on, so that we had a rotating chair of the weekly meeting as well, to make sure that everybody was engaged. But I can't commend highly enough Jean Freeman, Vaughan Gething and Robin Swan for the approach that they took. It was, we left the politics at the door. The fact we were from 4 different parties kind of made it that even easier. We cared about what we could learn from each other and what we could do together to save lives. And of course there were moments when there were substantive issues that led to tensions that needed to be resolved, but they'd be resolved in a professional and business-like manner. And I think if you look at Jean Freeman's comment when she left the WhatsApp group as she retired from politics in 2021, there's an exchange, it's a lovely exchange on the 13th of May, which summarises how we all felt about it.
Mr. Hancock, thank you. I've run out of time, so I'll have to stop there. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, Ms Harris. Ms Mitchell, can we fit in your question before we break?
Mr Hancock, I appear as instructed by Amar Anwar and Company on behalf of the Scottish COVID bereaved. I'm obliged to my learned friend, Mr Keith Casey, who's asked many of the questions that were posed by the Scottish COVID bereaved and wish to be put to you. I just want to ask you about one area at the moment, and that is public communications between the UK government and the Scottish government. And I wonder for that purpose if we can have before us inquiry number 94320. This is a WhatsApp group that you were involved in. And if we can have page 3 of that document, please. It appears to orientate us in relation to this matter. This is a document showing text messages taking place as you're waiting for a meeting in relation to Spain and quarantine. And do we see from page 3, two or three notes down, Jamie Njoku Goodwin says that number 10 views we communicate this ASAP this evening if needed, because it appears that the DFT was asking for 24 hours before communicating it.
Yeah.
If we take it down to where it says owner of the cell phone.
That's me.
Yes, indeed. You say, me too. It will leak anyway, and we heard your views on leaks yesterday, and the Scots will try to get their announcement out first. So my question, first of all, in relation to that matter is, if and when the decision had been taken that was being proposed, what is the issue with the First Minister communicating that to the people of Scotland first?
Well, there were a number of moments when the First Minister of Scotland would communicate in a way that was unhelpful and confusing to the public, and sometimes would leave a meeting and begin communication of a decision, for instance, sooner than agreed. I mean, in contrast to my warmth towards my health counterparts, we then found it much more difficult when decisions went up to First Minister level, particularly with Nicola Sturgeon, because we would find that sometimes some kind of spin was put on what was essentially substantively the same decision. So that was, it was a frustration, I've got to be honest about that.
You've made a number of assertions there. First, can I pick up, was there agreements made about the timing which were breached?
Sometimes, as far as I'm aware, yes. But this, of course, my reference here is when there's a decision that has First Minister responsibilities. If we had a discussion, which for me was much more frequent, of course, at health level, and we all agreed on a communication plan, I have no recollection of any of those being breached.
So you believe that others were breached in relation to meetings that you didn't know about, but none that you did know about?
No, of course, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it was far more frequent for me to be involved in the meetings with health ministers. But yes, of course, I was in meetings where there would just, instead of a cohesive communication to the UK public about an agreed decision, including decisions agreed across all 4 nations of the UK, there would then be confusing communications, differently put, and that undermined the UK response as a whole, and it is regrettable.
Mr Hancock, were you aware that the UK government's public communications suffered significant problems in being able to failure to distinguish between phrases in relation to England, the UK, this country, and using the term British meaning England? Were you aware of those difficulties?
I was always very careful to try to not confuse these important terms.
Yes, but I'm asking you, were you aware of the difficulties that existed in the UK government's communication?
Not as far as I was involved, no. I would use the term this country to mean sometimes England, sometimes the UK, because those terms are, if you are in the same way that if you're Scottish, this country can mean Scotland and the UK. But in terms of the literal descriptions, I'm not aware of, there's no errors on that I'm aware of.
My lady, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Mitchell. We'll break now. I shall return at 25 to 12. All rise. Mr Mennell. Over there, Mr Hancock.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Mr Hancock. I ask questions on behalf of a number of children's rights organizations. And all my questions are about the coronavirus regulations. If possible, if the questions allow for a yes/no answer, the briefer the better, because I have limited time. I hope you understand. The coronavirus regulations and the various amendments to those regulations became law when you, as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, signed them. Is that right?
Yes. In some cases.
In some cases.
Yes, it depended on the parliamentary procedure, and in some cases other ministers signed them.
And the first regulations that imposed restrictions on the population became law on the 26th of March 2020 as part of the first lockdown.
No, the first regulations that allowed for restrictions were put in place in to ensure that we could have a legal quarantine for those individuals who we needed to under the 1984 Act in February.
Yes, I appreciate that. It doesn't matter. We'll move on. I was talking really about the first lockdown. But in any event, on the 13th of May, the regulations were amended, weren't they, to allow a person from one household to meet a person from another household for the purposes of outdoor exercise. 13th of May.
I can't remember the exact date, but that feels about right.
And the regulations were similarly relaxed in relation to outdoor exercise during the second lockdown in November and in relation to the third lockdown in January 2021. Does that sound about right?
In the third lockdown, we were clear that we were going to allow people to have more outdoor exercise because outdoor was known by then with confidence to be safer than indoors.
Yeah. And indeed, in your pandemic diaries, and I can't put this on the screen because this is not on the system, in January 2021, you observed the importance of outdoor exercise for you personally in relation to physical and mental health. You used to run part of the way to work with your brother every day.
That's correct, yes.
Now, why didn't you, or why didn't the government take steps to relax those regulations so that, for example, in relation to outdoor exercise and recreation, so that all young children, say under the age of 12, could play with others their own age?
Well, we did consider measures like that because the impact of the virus on children was obviously much lower than on adults, and in particular on older adults. There were two concerns that were raised by the clinicians. One is that when you have children playing together, you still can have transmission from one to another, and therefore from one household to another. And the second is that when children play together, normally adults are present too, especially younger children, and therefore it might encourage transmission that way. So this is something that I remember conversations about. I don't know the date, but we were concerned that it would have an upward impact on transmission and therefore on the amount of disease and death.
Which clinicians?
I specifically remember a conversation with the Chief Medical Officer about this, and there is in the WhatsApps, there is reference by the Chief Medical Officer. Off the top of my head, at one point he says, I'd be more worried about the parents on the touchline.
You're aware, aren't you, that Scotland exempted children under 12 from their regulations in July 2020, and Wales exempted children under the age of 11 from their regulations in September 2020, aren't you?
I'm aware of the differences between the regulations, yes.
And you're not suggesting, are you, that Scotland and Wales put the lives of their people at risk by effectively exempting children from their social distancing regulations as they did?
I'm making the point that the discussions that we had were based on clinical advice. I know that the clinical advice was closely coordinated between the nations, and what mattered was the overall impact of the measures in place on R and making sure we kept R below 1 and therefore kept the virus under control. So it was a matter of the overall package.
Well, I should make it clear, in the interest of fairness, and we may hear more about this in a later module on education and children, but Sir Chris Whitty did not tell this inquiry that he advised you to take a different approach for England than the approach that was taken in Scotland and Wales. I think you're entitled to know that, okay? But I'm going to move on.
I didn't say that he did. I think it's I've simply given the evidence of what happened in my experience.
Did you know at the time, in the summer and autumn of 2020, that the former Children's Commissioner for England, Anne Longfield, and numerous charities and non-governmental organisations working with children, including those who I represent, were asking the government specifically to exempt children from the regulations from May 2020 onwards?
I was aware of their public communications, and if they wrote to me privately, I would have been aware of that too. I was also aware of the overriding need to keep R below 1 in order to make sure that the virus affected as few people as possible, especially older people who could catch it from their younger relatives or contact with younger people.
You're not suggesting, are you, Mr. Hancock, that relaxing the rules in relation to children would have taken the R number above 1, are you?
Yes,
You're
of
not
course.
honestly suggesting that, are you?
Yes, of course I am. That is the clear medical position, and understandably, because one of the things we discovered was that children could pass the disease on to children, and whilst both asymptomatic, they could then pass it on to elder relatives. So yes, that was one of the many things we had to contend with, yes.
And you're saying you had received medical advice to that effect?
Yes.
Or was it expert advice you're saying, Mr. Hancock? I think we need to pick up more. I'm sorry, medical advice.
Without any notice of this line of questioning, I can't give you the precise details of the documents, but it was clearly understood, my clear understanding, and essentially a consensus position that we reached. This is all obviously extremely unfortunate. It's one of the consequences of the fact that this disease passes from one person to another when you don't have symptoms.
And Mr. Hancock, even in January 2021, when we went into the third lockdown, when children under 5 were exempted from the regulations, in England, children aged 5 to 12 who were too young to leave home independently were not similarly exempted, as they were in Scotland and Wales. You know that, don't you?
I'm aware of the different regulations. I'm also aware of the reasons that we brought in those regulations. Nobody wanted these regulations. Nobody wanted to have to put these burdens on people. But I did want to stop the virus and to stop so many people dying from it. We've seen the testimony of the consequences of this disease. It was a horrific virus, and it was my responsibility to ensure that as few people got it as possible. And that was extremely difficult. It involved doing things nobody would want to do in any normal circumstances. And from the tone of the questions, I get the impression that you think that that was a you're inviting me to say that that was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake to put in place the restrictions that saved lives. In fact, my overall point is that we needed to have done that sooner in order for there to have been fewer deaths. That's what I was working for.
And it wasn't simply the children's sector that was asking the government to relax the rules in respect of children. It was even people within government, wasn't it? And I'll give you an example. Could we have on the screen, please, 176785 at page 24. These are WhatsApp messages between you and Helen Whately, then Minister of State in the Department of Health and Social Care. Is that right?
Yes, that's what these WhatsApps are.
And if we have a look at the entry, please, for the 11th of October at 15:46:59. Do you have that on your screen?
Yeah.
Helen Whately says to you, wish we could loosen on children under 12 on rule of 6 for tier 1.
Yeah.
And then she goes on a few minutes, an hour or so later to say it makes such a difference for families and there isn't a robust rationale for it. So she clearly doesn't agree with you about there being a robust rationale for it. Now is a really good chance to show we have listened. Lots of MPs were pushing on this during last week's debates. Do you see that?
Of course I can see it. I can read. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. And then you say they don't want to go there on this. And she says, are we they? And then you say, as in number 10, also on curfew, they don't want to shift an inch. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but she's saying there's no rationale for children not being exempted from the rule of 6, and you're saying number 10 do not wish to shift an inch on this. Is that right?
What I'd say in response to this exchange is, firstly, a big picture point. You can see the high level of professionalism and the way with which those who reported to me, including Helen Whately, could bring issues to my attention and express that they disagreed with me in a wholly professional way. And with respect to yesterday's evidence, I just think, Chair, I make that point because this is how we ran the health department, and I encouraged people to raise questions with me. I also wished we could have loosened on children, but we couldn't because we needed to keep R below 1. At this point, on the 11th of October, you'll know that the incidence of COVID was rising. That meant that in the future, more people were going to die each day than were dying on this date. And my argument, as we've discussed in earlier evidence, was that we needed to do more at this point to stop the virus, to save lives. That's the argument I was making. And of course I understand the impact on children. I have 3 children of my own. Of course I shared a wish that we didn't have to do any of this, but we did. And the reason we did was because otherwise more people would die. I think there was a robust rationale for it, and I therefore listened, as you can see, debated briefly with Helen, and also I don't know whether I checked with number 10 in that 15 minutes in between 5:40 and 5:54, or whether I already knew that they didn't want to change their position. We were under significant political pressure to lift certain restrictions. I thought that would have been a mistake and more people would have died. There was an active campaign against the restrictions at this point. And as I say, the clear advice to me was that because of asymptomatic transmission of this virus, unfortunately, it did pass from child to child and therefore from household to household. And that's why we kept the measures as they are.
Thank
finally,
you, Mr. Menon. I'm afraid that's it.
can I just make one final point? It's on the same theme. It'll take less than a minute, my lady. Mr. Hancock, to be fair to you, you need to know that this inquiry has heard evidence in relation to what Sir Patrick Vallance put in his notebooks, that at this very time in October, there is evidence before this inquiry that SAGE was pushing for exempting children from the rule of six. And I'm afraid that does contradict the evidence that you've just given, doesn't it?
I haven't seen that evidence. All I can give you is the testimony of what I was told at the time and the overriding strategic objective I had to save lives.
Thank you, Mr. Menon. Mr.
Thank
Freeman.
you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Mr. Hancock. I act for 4 national disabled people's organisations. And can I start with adult social care as of early March 2020? And we're particularly concerned with the implications of the MPIs for disabled people whose care systems would likely be overhauled or, at best, very significantly be challenged. And for context, 2 points, if I may. First, the annual published NHS digital records from October 2019 indicate, I hope you're taking it from me, that there were 841,850 people who received long-term adult social care support in 2018 to 19. And that a very significant number of those people were disabled people. For
Is that of all ages or of working age?
I'm going to give you an example.
Okay.
For the example, for those aged between 18 and 64,
Yeah.
the most common reason for support was learning disabilities,
Yeah.
and that's 45.5%, followed by physical support, 29.2%, and mental health support, 20%. Second point for context, and bearing in mind your characterisation of the function of central government, including to do what only the centre can do, we know that there was no dedicated cross-departmental government plan as of March 2020 to lead on the shielding and non-shielding challenges that hit disabled people specifically. That's been confirmed by the Minister for Disabled People to the chair in this module and by Marcus Bell, the director of the Equality Hub in Module 1.
All I'd say is it's valuable to be more precise within March because I commissioned what became the shielding plan in early March, and so by late March it was extremely well advanced.
Yes, well, I'm not going to go too far into that. Safe to say this, because I'll ask you a question, you may add to it, but the shielding plan and the battle plan in relation to all of your work, of course, at that stage in March and how it evolved in its first incarnation, battle plan version 1 was for the clinically vulnerable who needed to shield. And then we know later in May that non-shielding vulnerability came into play. Simon Case took it up. We won't have a debate about that was outside of your immediate responsibility. But let me just ask you this. As Secretary of State for both health and social care, including adult social care, did you raise the issue of a lack of any cross-departmental plan, and I emphasise that, for disabled people in central government at the time?
We discussed the importance of work to protect those who were particularly vulnerable to the disease.
Yes.
And that's and so I answer that way because we were precise about it in how we thought about it, which is what matters is the vulnerability to this disease, and therefore one disability may lead you much more vulnerable to the disease. Another disability may lead you no more vulnerable to the disease than somebody else of your age and other characteristics.
Yes, so I understand that's inside your department, focusing on clinical issue. And my question is a more general one of the various vulnerabilities that were going to arise, both the clinical vulnerability that you've just focused on, and as it were, the non-shielding vulnerability paradigmatically determined by the nature and the harsh nature of the lockdown measures and the like. Did you raise, as it were, the absence or the sufficiency of cross-departmental government planning for the whole of that impact?
My recollection is that this was discussed at one of the MIGs, the Ministerial Implementation Groups, but I don't have a date for you of that.
And beyond the obvious clinical-focused responsibilities of your department, whose responsibility in government, either personally or, let us say, departmentally or institutionally, would it have been to raise the need for cross-departmental planning across the range of clinical and non-clinical vulnerabilities arising out of the COVID response?
Well, the answer is that in the pandemic, that is a very big question, because the issue of those who were more clinically vulnerable was clearly a cross-departmental one at the heart of the overall response to COVID. And so the Chief Medical Officer and others would have been heavily engaged on that side. The consequences of the measures needed to tackle COVID that particularly made life harsher and more difficult for those with disabilities, including those who were no more at risk from COVID than the general population, those issues were considered. I think that the lead, of course, there's a Minister for Disabilities, and I know that he's given evidence, but that would have been more likely to have fallen within MHCLG's remit, and they led on the overall shielding and then the allied non-shielding, non-clinically vulnerable support. But there was also a heavy Cabinet Office support for that. And as you say, Simon Case was initially brought into government in order to lead on that particular piece of work, which was very important.
Thank you. Could we go to INQ 409324, page 6? And I'm turning to care homes, specifically, Mr. Hancock.
Okay.
These are WhatsApp messages amongst you and your staff, but I want to focus on the one with Jamie Nyoku Goodwin. It's dated 4th of April, Nyoku Goodwin, dated 4th of April 2020. And we've seen this morning that he was actually on the 6th of March care homes meeting that Miss Morris King's Council took you to.
Yes.
So first, you told the chair yesterday that this was your media advisor.
Yes.
And he became a director of strategy later on in number 10 Downing Street. His statement to the inquiry indicates that he worked for you on media management and also wider and political strategic issues. Is that addition?
Yes, that's a good summary.
Yes. Now, yesterday, Council of the Inquiry asked you to look at an exchange on the 13th of May 2020 about what to say to the public about having locked down the care homes.
Yeah.
And he had warned you, Matt, we might have some issues with you telling the PM we locked down care homes before the rest of the country. Can I just read this exchange of 5 weeks earlier and the third JN entry on that page? On testing, do we need to have a specific push on testing in care homes?
Yeah.
We're testing hospital admissions and clinical patients at risks. Do we need a push on testing people in care?
Yeah.
Or at least we have some sort of focused effort on testing people in care. I know it's complex, and the people are dying in care homes are often people who are near the end regardless. But I worry if a load of people in care start dying, there will be front pages demanding why we weren't testing people in care homes. Do we need to get ahead of this now? And you say, let's have rapid advice on this, tying together all the angles. Of that message of the 4th of April 2020, when replying, you do not correct the misconception of your advisor that those in care homes include not just those who were near the end regardless, but also disabled people who are not near the end, but living in long-term residential care or settings from a young age. Now, did you have that reality in the forefront of your mind at the time? And bluntly, why not correct your advisor of that serious misconception?
Firstly, I absolutely had that at the front of my mind, and before the pandemic had done significant work in trying to improve outcomes for those who were in adult social care of working age with disabilities, including trying to get more support in the community for discharge where that was appropriate. So I'd done work on this, and and I, of course, knew that. The response that I gave at a time when I was exceptionally busy, does the fact that it doesn't state all of that in no way implies that that wasn't what I was thinking. And asking for advice is a device I would use typically when I was brought a complex issue. I cared about it, wanted to make progress on it, but I thought that it was best not done over WhatsApp. And as you can see, 2 messages down, Layla was my private secretary, and she's on the group, and she says, I'll commission now. So this is the system. That is a typical exchange. A complex issue is brought by a political advisor. Jamie Njoka Goodwin was one of the most exceptional public servants, and his advice to me was excellent. And I respected it. However, he's coming at this from a comms angle in terms of what the newspapers might say. I was absolutely determined on this, as on so many other issues, to be guided by the science, which is why I would have wanted formal advice. After all, I can tell you now that the reason that we did not at that point have as much testing in care homes as many would have wanted was that we didn't have enough tests, and the clinical prioritization of who got tests in what order was absolutely something that I wouldn't have interfered with. I would have taken that as read.
Understood. Can we then move on to the emerging data
Last question, please,
from
Mr.
testing in relation to disabled people? And can I really then, because of the chair's intervention, crunch it down? During the course of the summer, very significant statistics emerged that amount to 59% of those who have died from COVID between the 2nd of March and July were disabled people. Now, do you recall becoming aware of those very significant figures?
Yes.
And if so, roughly, we won't hold you to exact date, but roughly when do you think you did become aware of those kind of figures?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. We can discover it in the paperwork if necessary.
But given this point, what I'll call the Badenoch Review, very generally, commissioned in June, as you put it in your statement, quote, to improve understanding of drivers for disparities to inform decision making. Why, as far as you were concerned, did the Badenoch Review not look at disabled people as well as the very important matter of ethnic minorities? My initial understanding of the Commission to Public Health England, which ultimately became the Badenoch Review, because it all came from this work within Public Health England, was that it was to look at disparities, and I would take that to involve all protected characteristics. Quite.
And that was my approach to it. Of course, there was a complication here because of comorbidity.
Yes.
Not least because of the strongest correlation with risk from COVID was, of course, age.
Mr. Hancock, in view of time, because we've heard quite a lot of evidence, my only question is, what was your understanding about why it focused as it did on ethnic minorities and not disabled people? Did you have any understanding about why it focused?
No, my understanding before it was passed to Kemi Badenoch was that it was a question of disparities as a whole.
Yes, and
Thank
just
you,
lastly,
Madam,
if I made
Mr.
one.
Friedman, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, we've got so much to get through. I know these important issues, the people you represent, in every case, including Mr. Menon, but we have to get on. I've got so many to get through. Mr. Thomas.
Very well, my lady.
Sorry about the layout.
Yes, and I'll answer to the chair, I'm told, so I apologise that I'll
get used to seeing your back.
Right.
I represent the Federation of Ethnic Minority Healthcare Organisations,
yes,
FEMHO, the very frontline workers that the public was clapping every Thursday evening at about 8 p.m. I'm sure you remember.
Absolutely.
Now, I've only got a small handful of questions that I wish to explore with you, and these can be divided into 2 topics. So let me turn to the first topic. This morning you said, Mr. Hancock, that quote, I was particularly struck by the death of the first 4 NHS doctors, 3 of whom were from an ethnic minority background. I was acutely aware of the disproportionate impact on those from ethnic minority backgrounds, especially among the wider NHS workforce.
Yes.
Etc., etc. Question. Please help me with this. What steps, if any, did you take to engage with the Black, Asian, ethnic minority leaders in healthcare about the disproportionate deaths within their ranks during this early period?
Well, I engaged with the NHS leadership on this question, including people from all ethnicities, and I was engaged heavily in issues around firstly, the evident higher risk of those from ethnic minority backgrounds to the disease, but also the more long-standing issue of racism within the NHS, which came to light in a report that had been begun before the pandemic. So this is an issue I was heavily involved in. The NHS can't work without its amazing, diverse workforce, and it was something that I was concerned about well before the pandemic.
Yeah. Secretary of State or former Secretary of State, let me just put this to you clearly and bluntly. Did you or did you not at this time specifically engage with the leadership of any ethnic minority healthcare body? That's the question.
I engaged with ethnic minority leaders across the NHS and indeed social care, specifically in terms of meetings. We'll have to look through the diary to understand, to see how, who, and I'm very happy to do that.
Well, okay, let me move on to the second question. What concrete steps did you take as Health Secretary to mitigate against the unequal impact of the pandemic on Black, Asians and minority ethnic healthcare workers and patients?
Well, there were a number of things that we had to do. As Professor Van Tam set out in his evidence, making sure, for instance, that there was PPE that would fit people from any ethnic minority background or from different ethnic minority backgrounds was an important issue that came to light and that we worked on. And there was a wider question of how to protect all healthcare staff, because there was a disproportionate impact of the virus on people from ethnic minority backgrounds, because they were disproportionately engaged in patient-facing roles in the NHS. And by disproportionate, I mean that in terms of the numbers, the statistics. It's not, not about whether that should have been the case or not, which is an important question. But at this point, it was about how do we protect people in those, especially in those patient-facing roles.
Would you agree that part of this was as a result of structural inequalities? Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, part of the work was about trying to understand what is to do with structural inequalities and the higher likelihood of people in especially patient-facing and service roles being from ethnic minority backgrounds, and how much was a clinical question of the higher likelihood of COVID causing severe disease and death according to ethnic background. And those were two overlapping and incredibly important considerations that the initially PHE and then Badenoch review was intended to try to get to the bottom of.
Right, let me move on. I've used up half of my time. Can we call up INQ 000176785, please? This is the WhatsApp exchange between you and Helen Watley.
Yeah.
In June 2020. Ms. Watley writes to you, quote, "One more thing on the NHS workforce. I think that Black, Asian and minority ethnic next steps proposed are important, but don't go far enough. There's systemic racism in some parts of the NHS, as seen in the NHS BT, Now could be a good moment to kick off a proper piece of work to investigate and tackle it. You respond by saying, yes. Agree 100%. Can you make that happen? And she confirmed that she'd be delighted to do so. A couple of days later, she messages you again and raises that, quote, no one seems to be mentioning the NHSE risk reduction framework, which recognises age and ethnicity as a risk factor.
Yeah.
And she says that she's flagged that with number 10.
Yeah.
Right. So can we agree this? You accept, do you not, Ms. Whatley's assertions that there was systemic racism in the NHS? That's correct. We can agree that, yes?
Yes, and I'd in fact addressed exactly this question even before the pandemic, given a speech on it, referred to it in 2019, and there was this internal report into racist behaviour in NHS BT that was published on the 9th of June, so the day before this exchange started.
So we've got that response in mind and what you said earlier today, but let me ask you this. And I've seen that you flagged it, number 10 and Miss Badenoch.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Did you or Miss Whatley take any further steps regarding the recognition of ethnicity as a risk factor, aside from flagging it to number 10? And if not, why not?
Yes, well, so she flagged it to Ed Argar, who's another minister in the department responsible for the NHS, whereas Helen Whately was the minister responsible for social care, and number 10. She was also had responsibility for the NHS workforce, hence her interest in this area. Yes, what happened was that this is just before the Badenoch review is announced. So what happened was that in order to strengthen the response in this area, the Department for Equalities was essentially brought in to do this.
Okay. Was it raised within senior personnel within the NHS, for example, as a guidance or as a reminder?
Yes, especially in the context of the NHS BT report, which was an important report and needed action to respond to. I mean, this was something I really care about and took the action that was necessary. And you can see by my immediate reaction within 10 minutes, yes, agree 100%.
All right, let me move on to my last questions. I've got two more last questions. I want to get them done very quickly. It's alleged that a chapter was removed from the Public Health England report on disparate impact on Black, Asian and minority ethnic groups prior to publication. And media reports at the time suggest that this was at your office's request. One such article states, quote, one source with the knowledge of the review said the section did not survive contact Matt Hancock's office over the weekend. And if you need the reference is INQ 000308410. I'm not asking that it be called up, that's just the reference.
Yeah.
Exclusive government censored Black, Asian, minority ethnic COVID risk reviews news health service journal.
Yeah.
Question, can you explain the circumstances surrounding this paragraph's removal?
I don't know whether a paragraph was removed or not. I can't recall that. But I do recall there being a public discussion along the lines that is suggested by the HSJ report. I saw Minister Badenoch's testimony to this inquiry, and I agree entirely with what she said. I accept that the decision to change the report into two reports, one essentially reporting the evidence that had been put forward, and another essentially a statistical and scientific report. I accept that caused a distrust in the process. Honestly, my response to the paperwork that you've suggested, which you mentioned, which I've read, is that if that happened, and I'm not aware of whether I had any engagement with it at that time, it says Matt Hancock's office, it may have been that this was the beginning of the separation of this report into two separate reports, and I concur with what Kemi Badenoch said.
Right, Ms. Hack, let me ask you my last question. Can we agree on this, Mr. Hancock? That on reflection, the UK's government was not as well prepared and equipped to deal with the challenges of the pandemic that were experienced by Black, Asian and minority ethnic healthcare workers. That is, the disproportionate death rates and worse adverse health outcomes. Can we agree on that?
Well, I think that's true. It's also true of the response in terms of everybody. And I think that the lessons that we're learning here, specifically in terms of disparities and the impact, disproportionate impact on people from ethnic minority backgrounds, is a very important part of the lessons that we need to learn for the future.
I think we're agreed. I think
we've agreed on almost everything.
I think we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, Madam Lady.
Oh, again behind you, I'm afraid, Mr. Hancock.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hancock. I'm sorry about this slightly awkward positioning. I represent the British Medical Association, and I'll be asking you some questions concerning the circumstances of doctors and healthcare workers. I'd like to highlight a couple of points of relevant background before I ask you the questions. The first is a piece of information I think you'll be aware of, and I don't think we'll need to bring it up on screen. It's an ONS survey from July 2020, which showed that healthcare workers and social care workers were at 6 times more increased risk of infection.
Yes, of course.
And just for the transcript, that reference is INQ 000271363. The second piece of information, which I think will be helpful, and I'd like to bring up on screen, is an email from Professor Van Tam right at the start of the pandemic on the 14th of January. This is at INQ 000151314, and hopefully you've got that before you. And it's just the first point in the email that I'd like to bring to your attention. Professor Van Tam is providing some advice to your department right at the early stages about triggers for escalating the response.
Yeah.
And trigger one, as you can see, is in relation to infections amongst healthcare workers. And he makes the point in a style which we've become familiar with, that healthcare workers are always the canary in the coal mine.
Yeah.
By which he obviously means they're the first identifiable group that will become infected, and as such, they'll operate as an early warning system.
Specifically of person-to-person transmission.
Yes, thank you. So with these points about increased risk in mind, and thinking about your representations throughout the summer of 2020 and into the autumn, about the need for caution when opening up, I'd like to ask you about the extent to which you felt you were able to advocate on behalf of healthcare workers who had faced a traumatic experience in dealing with the first wave, suffered high levels of infection, and desperately needed an opportunity to recover, and, if possible, to avoid a second wave.
Yes, I felt that argument very deeply.
Could you help the inquiry with any insights about any obstacles you might have faced in this regard?
Well, the obstacles are were described and discussed in the questioning from Mr. Keith, because in the same way that to tackle long COVID, you need to tackle COVID, to stop healthcare workers dying from COVID, you need to tackle COVID. Now, there are also specific actions that you can take. You asked specifically about the summer, and of course, by the summer, we did have a very significant testing operation, and testing in hospitals. But earlier we were discussing the challenges of getting testing into care homes, and in a way your question demonstrates that there are other priorities too that need to be considered. And so in that instance, I always took clinical advice on that prioritisation. But yes, there was, and the same goes for PPE, by the way, where there was this tension. Where do you use your PPE? And the argument that you are rightly, correctly, and understandably making is healthcare workers are amongst those who are most highly affected. It was, for instance, why we put healthcare workers in the very first group to get the vaccine.
Yes, thank you. Can I move on to a sort of connected issue and one that also concerns risk of infection? Can I ask you about your understanding of airborne transmission?
Yes.
What were you advised about this risk, and when did you
Yeah.
become aware that it was a significant route of transmission?
So just to be totally clear, are you asking about the distinction between droplet transmission and airborne transmission
Yes.
through essentially aerosol?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so this was a really, really important point, and sometimes quite complicated to describe, and also the science behind it was very complicated to ascertain. So how the virus spread from one person to another is obviously an absolutely critical part of transmission, not only the rate of transmission, but how. And early on, based on previous coronaviruses, it was largely assumed that it was droplets that made transmission happen, and therefore not being close to somebody was one of the most important things. But it became clear through the early summer of 2020 that, in fact, aerosol, airborne transmission was more important. So it was a bit like if you have I remember the very first description, which again was given to me by Professor Van Tam in his eloquent way. If you have a smoky candle, the way that the smoke will go in the whole room, the consequence of that is ventilation. What became seen as much more important and is more important for dealing with the transmission of COVID than droplets. But that was not understood at the start because it was a novel disease, and the starting point was an assumption that the transmission was the same as SARS-CoV-1.
Thank you. You spoke at length yesterday about your regrets in relation to asymptomatic transmission. Do you think there are any parallels and lessons to be learned with aerosol transmission? For example, should a more precautionary approach have been taken?
With hindsight, obviously, but I think at the time, the science on this was really was unclear. But I do think, to your point, a lesson for the future is that when you have a disease that spreads without necessarily person-to-person touch, then you should immediately assume that good ventilation should be part of your infection control procedures.
Thank you. I'll move now to my last question area. You'd mentioned earlier that during the early summer of 2020, airborne transmission became more important, or
yes.
It was realised that it was more significant. Can I ask you about decisions taken in June, at the end of June, to stop purchasing PPE? So you've told us about your direction to begin purchasing, I think, towards the end of January.
Right at the end of January, yeah.
Obviously, that does need to come to an end at some point, and at the end of June, stop notices were put on purchasing of PPE. Your Permanent Secretary, Sir Christopher Wormald, addresses this in his statement. FFP3 masks were no longer purchased after the 30th of June. And as you'll be aware, these are the masks that provide maximum protection from airborne virus. Given that the awareness of the risks of airborne virus were growing at this time, and given the likelihood that a second wave was coming, and also given the shortages of this very important piece of equipment. Do you think the risks of transmission, aerosol transmission, were fully factored into this decision to stop purchasing?
I don't know. We'd have to look at the chronology. I don't know the date of my conversation that I just described with Professor Van Tam. And the first hard evidence I saw on this was evidence from a Spanish study. So this was clearly an international issue. Having said all of that, it is absolutely clear that this is an important part of the lessons learned exercise, because having the right stockpile in a pickable format so that you can get it out quickly in a crisis of kit that fits everybody, no matter their gender or ethnic background, is a very important lesson for the future. So irrespective of the chronology, which I'm happy to look at in the paperwork, for the future, it's not just about having a PPE stockpile, it's about having a PPE stockpile that is the most likely to be immediately and urgently useful in the event of a pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Mr.
Madeleine.
Stanton. Very grateful. Ms Davis. Ms Davis is over there, Mr. Hancock.
Mr. Hancock, you can see and hear me all right?
Yes.
Good. I ask questions on behalf of Southall Black Sisters and Solace Women's Aid, and you'll know that they're part of the Violence Against Women and Girls sector,
Yes.
dealing with them. So my topics are on domestic abuse.
Yes.
Can I start with the regulations, which, as you say, you had responsibility for signing off?
Yes.
And under the regulations that came into force on the 26th of March, as you say, they weren't the first ones, but they were the ones for lockdown. Then the requirement was to stay at home. There were certain exemptions from that, and three of the exemptions is that people could leave if they had to access critical public services, including services provided to victims, such as victims of crime.
Yes.
And another one, that they could leave in order to avoid injury or illness or escape a risk of harm.
Yes.
Did you have in mind the need to leave domestic abuse when
Yes.
you approved those
Yes.
exemptions? Did you ever consider a parallel provision, and I'll put the scenario to you, in normal times, outside of lockdown, outside of pandemic, then it's not at all unusual for women, it's mainly women, who have to leave as a result of domestic abuse. If they don't go to refuges, they might go to their sister or their mother or their best friend and stay in the spare room, get some respite time while they make decisions and so forth. There's nothing in the regulations that allows for somebody to let somebody else into her home in order to provide a refuge, a place of sanctuary, a safe place to think. Did you ever consider that sort of parallel provision, parallel to the idea that you could leave, you could also go and stay with a friend or a relative?
I don't recall that being brought to my attention, that consideration. I had an excellent team who cared very deeply about this subject. And the impact of the regulations on people, as you say, mostly women who are subject to domestic abuse and violence. I also remember that Theresa May raised this in Parliament and was a strong advocate, but I don't recall that being brought to my attention. Had it been, I'm highly confident that I would have said that we should put in place such a provision, because the impact on the overall virus would have been relatively low, because although the numbers are far too big, they are, as a part of the population, relatively low. And in the same way that we realised that our initial regulations in terms of how they impacted funerals, for example, were much firmer in their interpretation on the ground than we had intended, and we therefore changed them. That is the sort of thing that I would have certainly been open to considering, and I'm pretty sure I would have been in favour of it had it been brought to my attention, but I haven't seen any paperwork on this question.
Open to considering is helpful, thank you. Let me move on to my next topic, and that's about testing key workers, and you talk about that in your statement, and setting up the priority scheme for testing key workers. Did you include as key workers, workers in the domestic abuse sector, refuge workers and so forth?
I took it was not a Department for Health decision on what was a key worker, so I took the list of key workers as read. I can't, off the top of my head, remember, although there was who came up with the list, although I'm pretty sure it had cross-government sign-off because of the impact from every department. And policy with respect to domestic abuse is a Home Office matter, I think.
Principally.
Principally.
It's cross-government, but principally.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it would have been for the Home Office. I'm sorry to give you a sort of bureaucratic answer, but it would have been for the Home Office to put that forward. And if you like, I was, as the Health Secretary, I put forward key worker proposals from the areas I was responsible for, health and social care workers primarily, but also, for instance, those working on the vaccine. And then I was the recipient of the cross-government list.
If I tell you that Priti Patel's evidence is that she raised the issues of domestic abuse workers falling within key workers at Cobra on the 18th of March, does that jog your memory?
It doesn't, but I'm not at all surprised.
All right. And then my last question, my lady, is this, and it's about what you knew going into the autumn of 2020 when you're making decisions around tiers, and then the second, and then finally the third national lockdown. So by the summer of 2020, it was known to ministers that there had been an increase in domestic abuse as a result of lockdown,
yes.
Wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're also aware by June, in your witness statement, that there is the possibility of a second wave in winter, and you're working on preparations for that.
Yes.
Yes. So when you are then, as you told us this morning, advocating for the tier system
Yes.
in late September, early October,
Yes.
did you have in mind repercussions and the possibility of an additional increase in domestic abuse?
Yes. I had in mind that. I had in mind the impact on children. I had in mind the impact, the mental health impact on the population. I had in mind the impact on other health conditions. I had in mind the economic impact and the knock-on consequences of damage to the economy on people's health. We had all of these known costs, known damage from lockdown in mind. Of course, I had to weigh that against the, by then, known and clear damage and cost and loss of life from the virus, and to me, as I've described earlier, the balance of those two horrible outcomes was clearly that we did need to take action to lock down, and so. I think you can see from the paperwork that even ahead of the March lockdown, we knew that there would be consequences that were damaging of these lockdowns. But this virus was killing a lot of people and going to kill more. And you have to weigh these things together. And that's what I did.
And you would say the same weighing exercise happened for the second national lockdown in November and then the third one in January?
Absolutely. And we understood more of the negative consequences by then because we'd seen them. Nobody wanted these lockdowns, but the consequences, if we hadn't had them, would have been far, far worse.
And this is my very last question. And since you did take in mind or bear in mind all those weighty responsibilities, turning back again to domestic abuse, was there anything that you did specifically about that for the decisions that you made in the autumn and the winter?
I would have taken advice on that, and I would have taken that advice very seriously. I don't, without going back through the paperwork, I don't have a direct answer to the question. It isn't. I can't remember specifically, but I know that it was something that we considered.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Mr Jacobs. Mr Jacobs is also behind you, Mr Hancock. Don't worry about it. He's used to people's backs as well.
Mr Hancock, I ask questions on behalf of the Trades Union Congress. First topic is financial support for self-isolation.
Yes.
An early step that was taken by the government on this issue in March 2020 was making sick pay available from day one rather than day three, if you recall.
I do.
On the 3rd of March 2020, you can see it if you need to, but you sent a WhatsApp message saying that you were supportive of the fix, though it only solves half the problem.
Yes.
What was the other half of the problem that wasn't being solved, to your recollection?
Sick pay in this country is far, far too low. It's far lower than the European average. It encourages people to go to work when they should be getting better. Having low sick pay encourages the spread of communicable diseases. It discourages having higher sick pay, better put it in the positive, having higher sick pay would encourage employers to do more to look after the health of their employees. Before the pandemic, I'd been on an internal government campaign to significantly increase sick pay. I'd double it if I had a magic wand. So moving from 3 days to 1 day payment was a small step, which I obviously was necessary for the pandemic, but I enthusiastically embraced. But I would have gone far, far higher. We needed isolation payments from the start. We got them in the end by September, and I pay tribute to the Trade Union Congress for their campaigning on this issue, which helped me get it over the line.
And on that point, Mr. Hancock, you may recall appearing on Question Time on the 19th of March 2020 and accepting in response to a question from Francis O'Grady, the then General Secretary of the TUC, that you couldn't survive on the £94 per week of statutory sick pay.
Yeah.
And
it should be higher. I think Francis O'Grady is wonderful and gave great service to the country in the role that she was in, and she made an argument that I very strongly believed in.
Sorry, Mr. Hancock, I do have limited time. In fairness to you,
one of my pets.
The TUC may not thank me for interrupting you in praising Francis O'Grady, but I better move on. In fairness to you, in response to questions from Mr. Keith yesterday about Eat Out to Help Out, I think it was your evidence that at the time you were campaigning internally to get funding so that those who test positive would isolate, which you eventually got in place in September.
Yes, Dido Harding and I had a very strong campaign on that.
And who needed to be the target of that strong campaign, i.e. where was the resistance?
Well, we needed to get cross-government agreement, and that is the government's a large beast, so there were all sorts of people we needed to get on side for that.
Mr. Hancock, clearly you need cross-government agreement, but where was the resistance, straightforwardly?
Well, I can't remember. You'll have to look in the paperwork, but you need to have number 10 on side, Cabinet Office on side, and Treasury on side. For something like that, you'd also need to have the DWP on side, because although this was a pandemic and therefore I was driving it, it would typically be something close to their hearts as well.
Okay.
I can't remember precisely what the dynamics of that debate were.
The Test and Trace Support Payment Scheme came in on the 28th of September, Monday the 28th. I'm going to ask you about notes made by Sir Patrick Vallance of a meeting on the 25th of September, so the Friday before that came in. Okay, it's page 621 of the inquiry schedule of his notes, 273901. And we can see, Mr. Hancock, it says, cases, admissions and deaths all up. PM obsessed with testing again. Are people actually doing the self-isolation? So Sir Patrick argued that low levels of isolation is key. They, of course, go straight to enforcement. Hancock argues that it is all okay from Monday, and presumably that must be a reference to the Test and Trace Payment Support Scheme. PM says, we must have known this wasn't working. We have been pretending it has been, whereas secretly we know it hasn't been. Hancock lets out a big sigh.
Yeah, I feel like giving out a big sigh now.
Yeah, so firstly, but perhaps the question, the answer to this is obviously yes. Did you agree with that assessment of the PM? And is it...
No, I didn't. That wasn't how I felt about it.
Well, let me ask a different question. How did you feel about it?
Well, I don't think I hadn't been pretending to anybody, and I'd been making the argument as strongly as I could that we needed action, such as we were taking that following Monday.
Hence your big sigh. Do you think, though, that it's a pretty appalling state of affairs that 6 months after this measure of self-isolation becomes a key NPI, the PM's assessment is we have been pretending it has been working, whereas secretly we know it hasn't been.
I think that the lesson for the future is that self-isolation payments, rapidly delivered, are a necessity when self-isolation or indeed mandatory isolation is required. And my lesson, a further lesson I would take for the future from this whole debate in government is that we should have higher statutory sick pay, but I appreciate that's out with the terms of reference of the inquiry.
Mr. Hancock, the learning lessons point is clearly important. My question straightforwardly was, do you agree with the characterisation that it's a pretty appalling state of affairs to be in at that stage in the pandemic?
I think that is unfair. There were enormous numbers of pressures, and these decisions and the positions people took were for good, rational reasons as far as I could see on this. I'm just very glad that we got over the line.
Next topic is movement of staff between care homes.
Yes.
Could we have on the screen your third statement, please, page 8, 273833, and in particular, paragraph 33. So you say, Mr. Hancock, in respect of staff movement between care homes, from the moment it became clear that staff movement was a vector of transmission, I pushed hard to limit and then ban staff movement. Various arguments against were presented, including that staff were essential for the sector, which of course they are, but I took the view that the need to stop infections getting into care homes was more important. Mr. Hancock, is that misleading in the sense that whilst it may have been true of your position later in the pandemic, in the first few months of the pandemic, it wasn't your view?
When I wrote this, I hadn't seen the paperwork from essentially February, March, which showed that some had been raising this issue. And at that time, the concern around, as it says here, staff being essential for the sector was the primary concern because the vector of transmission point had not been proven, and so my position on this is now more nuanced because I've seen further paperwork that on this matter.
Well, you say, Mr. Hancock, more nuanced. It's actually the reverse of the actual position in the early months of the pandemic, isn't it?
The critical point is this. From the moment it became clear that staff movement was a vector of transmission, early on we did not know that. It's all tied up with the asymptomatic transmission debate. And essentially when it became clear from early April that asymptomatic transmission was a serious problem, as opposed to being a suspected problem, which was the position earlier, then that has an obvious and immediate consequence in terms of staff movement being a vector of transmission. So it's all about the confidence with which you hold the different likelihoods. It comes back to the massive uncertainty early on.
Mr. Hancock, if it's known that a workforce is characterised by low-income, insecure work and that there's large movements between care homes, is it not a rather straightforward point that that's going to be a risk for transmission?
No, because if you think that transmission only comes from symptomatic people, which was the formal scientific advice to me up until the CDC evidence on the 3rd of April, as we discussed yesterday, then that does not hold so long as people who feel ill, symptomatic people, don't go to work. So that's the distinction. You see, if I may expand on that a little bit, the point is that limiting staff movement has a known direct negative impact, and as we'd seen, for instance, from Spain, could have very serious negative consequences. We didn't know with certainty I put it here, the vector of transmission. So you had a known negative and an unknown negative on the other side, and I was trying to balance these two things. But what I do accept is that my position on this is more nuanced than set out in paragraph 33, because since I wrote that, I've seen more documentation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hancock. These are all matters you were aware of at the time. You were in the meeting rooms discussing these issues. These aren't matters that you have learnt about since this inquiry, are they?
I wrote this 3 years after all of that, and so actually looking at the paperwork has been a really important part of getting to the bottom of things.
Well,
yes.
Before I move on to my final issue, focusing on the action taken following April, when you say it became clear that it was a significant issue, could we have page 61 of the Valence schedule, 273901? So just to orientate ourselves, Mr. Hancock, it was on the 15th of May that your department issued discretionary guidance on limiting staff movement. And then 11 days later, on the 21st of May, care homes meeting, PM is now putting real pressure on them to sort things out, but still they won't stop people working across more than one home. This is a big issue everywhere, and we raised in Feb. So actually, Mr. Hancock is right, isn't it, that even after what you say you learnt in April, there were still others, it appears, including the PM, trying to push your department to go further, and you weren't doing so?
The situation was this: until we had clear advice on asymptomatic transmission following the CDC publication on the 3rd of April, the advice was that, as I said, that if you were symptomatic and therefore didn't go to work if you were symptomatic, then that was essentially enough to address the problem, given the known negatives of restricting the workforce. Once that advice changed, because the scientific advice was updated, and remember, I'd commissioned scientific advice on asymptomatic transmission on the 11th of March, and it had taken several weeks for that to finally come to fruition over in terms of asymptomatic testing in that case, the 14th of April. So there was, whilst that work was going on, the initial position was that stopping people with symptoms from going to work was enough. We then...
I'm sorry, Mr.
This is important. I'm answering your last question. We then put in place a strong guidance against working in more than one care home. That had the result of a 90% reduction in people working, the number of people working in more than one care home. I then wanted to legally ban people from working in more than one care home. And the paperwork shows I pushed that all through the autumn. We got within days of announcing it a number of times. It was variously blocked, and eventually I dropped that proposal after it was finally blocked at the start of January 2021, and we brought in the third lockdown. So this was a point of great frustration to me. I hope that's a full explanation of the trajectory of this particular policy.
But just to remind you of the question, is it right factually that even after April, pressure was being put on you, including by the PM, to go further than the discretionary guidance? That never actually happened, did it?
I continued to push for full legal restrictions on working in one care home, and I was not allowed to announce that. I couldn't get cross-government agreement.
I'm going to try and deal with the final topic in 1 minute, Mr. Hancock.
Okay.
Decision-making in education. 6th of August, you describe attending a meeting where plans for reopening schools in September are discussed, as are various contingency plans given the precarious R rate at that time. So, for example, the documents you exhibit talk about the possibilities of informing secondary schools that they may need to rotate and things of that nature. Sir Patrick, in his note of that meeting, describes the PM as saying, "Don't want to hear about plan B and C for failure. I just want pupils back at school. And we are no longer taking this COVID excuse stuff. Get back to school." 2 questions. Do you recall the PM responding to the scenarios and to contingencies in that way? And second, Did that approach of having a plan A, not having a plan B or C, ultimately sow the seeds for the chaos that was to follow in respect of schools in subsequent months?
I don't recall the Prime Minister saying that, the then Prime Minister. And with respect to schools, we did end up putting in place other policies that you could describe as a plan B, including testing. But ultimately, as I said earlier, we had to pull all the levers and close schools in January.
That's factually what happened. But was there a problem of not having, in advance, careful contingency plans?
I'm not sure. I don't agree with the characterisation, and I think that taking one comment from a notebook doesn't necessarily capture what happened. Not least because we did have contingencies, for instance, to put testing into schools once we had an enormous testing capability by the autumn.
Thank you.
I've properly pushed my time. Thank you.
Last questioner is Mr. Metzer. Mr. Hancock, who's down there.
Mr. Hancock, I asked you a small number of questions on two topics on behalf of the long COVID groups. You said that you agreed to put together a campaign on long COVID on the 31st of July 2020 at a round table which resulted in the public campaign launched in October 2020. This agreement came after long COVID SOS wrote to you in July 2020 saying they were struggling to get help from the medical community for their disease and felt abandoned by the government. In the interim, Long COVID Support raised similar concerns with Jeremy Hunt, and you responded to a letter they wrote in September 2020. And in October 2020, Long COVID Kids also raised additional concerns in relation to long COVID in children in a public letter to the British Medical Journal. In January 2021, Long COVID Support wrote a letter to all members of Parliament still asking that long COVID be made of the narrative. We know, and you've said, that DHSC issued a press statement and just the one video on long COVID on the 21st of October 2020. One statement, no slogans were created, no public information campaigns were launched, and no further videos or press statements were released. You've said yourself that communications are an important NPI. Why wasn't more done to communicate the risk of long COVID to the public when you had long COVID groups repeatedly raising concern about the lack of communication?
Well, I'm very grateful to you for the work that you've done, the group's done on this. And writing to me in July was important because it made me realise that there was a problem that needed to be addressed, given that I knew about the impact of long COVID personally. And so hence I convened that round table and we took the action that we did. And we discussed earlier why it took 6 weeks from then to October, mid-October, to launch the plan. The only part of your question that I would disagree with is that there was only one comment put out. I repeatedly discussed long COVID on my own, both my own media appearances, my social media, and other areas. But it's absolutely true that it felt like it was an area that I felt I needed to push.
So do you agree and accept there was insufficient was done to communicate the risk of long COVID to the public?
Well, I think that raising concerns about long COVID was an important part of explaining why it's important to tackle COVID. The large swathes of the public understood that and were on side for that. The campaign against it was ranged in a relatively small part of the political debate, if you like.
Well, you raised long COVID on your own, but why wasn't it raised across government?
I don't know. You'll have to ask people across government. I mean, I had my shoulders to the wheel on this one.
You said the only way to prevent long COVID is to prevent COVID. When decisions were taken to release restrictions in 2021,
yes,
wasn't it even more important to communicate the risk of long COVID, to encourage people, including the young, to maintain protective behaviours to avoid long COVID?
Yes, I think that's reasonable, the pace at which the restrictions were lifted in 2021 was driven by the data with gaps wide enough to be able to see the impact of each restriction. I think this is important after the experience of lifting too much in 2020.
Well, do you accept, therefore, there was a failing to communicate sufficiently the risk of long COVID in 2021, particularly concerning young people?
I think that I haven't seen the amount of cross-government communication there was on it. All I can tell you is that this was something I was personally concerned about and used my own communications to reinforce the point.
All right. On the second topic, we know that the DHSC established external ministerial roundtables on the long-term effects of COVID-19, and these were chaired by Lord Bethell in October 2020.
Yeah.
You attended one of the roundtables on the 23rd of February 2021. Don't think we need to go to it.
Yeah.
INQ 0000600080.
Yeah.
Patient advocates also attended the roundtables and have said they couldn't see how the discussions translated into policy. The question is, how did insights from the roundtables inform the decisions that you and other decision makers made in response to the pandemic?
Well, what I'd say is that getting action on this subject was hard. And even as Secretary of State and with an excellent minister, Lord Bethell, who did a brilliant job during the pandemic, even with both of us pushing on it, it was difficult to get the movement that we needed within the NHS. You know, sometimes people describe working in government as wading through treacle, and long COVID was undoubtedly an area where I didn't get the responsiveness that I would have hoped for and did get in some other areas.
Can you explain why?
Can I explain why government works like that? I mean, crikey.
No, can you explain specifically why long COVID didn't get that attention that you personally felt it deserved?
I think it was because it was fundamentally difficult within the health system because of the very wide variety of ways it presents. In fact, I'm worried today that long COVID is not getting enough support, and I've heard rumours that there are some long COVID clinics that are under threat of closure. I think that would be a mistake. So sometimes in government you make a decision and things happen quickly, and sometimes you make a decision and nothing happens at all.
And this would be.
It's not true to say nothing happened at all. We did open long COVID clinics. Many of them are still open today. As I said earlier, my mother is still a patient at one of them. So I still follow this issue closely. But I would just say that long COVID was one of those issues that is closer to the wading through treacle than the government machine responding as an orchestra does to their conductor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzer. No, sorry, Mr. Metzer.
Thank you, my lady.
I've been tough on everyone else.
Indeed.
Does that complete the questions for today? Mr. Hancock, that completes your evidence today. I'm terribly sorry, but I can't give you any guarantees. I won't be asking you to attend again in future modules. Thank you for your help over the last couple of days and for your patience.
Thank you.
Right. The next witness, so that people know if they wish to make any plans, will be Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister. He will appear next Wednesday. We won't now be in a position to call Simon Case. That's due to medical reasons, and if people wish to see my ruling on that subject, they'll find it on the website. So it will be 10 o'clock next Wednesday, please. Thank you.